Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Darrell David.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, my response will cover oral question numbers 1 and 2 on today's order paper, and will also address a related question filed by Ms. Hanny So for a later sitting. If the member is satisfied with the response, she may wish to withdraw the question after this session.
Please proceed.
Thank you. There is currently no evidence to suggest that this is a coordinated campaign by any particular government or organization. Investigations revealed that the content likely originated from a China-based platform and was subsequently carried on other platforms and websites, including those on our local information space. The posts attempted to sow discord by inciting ill will against our Indian community and sought to undermine Singapore's model of multiculturalism. The content was assessed to constitute an offence of knowingly promoting feelings of enmity, hatred, or ill will between different groups on grounds of race and doing acts prejudicial to the maintenance of harmony in Singapore under Section 298A, subsection A of the Penal Code. The government has issued disabling directions under the Online Criminal Harms Act to block access by Singapore users to the 14 online social media posts. In recent years, there has been an increase in AI-enabled and inauthentic content on a range of topics which has seeped into Singapore's online info space. We monitor the info space closely and will not hesitate to take measures if it's in Singapore's interests. The government regularly reviews our laws to ensure that they are updated and fit for purpose to deal with the evolving landscape. Aside from the legislative measures, building up a discerning and resilient populace against external influences is equally important. The Ministry of Defence drives national education and total defence to build a shared understanding of Singapore's foundational values and principles, to deepen our public's sense of identity and nationhood, and to strengthen awareness of and collective resolve against threats that may undermine social cohesion and resilience, including foreign interference. The SG101 website is a one-stop government site that consolidates educational resources on foreign interference, as well as Singapore's positions on sensitive issues, to help the public better understand our national positions and to stay resilient against attempts to divide us. The National Library Board works to cultivate critical reading as a foundational skill and to engage the public through its SURE program. SURE stands for Source, Understand, Research, and Evaluate. And this equips our citizens with the skills to verify and fact-check online content. In addition, we regularly conduct briefings, dialogues, and workshops to raise awareness of foreign interference amongst groups, including our civil servants, national servicemen, and students. MHA also rolled out a campaign in 2025 on the use of deepfake videos, AI-generated content, and other inauthentic online posts to influence overseas jurisdictions, to alert Singaporeans to this threat. And this effort will continue so as to raise awareness of the role that our Singaporeans can play. Ultimately, a discerning population is the most important defense against attempts to influence or divide our society. We urge Singaporeans to be discerning when consuming and disseminating information online, and to reject all attempts to divide our society. We take a serious view of threats to our social cohesion and racial harmony, including external actors, and will act resolutely against them.
Mr. David.
Speakers, just two supplementary questions. While it's heartening to know that there have been no evidence of external influence in this case, I would like to ask if the government does indeed keep track of possible cases that show the possible coordinated efforts of organizations and agencies that may not be made so public? And if so, are such cases on the rise? And second question would be, if these cases show evidence also of the influence of state actors, what actions would our government typically take? Thank you, sir.
MOSCO.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. Specifically, we have, like I said in my response earlier, we've noticed an increase in the number of such posts, especially given the use of AI enabling the creation of such posts. So we do see an increase, and we do track very carefully every single case, including investigating whether there are possibly state actors behind the posts. Of course, some of this information we may not find that is suitable to release to the public, but we do look at every single case. We track the data over time to ensure that there's no coordinated campaign. And more importantly, we will not hesitate to take action if there's a need to protect Singapore's interests. I think ultimately we hold the view that any country out there would agree with us that we are just safeguarding our information space, and if you're interested in protecting our social cohesion, and we are, they will agree with us that such content is unacceptable and that the stance that we have taken is totally understandable.
Dr. Neo.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Thanks to the Minister for the reply. Our current framework of preventing external influences primarily based on a couple of acts or laws of the Foreign Interference Countermeasure Acts, the FICA Protection of Online Falsehood and Manipulation Act, or POFMA, and also OCHA. These are, in the view of our populations, pretty much reactive in nature. I believe they are also proactive measures. Means that the population looks at it as what we do after the events have happened. The question is, how effective are they, and how do we measure this effectiveness? Is the ministry exploring more preventive measures compared to these slightly more reactive measures? What are the programs or initiatives that are preventive in nature? And again, how effective are they? Specifically, how to educate or train or inoculate our residents from believing or disseminating such malicious informations. Thank you.
MOSCO.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to reiterate in my response to the members' questions. The government had to act decisively against these videos because they seek to undermine Singapore's cohesion, and they seek to attack our multiracial society and attempt to divide us based on our race. Our societal harmony cannot be taken for granted because it has been painstakingly developed over decades, and every community in Singapore is valued. Everyone has our equal place, and this diversity in Singapore's fabric is our greatest strength. But it requires deliberate and constant protection against division. So these videos strike at the very foundation of what makes Singapore home for all of us. And that is why the government acted firmly against these videos, especially because they originated from a foreign source. And we must reject all attempts that seek to divide us. The member asked about proactiveness and effectiveness. He also mentioned that we do have various acts in place. Yes, I'd like to reiterate the government has various legislative levers, some more recently introduced, in place to deal with such threats. And these include the Foreign Interference Countermeasures Act, the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act, the Protection from Online Falsehood and Manipulation Act, as well as the Online Criminal Harms Act. And these are a range of levers that allow us to be able to act decisively should any such narrative or attempt to divide us arise. But having these laws, I want to make the point that having these laws allow us to be very proactive, going upstream, to demonstrate that we not only have the laws and that we are also willing to exercise these laws to protect our citizens and our social fabric before our racial harmony is affected. Online directions under FICA was first used in July 2024. We've also used other various online directions under OCHA, and they have been generally effective, as the social media companies have worked with us and complied with the directions issued by the government. And of course, we will, from time to time, continue to review the laws to ensure that they are fit for purpose, to continue to be proactive in this space. Of course, in my earlier main reply, I've also listed various efforts in terms of public education, and I'd like to reiterate that a discerning public is the most effective tool to fight against such interferences to split our society. And every incident that has happened is also a potential learning opportunity that we will use to educate our public to fight such division efforts.
Mr. Cha Eng-jo.
Mr. Speaker, my response will address questions 3 to 5 by Mr. Cha Eng-jo and Ms. Eileen Chong, Pei Shan on the Speak Mandarin campaign in today's order paper. Well, sir, questions 6 to 12 on today's order paper addresses the use of dialect in films. The two sets of questions, while distinct, are related. So may I seek your permission to allow MDDI to provide the answers to questions 6 to 12 before MCCY and MDDI address any supplementary questions that the members may have. Members may be better informed after hearing both sets of responses, and that might give better clarity to our discussions.
Yes, you may. Please proceed.
So the Speak Mandarin campaign was launched in 1979. By promoting a common language across the Chinese community, it helps Chinese Singaporeans from different dialect backgrounds to communicate with one another, and it preserves access to the Chinese culture through Mandarin rather than through separate dialects. By simplifying the linguistic environment, it also gives our bilingual policy the best chance to succeed. And these objectives remain valid today. The Promote Mandarin Council, which comprises distinguished private and public individuals across all different sectors who are volunteers, regularly reviews the campaign to keep its framing, approach, and objectives relevant and meaningful in Singapore's multicultural context. Well, it's important to do so as the language environment continues to evolve. Singapore families are using English more at home, and much as our young want to be better at Mandarin, the opportunities to do so may be insufficient. So hence, the campaign has evolved from promoting Mandarin as a common language to strengthening the appreciation for our Singapore Chinese cultural identity and making the learning of Mandarin fun and enjoyable. Its current tagline, 讲华语我也可以, or Speak Mandarin, Yes I Can, encourages everyone to learn Mandarin even as English becomes more dominant in daily life. In education, MSF and MOE are setting aside more curriculum time to expose young Chinese students to Mandarin. For older students, we provide opportunities to those with the aptitude and interest to develop into bicultural talents. It's a challenging task, and our Chinese teachers are working very hard, and we'll continue to do our best to continue to uphold the bilingual policy. As the use of English continues to displace mother tongues, the use of dialects in Singapore has continued to decline. And we increasingly see dialect artistic materials not as competing against the use of Mandarin, but as part of our heritage and cultural practices that deepens Singaporeans' appreciation of our cultural heritage. Hence, the National Arts Council supports art groups that practices traditional forms of dialect cultures, such as the Siong Ling Musical Association, which preserves Nan-In, and Nam Hua Opera, the Teochew Opera Group. The National Heritage Board recognizes and supports practitioners and groups that transmit Chinese dialect culture. Clan associations such as the Singapore Hokkien Hui Guan or the Teochew Poyip Hui Guan and Hainan Hui Guan also conduct regular dialect classes for interested Singaporeans. Our linguistic diversity and heritage are distinctive parts of Singapore Chinese culture. The government welcomes ideas to preserve dialect cultures while upholding the importance of Mandarin. We will continue to take in feedback and will work with the community to consider carefully what further steps are appropriate to support and to promote our distinctive Singapore Chinese culture within our multicultural society.
SMS Tan, you will be taking questions 6 to 12, right? Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my response will cover the questions raised by Mr. Chai Ing-chew, Mr. Gerard Giam, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, Mr. Saktiandi Supat, Mr. Dennis Tan, Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Liang Eng-wah, and Dr. Neo Kok Peng in today's order paper, as well as related questions by Mr. Daryl David and Ms. Mariam Jaffa for subsequent sittings. If members are satisfied with the response, they may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. Guidelines on language use in media are implemented by the Infocom Media Development Authority, or IMDA. They support the government's long-standing policy to promote Mandarin as one of 4 official languages and have generally served us well. However, as noted in MCCY's earlier reply today, Singapore's language environment has evolved. Recognizing this, in implementing the guidelines, IMDA has exercised greater flexibility to allow more dialect content in films. Each year, around 30 to 40 dialect films are screened at film festivals. At the same time, IMDA has allowed unrestricted screenings of films with substantial use of dialect, such as 881 or Papayao, Long Long Time Ago, and Wonderland. For the film Dear You, IMDA has approved a total of 272 screenings of the Teochew version and is prepared to approve additional screenings should the film distributor request them in response to audience demand. Beyond these implementation changes, several members have called for the guidelines themselves to be reviewed. We recognize that the circumstances have changed since the guidelines were first introduced. There is therefore scope to consider how we can expand the space for dialects while continuing to uphold the importance of Mandarin. In doing so, we should also take into account the different media platforms. For example, there are no dialogue restrictions for art performances or content available on the internet and online streaming services. On free-to-air television and radio, we believe that Mandarin should continue to be the mainstay. For cinemas, we are prepared to allow more screenings of dialect language films so as to provide audiences with greater access to such content. We appreciate the feedback from members and will carefully consider what further steps are appropriate.
Mr. Chai Ing-chew.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to declare my interest as advisor to Chinatown Heritage Centre, an attraction referencing 1950s Singapore, with our exhibits featuring dialect content. Parasite sparked conversations on inequality, how to make billions before grandma dies, spurred end-of-life conversations. Dear You has renewed interest in the sacrifices of our forefathers and personal heritage. Locally, Parasite screened close to 12,000 sessions, How to Make Millions Before Grandma Dies around 5,000, Dear You in Mandarin 2,570, while its Teochew version, the original, a mere 126 screenings, public screenings as of early July. My first question to MDDI is, today, cinema is the only mainstream medium in Singapore where Chinese dialect content is restricted. OTT streamings on social media platforms and YouTube all already carry dialect content without equivalent restrictions. Should cinema remain subject to the campaign's dialect restriction rationale? There is also a commercial case. Our cinema operators have been under real pressure. Dear You shows that original dialect programming can be an asset, not a niche indulgence. Dear You has drew families off their sofas and back into theatres together across generations, including older Singaporeans who otherwise might not step into a cinema at all. Will the ministry go further in the review to consider removing this default restriction? In Mandarin, please. 师父领进门
The master leads the way, but the individual has to cultivate good habits on its own. And when the master becomes old, sometimes there's nobody, no younger people to take over. And then it will be hard to continue the culture and traditions. I would like to know how does MCCY ensure that dialect and our traditional culture will continue to be passed on to the next generation at home, and because dialect is often used between the younger generation and their grandparents.
So I thank the member for his clarifications on the review of the use of dialect in cinemas and films. As I've explained earlier in my reply, we are hearing feedback from different parties, industry stakeholders, community, and we appreciate and welcome the conversations that has arose from the DLU screening. Actually, just yesterday, I had a screening in my constituency for my residents, one theatre in Teochew, one theatre in Mandarin. I went by, speak to my residents before my MPS sessions. It's very interesting. For the Teochew hall, almost all seniors, maybe some of the middle-aged people like me were there. Some were there because they wanted to hear the original Teochew dialect movie. Some watched the Mandarin one and wanted to hear the Teochew one. But when I went to the Mandarin hall, it was very interesting. Some will actually watch the Teochew one and wanted to watch the Mandarin one because they really couldn't quite understand the Teochew dialect, especially for non-Teochew speaking or native Teochew speaking individuals. But in addition to seniors, I was very pleasantly surprised to see many young people, children, secondary school, even primary school. They were there accompanying their grandparents, their parents, and it was very good to see a family affair. And the young people, when I spoke to them, wanted to understand more about the environment in which your great-grandparents or grandparents had lived through in the early days of independence. So, although the member talked about Teochew screening of the original Teochew dialect of the film being popular, and we have already said that we will provide flexibility, and we're continuing to provide flexibility. In fact, the number that the member cited has been updated in my reply. I said 272, if the member listened correctly just now, carefully just now. And the film distributor knows that we continue to provide flexibility. So in practice, if the film distributor feels that the audience demand is there for the Teochew original film, we will provide flexibility. But more importantly, having a Mandarin version creates a bigger access to many more audiences in Singapore, not just those who are speaking the dialect, especially our young people. So there is value in having a Mandarin version of the film, in addition to being aligned with our broader language policy. The member mentioned a little bit about OTT, over-the-top platforms, internet streaming, for example. Different platforms have historically been regulated differently based on different reach of audiences. Cinemas, being a publicly regulated exhibition space in Singapore, ought to be seen closer to mainstream media. Having said that, as I explained in my reply, we appreciate that the language environment has changed and are prepared to see how we can expand access to dialect movies as we take our review. So I'll just add on finally to say that over the years, it's not as if our guidelines have been static. We have been updating it, refining it, adapting them, for example, providing more flexibility of dialect use in films, and even some of the mainstream radio stations and TV channels. So our policy was remaining true to the policy intent of the larger language policy in Singapore. The implementation of it has evolved, have been flexible, have been pragmatic, taking into consideration the environment, the language environment. And I mentioned earlier in my reply, some of the local movies like Papayao, Wanderlust, substantive dialect content in the film. But look at the historical context, look at heritage value, and reflects Singapore stories. And IMDA has taken a flexible, pragmatic approach, and will continue to do so.
Ms. Eileen Chong. Oh, sorry, Minister David Teo.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the Chinese portion of the member's question. And in the spirit of the Speak Mandarin campaign, if you allow me to take this one SQ in Mandarin. 方言艺术是我们
Dialect is actually a traditional culture of ours. It's a very important part of our culture. For the National Arts Council, we've also been making sure that we cultivate our culture, and dialect is also a kind of culture, and the relevant arts group with regards to the dialect will also do their part, encouraging the young people to use different kinds of dialects to sing the traditional arts, Chinese traditional arts. Through NAC also has scholarship to try to cultivate a new group of art practitioners in Singapore. And this year, Chen Wei Tian, who's an arts practitioner, started to learn performances, stage performances ever since he was a kid. He already started participating in this, and NEC also helped to subsidize his performance in Shanghai as well. And recently, we've also worked together to come up with a traditional arts performance, stage performance. And we hope to be able to portray different kinds of arts performances to our audiences. Last year, the NAC has also given grants to 10 different arts shows, including Teochew, Hokkien, as well as other different dialect performances. Many of these Chinese dialect performances have also been enrolled in the kind of the performances that we portray to the audience so that they can also see what a Chinese dialect performance is like. We hope to be able to expand this space and also to find more new, younger performers in this area.
EQs, I would like to get as many questions to be answered as soon as many as possible. Just now, Mr. Chai, I must say that your asking of your SQ was a bit too long. You went a little bit into the mini speech. I almost stopped you, but it's a good negative example of what I hope to see going forward. Ms. Eileen Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very heartened to hear SMS Tan confirm that IMDA is indeed looking to expand space for dialects while upholding Mandarin. I'm also very heartened to hear Minister Neo actually then respond to this by saying that actually dialects are no longer seen in competition with Mandarin, right? In fact, they play a role in deepening cultural appreciation of our Chinese heritage. So I would like to actually echo the Promote Mandarin Council's position that we actually do not need to pick sides between Mandarin and dialects. So I would like to ask whether MCCY will be working with IMDA to review the relevance of the policy which still requires permission for us to screen dialect films. Instead of trying to see where we can exercise more flexibility, why not consider offering, the freedom of simply just screening these dialect films? Because if dialect is always the one that requires permission, then have we not already chosen a side? Thank you.
Minister David Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her support. As I explained earlier, MCCY and MDDI are open to ideas about how can we preserve dialect cultures while upholding the importance of Mandarin, and we'll continue to take in all the feedback and consider carefully the appropriate next steps on how to do this well better. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have raised issues relating to the preservation and use of dialects in this House several times in the past, including requests to lift the broadcast film ban, the broadcast ban. And indeed, I'm heartened to hear the ministers have spoken on this. And indeed, in my view, the main competitor to Mandarin today is not dialects, but English. I would like to ask the government, given that the media is the primary vehicle for youth culture engagement, whether the either ministry agree that to review the lifting of the 1981 dialect broadcast restrictions to allow meaningful dialect-rich content that connects young Singaporeans to their grandparents, to their family, and importantly, to their cultural heritage. And I say this, as I said before, we are reaching a tipping point with an aging population, younger generation with limited exposure to dialects. And once this culture and heritage dies off, there's no way of rebuilding. And I would therefore like to ask the government to really consider putting more effort to work with the clans and other civic groups to promote our dialect heritage. And a question for SMS Tan. I don't think you have addressed my PQ directly. And I would like to ask, relating to my PQ, ASQ first, and will the ministry consider establishing a standing institutional arrangement between IMDA and NHB with regards to a consultation on the heritage aspects for dialect films? Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So I can take the member's question first about the institution arrangement. Well, IMDA works very closely with different government agencies, including the National Heritage Boards. In fact, we work very closely in terms of looking at firms, the classification of firms. So there's no need for explicit institutions that are already doing so. But more importantly, I think his earlier point was whether we consider heritage, artistic merit, and the context in which the dialects is used in the film. And I'd like to reply in the affirmative, as I explained earlier in my reply, and I gave some examples of some of the locally made films like Papayao, long time ago, and many others. We do consider the context in which the dialect is used in the film, whether it's appropriate, reflects the cultural context of the milieu of that time. For example, Papaya was telling about a story about the Ge-Tai culture, and some of it, the nuances of it, the texture of it requires the dialect to be used. So we do consider. So just want to assure the member that we do so.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two SQs, one for MCCY. So with fewer Singaporeans speaking dialects reach heritage tied to these dialects risk being lost, what steps are MCCY taking to ensure that Chinese dialect cultures are being systematically documented, preserved, and transmitted, particularly to younger Singaporeans? The second SQ is for MDDI. Will the ministry publish clearer guidelines incorporating the said flexibility for dialect general screenings and share them in advance so that film distributors will know what criteria will apply to these films? Thank you.
Minister David Neo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for a question, but Chinese dialect cultures are an integral part of our distinctive Singapore Chinese culture. When it comes to documentation, the NHB works very closely with heritage practitioners, clan associations, and all who are keen to, and they fund them as well, to research and to document our dialects and cultural heritage. So one example is in Singapore Amoy Association recently published an article or book on the essays on Hokkien culture in Singapore. Well, another example is Singapore Chinese Cultural Centre's Culturepedia. Well, that's a repository on Singapore Chinese culture, and it has documented specific aspects of the Chinese dialect cultures with articles ranging from languages all the way to music. When it comes to transmission and education, we also safeguard and we expand the space for our dialect cultures through initiatives such as the Stewards for the Intangible Culture Heritage Award. So I think the member was also with me last year at this award, but these awards are to recognize individuals and organizations who take on a strong role in promoting dialects within our context. So I'm also very glad to note that one of the winners of the Youth Award is Mr. Adrian Ong, who practices and promotes Hokkien string and glove puppetry. So we'll continue to work with all our clan associations, heritage practitioners, and all who are keen to document and to expand the space for our Singapore Chinese dialect cultures.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My focus of my SQ would be on the film classification guidelines, which currently state that, quote, Chinese films meant for theatrical release should generally be in Mandarin, in line with the Speak Mandarin campaign. Films with dialect content are allowed on a case-by-case basis, unquote. For the past 40 years or so, hasn't the Speak Mandarin campaign been geared more towards encouraging English-speaking Chinese Singaporeans to speak Mandarin instead of changing the language-speaking habits of dialect-speaking Singaporeans? If so, why do the film classification guidelines still hold on to the past focus of this campaign by restricting the screenings of dialect films in Singapore? And be that as it may, can case-by-case basis in the guidelines be interpreted as allowing certain dialect films a general commercial release without restrictions on the number of screenings?
SMS Tan.
So, let me take a step back and answer Mr. Giam's question. As earlier articulated by Minister for MCCY or the broader language policy, Mandarin is one of the 4 official languages in Singapore and is a mainstay. And the historic context of Speak Mandarin campaign is about promoting the use of Mandarin. At that point in time, the language environment was different. And because it succeeded, that's why the language environment here today is different. Our young people are proficient, competent with English and many with Mandarin as well. So it's a success. The policy objectives still remain because it's important, as articulated by MCCY earlier. But our implementation of the guidelines, of the regulations, have evolved with a changing language environment. And I gave many examples earlier. And today's conversation or debate here in the Parliament around DLU is a step in that direction. And I said earlier, we welcome views from stakeholders, industry members, community partners, people who are enthusiastic about dialect culture, enthusiastic about and trying to understand their roots, identity, including younger ones, and welcome it as part of a conversation. And as part of this conversation, we are reviewing our current film classification framework with respect to use of dialect in films. And we will take some time to do so because it's an evolution, it's a thoughtful approach, speaking to people, making adjustments, not abrupt changes, like all good policies are. So I want to assure Mr. Giam that for DLU, we have given flexibility. The film distributor knows we're giving him flexibility. And I earlier mentioned we approved another 100 screenings today. That's why I bring up the screenings to 272. And if there's more demand, we will discuss with the film distributor and see how we can provide additional flexibility. But we will take a review as it comes along, and certainly something that we'll speak to all members, industry partners, community partners, and take their views on board.
Mr. Saktiandi Supa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 SQs. My PQs that Ms. SMS answered earlier, I thank him for answering that because those are questions that my dialect-speaking seniors in Toa Payoh East and their families have actually raised to me. My first SQ is, as Singapore population ages, does the government regard original language Chinese dialect films as supporting active aging, social inclusion, and in particular, intergenerational bonding? If so, how is this reflected in IMDA's policy? Second SQ is, has IMDA assessed audience demand for original language Chinese dialect films, particularly among seniors and younger Singaporeans? And if not, will such an assessment inform any future policy review? Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So I thank the members for his 2 supplementary questions. Well, firstly, I must say I empathize with his Toa Payoh East residents. Like Bedok, we have one of the more older estates and many seniors. And of course, they hold dialect and engagement with dialect as a very core part of their identity, their experiences. And I must add that beyond just films and cinema, actually there are many other venues for which seniors and those over not so old, younger ones, to engage with dialect culture clan associations, programs, different streaming applications, or even activities in the community. So it's not just isolated or confined to films. Ironically, as I mentioned earlier in my reply, when I visited the Mandarin theater, theater that screened the Mandarin version of the Dear You show, there were actually more young people, more intergenerational engagements, because the grandchildren, the children came together with their parents and grandparents. And because it was in Mandarin, it was more accessible to younger people. And when you talk about intergenerational cohesion, engagement, it really goes beyond just language. It's about creating the shared experiences and a space from which these conversations and dialogue happen. So we will certainly consider the different inputs as part of the review, but rest assured to remember that there are many other options and venues for seniors or younger ones to get engaged with dialogue culture.
Mr. Kenneth Leong.
谢谢议长先生。上个月我和选区的潮州居民谈话，他们问我，做你比赛。
Thank you very much. Because last week when I was in my constituency, some of my residents asked me, why can't we speak? Why can't we watch Teochew shows? I've got a few questions here. For the ministers, did you watch the Chinese version, the Mandarin version, or the Teochew version of the movie? So I hope that you can explain the objective very clearly, because your objective, is it to promote the use of Mandarin or to restrict the use of dialects? Because these are two different objectives. And also for the government, would you also just create and implement policies simply to restrict the dialects? And can you remove all those restrictions that are just unnecessary? And here, with regards to the MCCY minister, I would like to ask if, for the dialect group, will the government encourage the more intake of people who can speak the dialect? First of all, we ministers have no time to watch movies.
Dialect Hokkien classes. I think we work with the clan associations all the time, and they are very interested in promoting their dialects as well as our respective cultures, because, like I said, they contribute very distinctively towards our Singapore Chinese culture. And if there's a demand, I think they'll be more than happy to kind of extend their classes to more people.
SMS Tan.
So I thank the member for his excuse in Mandarin. Please allow me to reply in Mandarin as well. 议长先生，我在英语演讲谈到了我。
Earlier on in my English answer, I mentioned of the different policies that the government has implemented, and let me use Mandarin to summarize them here. For this movie, it is indeed very, very heartwarming, and we do see that the audience have also reacted quite fervently to it, and we know that the language that is used in here has also seen a lot of warm support from the elderly folks in Singapore. So we have garnered the feedback from different groups of people. We also are very grateful for the feedback given to us. The truth is that the government does pay attention to these dialect films from time to time, and we will make sure that we can have the space and the time to promote and broadcast these films. We will listen very carefully to the feedback of everybody and consider whether or not there is a need to step up the removal of these restrictions to make it looser so that more people can also appreciate these dialect films.
Last SQ, Mr. Liang Ingwa.
Thank you, sir. In Mandarin, please. 首先，我要感谢资讯通信媒体发展局处理。
First of all, I would like to thank MDDI for the approach to address the filming, or rather the to deal with the playing of this movie, and that actually displays a lot of flexibility. I believe that a lot of the Singaporeans want to continue to pass on their own culture and their languages through the filming of such a dialect. So I am very delighted to hear that the government will continue to adapt such an approach. Now, in the process of reviewing policies, should there be any dialective films in the future? Will IMDA be more open and to have a more transparent approach to make decisions in terms of the showing of these dialects films?
继续吧。
感谢议长先生。
Thank you very much. Here, as I mentioned earlier, our policy objective of speaking Mandarin in recent years remains the same. We hope, and we still endeavor to pursue this objective. However, when it comes to the policy itself, how can we show some flexibility in terms of allowing the release of films in dialects? We have maintained a very flexible approach. As I mentioned earlier, when I answered some of the other MPs, I said that Singapore, we do have our own local productions like 881 and Wonderland. So we do have films in dialects. Yet we have also adopted a very flexible approach to allow these films to be broadcast. So for this particular movie, Dear Me, we see that many Singaporeans have supported this film. There's also great demand among the audiences. We will want to look carefully at this particular movie. If there is a need, then perhaps we can also allow for more filming and broadcasting of other Teochew dialect films. So here I'd like to reassure you that we will look at it in a very pragmatic manner. But what is more important is that we cannot forget our original objective. Our original objective was to speak Mandarin.
Last SQ, Dr. Neo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Here, I suppose we are all talking about movies, but here I want to talk about radio stations instead. Because as the society ages, our elderly seniors listen to songs. They listen to a lot of songs, but the problem is that they cannot listen to dialect songs today. So I wonder, for our 6 radio broadcast stations currently, can we have at least one broadcast station that can help to play all these songs from the golden melodies from the back then? Perhaps about 50% can be in Mandarin and the other 50% can be in Chinese dialects, so that we can take care of these elderly folks, so that when they are free, in their free time, they can still enjoy and indulge in the kind of songs that they enjoy. I myself don't listen.
Sir, in respect to the Mandarin supplementary question, let me also try to address it in Mandarin.
So what he mentioned earlier was not just movies, but also TVs as well, and broadcasting stations. Actually, we feel that Mandarin should still be the mainstream language. So we still want to speak primarily Mandarin. In the past decades. If we look at our entire linguistic landscape, it's very different from what it was like in the past. When I was a kid, it was very difficult for me to learn Mandarin because there were different Chinese dialects that are quite similar to the Mandarin, how you pronounce Mandarin. So when I was in Huaqiao Secondary School, I had some classmates who came from Malaysia, and they studied primary school in Malaysia, and later on they came to Nanchao Secondary School in Singapore. It was all right when they wrote in Mandarin, but when they tried to speak verbally in Mandarin, we can hear the different accents coming it influences from Cantonese or Hokkien. So when we broadcast on our broadcasting stations, for example, we want to promote Mandarin, but we do have some flexibility here. For example, on Channel 8, they do have a certain slot on Friday mornings where they will then show these dialect shows, including the news broadcast. And then also from 10:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 12:30 a.m., we also have different dialect broadcast of news on the radio stations to cater to the needs of these seniors. So we do want these seniors to also have the space and the time to understand what is going on. So we are flexible when we come to implement these policies. But more importantly, if it comes to the movie, especially for this particular Dear Me movie, we see that there's a lot of demand, so we will look into this.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to take question 13 and 14, the names of the Honourable Member Mr. Louis Chua, together?
Please proceed.
Sir, my response will also cover matters raised in the related oral questions, numbers 2503 and 2508, as well as written question number 1697, all filed by the Honourable Member Ms. Sylvia Lim, for a subsequent sitting. The Honourable Member may wish to withdraw her PQs if her queries are answered in today's sitting. Sir, these questions pertain to the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, Mutual Evaluation Report of Singapore 2026, and span matters within the purview of the Ministries of Law, Finance, Home Affairs, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore. In the event there are any supplementary questions that pertain to MOF, MHA, and MAS, sir, I seek your permission for such supplementary questions to be answered by the ministers overseeing those ministries and agencies.
All right.
Thank you,
Please go
sir.
ahead.
Sir, the FATF is the global body that leads action to tackle risks associated with money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing, or MLTFPF for short. Members periodically undergo a peer assessment known as a mutual evaluation, or ME, of their level of compliance with the FATF standards and effectiveness of their anti-money laundering and countering of financing of terrorism, or AML-CFT framework. Singapore was one of the first countries in the first international financial center assessed in this fifth round of the FATF MEs. As with other international financial centers, business and trading hubs, Singapore is inherently exposed to transnational MLTFPF risks and is expected to maintain strong defenses against them. Since the last round of MEs, higher standards have also been introduced by the FATF. Against this context, Singapore performed credibly and achieved better overall results than we did in the fourth round. In recognition of this, the FATF has placed Singapore on regular follow-up, which is the category for countries that have been assessed to have performed well. Every FATF ME report for every country identifies both strengths and recommendations for further enhancements. Where the FATF has made recommendations to strengthen certain aspects of our framework, the government will carefully study them. We will develop action plans that are risk proportionate and suited to Singapore's context, ensuring that our financial and business ecosystem continues to grow in a trusted environment and create good jobs for Singaporeans. With that, let me now cover the 4 areas raised in the PQs. On international cooperation, the FATF found Singapore provides timely, quality, and constructive assistance to our foreign counterparts. Straightforward requests are executed in as little as 3 days, while complex requests are executed within an average of about 10 weeks. We note the feedback that some requests have taken a longer time to execute. This is often because further factual clarification is required or our legal requirements are not met. We will continue to strengthen our cooperation with foreign counterparts, including better explaining our requirements for assistance, and this will cover cooperation channels and asset recovery as well. Moving on to beneficial ownership. Regarding beneficial ownership or BO transparency, the FATF does not prescribe a singular approach for BO transparency. Rather, each jurisdiction is expected to adopt measures appropriate to its own risks and context. The FATF then assesses whether a jurisdiction has an effective framework to ensure that accurate BO information is available to the competent authorities in a timely manner when needed. Against this standard, the FATF acknowledged that Singapore has taken significant steps to prevent the misuse of legal persons and legal arrangements. First, we have a central BO registry for all companies and limited liability partnerships, or LLPs. They are required to verify the BO information periodically, while corporate service providers are also required to check on BO of their clients as part of customer due diligence. The information is further validated through risk-based audits by ACRA. This is supplemented by ownership information captured by public agencies. For instance, for landed residential properties, the Singapore Land Authority will conduct checks on the identity and the citizenship of the ultimate beneficial owner. Thus, the identity of the ultimate beneficial owner of any trust which seeks to purchase landed residential properties will have to be disclosed to the government. Second, AML-CFT obligated entities such as banks are required to conduct customer due diligence checks when dealing with their customers, which includes unregistered foreign companies and trusts. Checks include verifying BO information, including the ultimate beneficial owner, and reporting suspicious activities. Third, BO information obtained by AML-CFT obligated entities are readily available to law enforcement agencies in a timely manner. These measures have enabled Singapore to establish an effective BO regime that supports investigations and enforcement. Nevertheless, we will carefully study the FATF's recommendations and consider further enhancements, whether further enhancements will be needed to strengthen our framework while remaining appropriate for Singapore's risk profile. Let me now turn to the matter of financial penalties against financial institutions, or FIs, and virtual asset service providers, or VASPs. The FATF has acknowledged Singapore's stepped-up sanctions against FIs and VASPs for AML-CFT purposes. For example, the maximum financial penalties imposed on FIs and VASPs increased from $800,000 in the previous ME to $5.8 million this round. Beyond financial penalties, we have taken other firm measures against FIs and VASPs, including the revocation of licenses in egregious cases and holding responsible individuals accountable for lapses. These actions are also published for deterrence and to increase industry awareness. MAS closely monitors the implementation and completion of FIs and VASP's remedial measures. Our overall approach is effective and has led to positive behavioral changes in the industry, such as stronger compliance culture amongst FIs and VASPs and improvements in the AML-CFT controls. These improvements have been acknowledged by FATF. The FATF has recommended us to review the dissuasiveness and proportionality of our financial penalties. We will consider the recommendation, bearing in mind the specific details of each individual case and the range of enforcement levers available. Moving to countering proliferation financing. Countering financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction has been a key area of focus for Singapore. the FATF has found that Singapore has a robust countering proliferation financing legal framework and a strong coordination and cooperation among Singapore authorities. Singapore's FIs, such as banks and VASPs, have a good understanding of their countering proliferation financing obligations and implemented risk-based mitigation measures. The FATF has recommended a deepening of our proliferation financing, or PF, risk understanding and strengthening the risk mitigation measures, particularly for the higher risk sectors. We will continue to improve our risks as PF risks change and evolve. We will also step up engagements with non-AML CFT obligated entities to raise awareness. In conclusion, Singapore has performed credibly in this latest round of MEs and has been placed in the same category as countries that have been assessed to have performed well. Where the FATF has made recommendations to strengthen certain aspects of our framework, the government will carefully study them and develop action plans that are risk proportionate and suited to Singapore's context.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to first declare that I work in a financial institution. 2 SQs for the SMS. I think the first on beneficial ownership, based on the FATF report, information for VCCs and unregistered foreign companies is not available in a timely manner or at all in certain cases. And hence, my question is, will the central register's coverage be extended to these entities? And if so, any timeline for doing so? And the second question is in relation to the FATF report again on the point that Singapore makes 4 times fewer MLA requests than it receives, despite acknowledging that its primary risks lie abroad, and that Singapore has sent a very modest number of MLAs to recover assets. So my question is, how does the ministry intend to increase the use of MLAs, or whether it's other formal or informal forms of cooperation channels, especially when it relates to scams? So as we all know, if you look at 2025, 913 million was lost to scams, and only about 15% of it was recovered. And I think given that most of it originated from overseas, and when the funds go overseas, it's quite difficult for us to recover. Thank you.
Ms. Murali.
So I'm obliged to the Honourable Member, Mr. Louis Chua, for his 2 SQs. I'll take the first SQ. The second SQ, as it deals with enforcement measures, I'll defer to my parliamentary colleague dealing, or rather the political appointment holder dealing with MHA matters. On the first one, our operational experience is that the law enforcement agencies can and have gotten timely and accurate BO information in relation to legal persons and legal arrangements. May also help to appreciate that investigations don't start in a vacuum. Law enforcement agencies in Singapore work on leads which point them to relevant AML and CFT obligated entities to advance their investigations. We also tap on information in suspicious transaction reports, as well as partnerships with the private sector and foreign partners. This has enabled us to get information in a timely manner. And also, there was no evidence that the BO information was inaccurate. We provided this evidence to the FATF assessors that we were able to get the BO information that's accurate on unregistered foreign companies and legal arrangements in a timely manner as well.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, sir. There's still a second SQ that has to be answered, sir.
Oh, that's right. Who's going to take that? SMS Siman.
Sir, given the increasingly transnational nature of crime and the rapid advancement of digital finance, international cooperation is indeed key. Singapore will continue to issue MLAs where it is appropriate, but also pursue international cooperation in informal manner. This applies not just to anti-money laundering, counter proliferation financing or terrorism financing, but also to scams.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a supplementary question for Senior Minister of State on proliferation financing. It was pointed out in the FATF report that representatives of foreign flag states have a very low understanding of their proliferation financing obligations, and I think our own national risk assessment says that ship-to-ship transfers are quite a key vector and in a sense, a potential for proliferation financing to go through such routes. So in terms of action to be taken, it was stated that we will conduct more outreach to these entities, but is that enough? I mean, what else is the government going to do about the maritime sector?
SMS Murali. Oh, sorry, Minister Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm answering in my capacity as the Deputy Chairman of MES. So the way this works is that these countries with the ship registries, otherwise known as flag states, they will set up representative offices overseas to help with the processing of registration applications and the administration of the vessels that are flagged with them. So this is what the FATF was referring to, these representative officers of these foreign flag states based in Singapore. So like any commercial entity operating in Singapore, these officers are subject to and must comply with Singapore's laws. And this will include the United Nations Security Council sanctions, which are given full effect in our domestic legislation. And any entity found to be in breach of our laws will be dealt with accordingly. And the FATF has actually noted that Singapore has taken action against non-compliant entities. So we have increased the engagements with these representative officers of the foreign flag states because we know this is an emerging area of concern globally, not just in Singapore, but it's also a concern that has been flagged out by the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, FATF, of course, and also the Asia-Pacific Group on Money Laundering. Singapore has and will continue to engage these entities to alert them to the PF risks and also to remind them of their countering PF obligations. I think that's something that we will continue to do so.
Ms. Polisan.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer oral questions 15 through to 18 on today's order paper?
Please proceed.
Sir, Singapore disposed of 3.36 million tons of waste in 2025, with 1.67 million tons from domestic sources and 1.69 million tons from non-domestic sources. A breakdown by the type of the amounts of waste generated, disposed of, and recycled can be found on NEA's website. So technological solutions are available to recycle most waste streams if properly separated and treated. However, even if recycling is technically possible, it may not always be practical or economical to do so. There are several economic, logistical, and behavioral factors determining our recycling rates. First, the business case for recycling has deteriorated due to rising logistics, freight, manpower, and energy costs across the wider landscape. These rising costs make it less viable for recyclers to operate a sustainable business around collecting and recycling of material. Second, export markets for recyclables have become increasingly stringent in their requirements. Singapore exports most of our recyclables for further processing. Tightening export requirements by the receiving countries could limit the quantity our local recyclers can sell. And third, the contamination of recyclables remains a persistent challenge, limiting the volume of recyclables that can be recovered and processed. These three challenges make the situation complex and contribute to the lower recycling rates we have seen in recent years. The definitions of recycling rates also vary internationally, with no consensus on the definitions. Some countries report recycling rates across different waste streams. Others use a broader definition of what counts as recycled, such as including energy recovery or repurposing of waste residues within the national recycling rate, which we do not. Comparing recycling rates across countries is therefore not always meaningful if the bases are different. However, we do believe that we can and must do more to strengthen resource circularity in Singapore. This is why I had earlier announced that MSC and NEA will be reviewing the 2019 Zero Waste Master Plan to strengthen our approach to waste management. Under the 2019 Master Plan, we had set a target of 70% recycling rate by 2030 and to reduce the waste sent to landfill per capita per day by 30% by 2030. While we are striving to achieve these targets, we will review them for relevance given the changing waste and recycling landscape. For the targets to be meaningful, we will address the challenges associated with recycling of both domestic and non-domestic waste. We're studying how we can increase the yield of clean, segregated recyclables that are easier for recyclers to meet regulatory requirements. We will engage the waste generators to explore better ways to segregate waste upstream in the process. For households, the Blue Bin network under the National Recycling Program, the NRP, remains the primary channel for recycling. Today, blue bins are managed by our public waste collectors, the PWCs, who are required to provide 1 blue bin per HDB block and clear recyclables up to 3 times a week. To address higher recycling demand and overflowing bins in certain areas, PWCs have deployed additional bins at around 700 locations and increased the collection frequency at more than 1,100 locations. NEA and the town councils, the TCs, also conduct joint site inspections to address estate-specific issues, such as bin placement and damaged bins, with straightforward issues typically resolved within 2 days. To improve the quality and yield of paper and cardboard, NEA has also worked with all PWCs to offer dedicated collection of paper and cardboard in their respective zones since December 2025. Efforts introduced by the PWCs include implementing smart recycling bins, door-to-door collection services, cash for trash events, or partnering TCs to set up metal cages or points for bulk collection. 5 TCs have come forward to partner the PWCs in dedicated collection, and we have seen encouraging results in collecting paper and cardboard with lower contamination rates. We encourage all TCs and community stakeholders to reach out and partner with their PWCs. We've also introduced source-segregated recycling at the national level, such as via the Return Right beverage container return scheme. By nudging consumers to make a small change in their lifestyle, we hope to increase the recycling of beverage containers and spark a change in our recycling habits. Moving forward, we will explore more ways to enhance the NRP, to reduce contamination and improve the volume of clean recyclables recovered from households, building up on ground-up recycling initiatives. This could include the use of source-segregated bins. Recycling is important, but we must also reinforce the other 2 Rs, reducing waste at the outset and reusing where possible. We have seen some encouraging progress on this front. Domestic waste generated per capita has fallen by 21% over the past decade, and non-domestic waste generated per unit GDP has dropped by more than 30% over the same period. We will explore how we can better support efforts to shape consumption patterns and the growth of more sustainable business models. Another strategy that we're embarking on is the strengthening of the reuse of waste residue and treated toxic industrial waste before and after they are landfilled. The recently launched Towards Resource Efficiency and Sustainability for Urban Environments Treasures Center will focus on building the technologies and the risk assessment frameworks for this purpose. It will work with industry partners to reduce the risk and uncertainty of commercial use of waste residue and allow us to close our resource loops. I thank members for their interest in the Zero Waste Master Plan review and for their questions on how we can better strengthen recycling and resource circularity in Singapore. The work on this is still ongoing. We will engage the public and industry as part of the review process and share more details in due course.
Ms. Poh.
Thank you, Speaker and SMS General. I have two SQs. First one, will NEA consider adjusting gate fees for industrial and commercial waste collection to shift behavior of businesses towards high recycling rates, especially for food waste, which accounts for about 11% of total waste, but has a very low recycling rate of only 18%. And my second SQ pertains to the blue bins. You mentioned there's a high contamination rate, which renders the recycled or the collected items non-recyclable. So will there be any plans for NEA to consider a national recycling campaign to reduce blue bin waste contamination? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Ms. Poh for her questions. Indeed, we do have to shift behaviors, and the incentives and disincentives around recycling and waste disposal are an important part of it. We'll consider her suggestion around looking at the fees. The issue of blue bin contamination continues to be something that we have to engage in terms of public education and shifting behaviors, and will certainly form an important part of the review of the Zero Waste Master Plan. I thank her for her suggestions.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two SQs. Beyond recycling rates, can the Ministry consider complementary indicators and targets such as waste reduction, material circularity, or recycling contamination rates to better measure progress towards a circular economy? The second SQ will be, how will the Ministry assess whether public education campaigns are working, translating into sustained improvements in recycling behavior rather than short-term participation? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Ms. Lee for her two SQs, which address what are our targets, what is it that we measure. And indeed, the issue of how we should think about recycling and waste disposal will be at the heart of our review of our Zero Waste Master Plan, I beg your pardon. The issue that she brought up in her first SQ, should we focus purely on the recycling rate? Should we think about waste production? Should we think about waste disposal? The reality is today we look at all of these things, and the study and the review will address whether we should introduce new indicators or whether we should change the emphasis between the indicators that we currently track, measure, and target. She's right to then highlight that public education campaigns should look at what are the outcomes. We don't only look at, for example, participation in public education campaigns or awareness. We do indeed track the waste production, recycling rates, and many other outcome indicators, and will continue to do so.
Ms. Lee Hui-Ying.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank SMS for the reply. Our waste generation per capita actually has fallen from 1.06 kg in 2015 to 0.83 kg today. So this suggests that Singaporeans are ready to try and reduce waste, and also then the real progress lies upstream in waste prevention. So I have two SQs. What are the measures that MSE will take to help Singaporeans realize this? I have a few suggestions. We can draw reference from the EU's packaging and packaging waste regulation that minimizes the amount of packaging generated, or even RFID-based food waste sorting systems. Second SQ, businesses can be required to accept reusable containers supplying repairable products or refills. So what are the policy thresholds that MSE considers to disincentivize single-use packaging or restrict aggressive promotional tactics which may put more products into the market? Thank you.
SMS General.
So I thank Ms. Lee for her questions, and also for her highlighting that indeed waste generation is falling. That I think this is a marker of the awareness from the various campaigns and the engagement that Singaporeans have with the importance of this issue. And indeed, it gives us the foundation then to think about how we might take the next steps in terms of our Zero Waste Master Plan and achieve the very important outcomes around reducing waste that is diverted towards Semakau landfill. The suggestions that she has made around EU's packaging regulations and potentially RFID-based sorting of food waste, these are all things that we can look at and we can consider. Indeed, we actually have a number of pilots and studies, stakeholders that are looking at many of these measures. We are looking for tools and mechanisms to improve the outcomes, to reduce the amount of waste that we generate, to increase the recycling of the waste that we do generate. And what we have to do then is keep focus on the outcomes, whether it's about mechanisms such as packaging regulation, technology such as RFID, or the policy thresholds for disincentives. We have to look at the outcomes in terms of waste generation and recycling rates. And in some cases, some of these tools may end up diverting behavior to an alternative waste stream and an alternative packaging, which potentially may be harder to recycle or may have other consequences for the environment. And so we do have to then look at it holistically, whether it's about a policy threshold for a disincentive, technology implementation, or regulation that we impose on businesses. What is the outcome around waste generated?
Ms. Aniso.
Thank you, Speaker. Just one SQ. Whether there are any recycling plans in the pipeline for collaborations with our partners in the region or globally, or for a start, coming up with a common framework in terms of recycling across our ASEAN region.
SMS Janil.
Sir, about half of our recycling material is exported. It's processed overseas. And so there are business arrangements between businesses here in Singapore and businesses in the region overseas to be able to handle the recycling of waste and recycling of material, whether domestic or non-domestic, already today. And so those arrangements allow for businesses to then address a larger market, potentially reap economies of scale, and become sustainable as a commercial interest, which gives us the opportunity to then have the capacity to further recycle. We'll continue to work with stakeholders and partners on making sure that this is a viable process.
Moving on, Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 19.
Sir, as part of the Ministry of Health's regulatory oversight over providers, we conduct regular and periodic audits, special thematic reviews, and inspections on nursing homes. This includes off-cycle audits in response to feedback and complaints to ensure residents' safety. Such an approach ensures that shortcomings and lapses in nursing homes are addressed and rectified in a timely manner. The great majority of nursing homes placed on closer monitoring take adequate corrective actions and sustain the improvements. However, if the gaps are serious, repeated, and there is a lack of serious effort to rectify them, such as in the case of Windsor Convalescent Home and LC Nursing Home, MOH will have to escalate our measures. These two cases of license revocation are therefore an outcome of the regulatory framework working as intended. In response to previous identified non-compliances, MOH conducted a thematic audit focusing on compliance with infection prevention and control practices and basic custodial and nursing care for selected higher-risk operators. After the gaps were first identified, operators were given an opportunity to rectify the lapses, during which we intensified our monitoring of and engagement with the operators. When we ascertained that the remediation efforts were inadequate or were not sustained for the two operators, we revoked their licenses and arranged for Vanguard Healthcare to step in. MOH and AIC will also be sharing the findings of our recent audits and the various manpower training and grant support available with the nursing home sector. This will help the sector maintain an appropriate standard of care. In response to Mr. Fadli Fauzi, like all regulatory functions, it is impossible to eradicate and prevent recurrences of lapses. But with a robust regime we can uphold good standards of operations, constructive relationship between the regulator and the operator to better serve the residents. Mr. Lee Hong Chuang asked about the claims and compensation. MOH's regulatory framework aims at assessing licensees' care delivery practices and protocols in compliance with the Healthcare Services Act to ensure resident safety. Where necessary, we will step in and take over the operations or coordinate the relocation of residents to another facility. However, as a provision of care is a contract between the resident and the nursing home, MOH is unable to coordinate private claims from residents or their families against the nursing home.
Mr. Bartley Palsy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 SQs. Firstly, are there any other nursing homes that have been found to have significant lapses in an initial audit, similar to Windsor Convalescent Home and LC Nursing Home, but have been given the opportunity to rectify these lapses and are still being monitored by MOH? And if so, how many? My second question is, will MOH consider providing smaller nursing home operators with greater support, for example, through a review of foreign manpower requirements? And my third question is, from the transparency and welfare of residents, will MOH reconsider its stance of not informing residents and their family about audit findings before any regulatory action is confirmed? Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So, first and foremost, I'd like to assure members and members of the public that MOH has a robust regime, audit, thematic audits, off-cycle audits, in making sure that our nursing home operators maintain good standard of care, good clinical procedures, and to make sure the resident safety and welfare are taken care of from healthcare medical point of view. So this is already in place. And the audit findings for these 2 nursing homes are a feature, not a bug, of our regulatory framework. And as mentioned earlier in my reply, a large majority of the nursing homes with identified areas of improvement have taken steps to rectify them and sustain the improvements over time. In cases where we believe that they have not done so, and after repeated engagements with them, we take the extreme step of revoking license and making sure that we take care of the residents who are in their care. So this is a feature, not a bug. And to his point about supporting nursing homes, we do support all nursing homes through different support, from manpower training grants to different other supports for nursing homes, raising the collective standard of care and professionalism across the whole nursing home sector. So this is something we have been doing and will continue to do. Thirdly, on informing the family members, well, MOH first priority is to make sure those improvements are done, lapses are rectified, and make sure nothing endangers the residents' safety. And that is our first priority. And if really things don't improve, then we take extreme step of engaging the license operators. And in this case, two cases of nursing homes, we have to revoke license and make arrangements for residents to be taken care of in another facility. So these are the primary objectives. But we'll continue to see how we can think about meaningful information for family members. I know family members, when they put their loved ones in nursing homes, there's a range of factors they consider. Of course, first and foremost will be the safety, the health and welfare of the resident in the nursing home. But other factors include affordability, including different kind of considerations, vicinity to homes, etc. There are different merit variables in terms of considerations, and which continue looking at how we can provide meaningful information for caregivers and family members to make a decision.
I think I'll squeeze in one last PQ. Mr. Pritam Singh. SMS done.
Sir, from time to time, the Communicable Diseases Agency, or CDA, will need to conduct ground operations to contain disease outbreaks, such as the tuberculosis screening exercise that was carried out in Bedok recently. A key success factor for such operations is clear communications with residents, notwithstanding that residents were largely very appreciative of the efforts to keep them safe. This is because, in the absence of authoritative information, rumors were spread. Hence, in this case, the public will need to know exactly what to expect from the screening, the details and locations of the clusters, and be assured that the risk of TB transmission through casual visits or sharing a meal was low. Further, measures will need to be taken to minimize disruptions to businesses and the community. Hence, eligible hawkers and tenants also received rental and service and conservancy charge rebates to mitigate the temporary impact on their businesses. Finally, partnerships within CDA, community stakeholders, and grassroots organizations are critical. This ensures that public health measures are coordinated with community engagement and that any concerns are addressed promptly.
I'll allow a short SQ. Mr. Singh.
Obliged Speaker. I'd like to thank the SMS for the reply. I refer to the notice that was released by CDC on the 30th of April, where it said that the mandatory screening exercise would take place over 3 days, 4th to the 7th of May. This was the original timeline. And the impression that was created, in my view, suggested one of urgency and criticality. But the very act which triggered the exercise, the identification of 13 cases with genetic similarities, occurred between a period of 3 years, from January 2023 to February 2026. So would the SMS not agree that in future, perhaps a longer timeline for screening exercise or a differentiated regime for hawkers on the one hand and residents who may have transited through those areas where there is concern about a TB outbreak could be considered? Because that would reduce the anxiety faced by some of the hawkers, as SMS is aware. He was on the ground, I think, every day. In that regard, you would also, in my view, have a more accurate reflection of the urgency of the problem and what is being done to resolve it.
SMS Tan.
So I thank the member for his clarifications and questions. First, like I said in my earlier reply, CDA will have to do such precautionary screenings, in this case for TB, on a regular basis where needed. This is really part of a more proactive sentinel surveillance stance to minimize outbreaks of infectious diseases. So that's one. So we do so where we believe there's a case where we can take early action, intervene early to prevent future outbreaks. When future outbreaks happen, the cost of doing so and cost of intervening will be much higher, especially for individuals and the community. The second, the reason why I explained, well, you can refer to my social media post as well. I've done quite a fair bit, and I'm glad the member has so noted it when he came to visit me at Habib Bedok. CDA has also explained that the 13 cases were a period of 3 years, but with recent developments in whole genome sequencing, WGS capabilities, they were able to track that the tuberculosis TB bacteria was genetically linked across the 13 individuals, although none of them were from hawkers or merchants or people working at Habib Bedok or in the Bedok town. They were frequented the place, perhaps have a meal or used some of the facilities. But as a matter of precaution, we wanted to make sure we test everyone there, those who are working there, and those who frequent the facilities often, to really make sure that everyone is safe. And we try to explain it. And there are many learning points of how we could have explained it better, as the member has pointed out, and we take those learnings to heart, and CDA will see how better to improve the public communications to assure people. Right? So these are lessons that we have learned, and we will make sure that those lessons will be incorporated in our SOPs, standard operating procedures, and our approach next time. Lastly, I just want to thank the member for coming by at least a few times to my constituency to speak to my merchants, the hawkers, the residents. Thank you for your care and concern. And certainly, if that happens in our unit, I'll make sure my colleagues will make sure that we also return the favor and the care and concern for show care and concern to your residents. Thank you very much.
Order. End of question time. Clarification by Minister Indrani Raja.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a clarification in relation to 2 written answers on childcare leave issued by PMO on 25th September 2025 and 3rd February 2026 in response to parliamentary questions filed by Members of Parliament Ms. Cassandra Lee and Ms. Valerie Lee respectively. The answers cited the 2023 take-up rate of childcare leave by mothers as 58%. The correct figure ought to be 59%. I would therefore like to make this clarification to correct the record. Thank you.
Order. Ministerial statement. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a ministerial statement to this House regarding the determination on the Committee of Privileges findings on the conduct of Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap. On 14th January 2026, this House debated and passed a motion on expression of regret at the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and consideration of his suitability to continue as the leader of the opposition. The resolutions in that motion relating to Mr. Singh were all dealt with and concluded on that day. One matter, however, remained outstanding. Members will recall that in the 5th limb of that motion, this House noted that the High Court judgment and the committee's findings have implications for Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap, which have to be considered separately. That is unfinished business which has to be dealt with. The question is what to do with the findings regarding Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal in the Committee of Privileges report on the complaint against Ms. Raisa Khan for untruth spoken in Parliament, specifically the committee's findings that Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal were untruthful to the Committee of Privileges about what was said at the 8th August meeting. I am now dealing with that today. To recap briefly, a key issue in the Committee of Privileges inquiry was what was said at the meeting of 8th August 2021 between Ms. Khan and the 3 senior Workers' Party leaders, Mr. Pritam Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal. In particular, whether Ms. Khan was told to suppress the fact that she had told an untruth in Parliament, i.e. that she should take it to the grave. The 3 WP leaders all denied this. The committee found otherwise. As the findings against Mr. Singh were the most serious, the House referred his case to the public prosecutor. This enabled the matter to be independently investigated, and if charges were brought, Mr. Singh would be able to defend himself with the benefit of legal representation, and it would be for the court to determine whether the charges were proven beyond reasonable doubt. In relation to Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal, the committee found that they had lied about what was said at the meeting of 8th August. The report stated, and I quote, Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal attended the 8th August meeting. They agreed to Mr. Singh's advice that the untruth should be buried and that Ms. Khan would not have to tell the truth. They did not tell the truth to the committee about that meeting, unquote. However, the committee considered Ms. Lim's and Mr. Faisal's roles in the matter to be subsidiary and noted that both had been somewhat helpful to the committee, albeit in a limited way. The committee therefore recommended that consideration of what, if anything, should be done about their conduct of stating untruths to the committee should be deferred until the conclusion of investigations and/or criminal proceedings against Mr. Singh. Parliament accepted the committee's recommendation. This was done to be fair to Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. If the investigations or court proceedings produced evidence inconsistent with the committee's findings, Parliament could take that into account before deciding what, if any, action should be taken. Pending that process, Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal were given the benefit of the doubt. The criminal proceedings against Mr. Singh concluded on 4th December 2025 when the High Court judgment was delivered. On 14th January 2026, Parliament passed a resolution noting that the High Court judgment and the committee's findings had implications for Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. Let me explain why. During the committee hearings, Ms. Lim denied that Mr. Singh had told Ms. Khan to take her untruth to the grave. She said that there was no discussion on this point. Mr. Faisal's evidence was that all three WP leaders did not remark on Ms. Khan's confession that she had lied and did not discuss what to do about it. Thus, at the Committee of Privileges hearings, both Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal denied that Mr. Singh had advised Ms. Khan to take her lie to the grave and said that the matter was not discussed. However, now, after a full investigation, trial, and appeal dealing with this issue, the courts have expressly and conclusively found that at the 8 August 2021 meeting, at which all three WP leaders were present, Ms. Khan's untruth was discussed, and Mr. Singh had lied when he denied that he told Ms. Khan to take it to the grave, it meaning her untruth. The court's findings directly contradict Ms. Lim's and Mr. Faisal's evidence. It follows logically from the court's findings that their evidence to the committee was not true. The court judgment effectively confirmed the findings of the committee in relation to Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. The question that arises is what is to be done in light of this. That is the unresolved issue that was deferred for decision. In principle, if someone gave untrue evidence to a committee of Parliament and did so knowingly or intentionally, this would be dishonourable conduct and a serious contempt of Parliament and would be dealt with under the Parliament Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act 1962, or the PPIPA. Ordinarily, if there is evidence someone has lied to a select committee, I would initiate the PPIPA process for dealing with such conduct. However, there are certain timelines within which such action must take place. Let me explain. In most cases, offences under the PPIPA can be dealt with fairly quickly and in the same session of Parliament. Occasionally, the offence may occur in one session of Parliament, but for whatever reason, Parliament may not be able to deal with it immediately, and it is dealt with in a subsequent session of Parliament. However, in the interest of finality, there are constraints on this. Under Section 22 of the PPIPA, Parliament has the power to punish offences which have been committed in either A, the preceding session, or B, the last session of the preceding Parliament. The previous Parliament, that's the 14th Parliament, was first constituted on 24th August 2020. It was prorogued on 24th March 2023 and reopened on 10th April 2023. It was dissolved on 15th April 2025. The 14th Parliament, therefore, had 2 sessions. In this case, the relevant conduct of Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal took place in 2021, during the first session of the 14th Parliament. Mr. Singh was convicted by the District Court on 17 February 2025. This was during the second session of the 14th Parliament. However, Parliament rightly deferred consideration of Ms. Lim's and Mr. Faisal's cases until the court process had concluded. Those proceedings concluded only on 4th December 2025, when the High Court delivered its judgment. By then, the 14th Parliament had been dissolved, a general election had taken place, and the 15th Parliament had begun. Under Section 22 of the PPIPA, this 15th Parliament can only deal with offences committed either in this session of the 15th Parliament or during the second session of the 14th Parliament. As the conduct in question took place during the first session of the 14th Parliament, it is no longer open to this 15th Parliament to impose any penalties in respect of this conduct under the PPIPA. This does not mean that Parliament is without recourse. The House could, if it wished, pass a motion to express regret at such conduct. Such a motion would serve to signal Parliament's disapproval, as it did in Mr. Singh's case in January this year. However, it should be noted that in the January motion, this House had already signalled its clear disapproval of lying to Parliament or its committees. Given the very specific circumstances of this case, it is my view that no further action need be taken by this House in relation to the committee's finding regarding Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal. Had the timelines been different, I would have proposed a different course of action. This outcome has happened because even though this House was entitled to act on the committee's findings in 2021, it decided to give Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal the benefit of the doubt for the time being. Even though the committee's findings have now been effectively confirmed by the High Court judgment, the law, in this case, the time bar provisions of PPIPA, must be observed. Unless any member objects, we can now bring this matter to a close.
Before I call honourable members for clarifications, if any, I should point out that pursuant to Standing Order 23, members may seek clarification on the ministerial statement, but no debate shall be allowed thereon. Members can seek clarifications by way of asking questions. So I seek members' understanding to keep your clarifications clear and concise so that the Leader of the House can answer as many clarifications as possible. Likewise, I'll ask the Leader of the House to also keep your answers clear and concise. Any clarifications from Minister? Ms. Lim?
Thank you, Speaker. I've noted what the Minister is proposing that the House do. I'm not standing up to object to it, but I think it's important for me to also state that my response on some of the issues that she mentioned, I've made them on the 14th of January during the debate on the motion on the LO, and I don't think I need to repeat them. That's all.
Leader?
I thank Ms. Lim for her indication that she will not be objecting to my recommendation. And likewise, when she made those statements on the 14th of January, I had also responded on the 14th of January, and my statements are on record.
Order. End of ministerial statement. Introduction of government bill. Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Road Traffic Act 1961 and the Motor Vehicles Third-Party Risks and Compensation Act 1960.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the notice of motion.
Item 1, a notice of motion on reinforcing Singapore's position as a global transport hub.
Ms. Tim Peling.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House affirms the importance of strengthening Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness by leveraging international cooperation, frontier technology, and world-class infrastructure to reinforce Singapore's position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, and to anchor good jobs in Singapore. The Government Parliamentary Committee for Transport, comprising me as the chairperson, and fellow PAP members of Parliament, Mr. Edward Chia, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, Ms. Poli San, Mr. Jackson Lam, whose names are set down on the order paper, as well as Mr. Liang Eng-Hwa, Mr. Ang Wei Neng, and Mr. Sharil Taha, is moving this motion as Singapore is compelled to rethink how we remain globally connected as we confront an ever-dynamic geopolitical environment and an emerging technological game changers. This motion is future-facing and strategic because transport is about connectivity across 3 domains: land, sea, and air. And connectivity enables economic prosperity that ultimately is about improving lives. Day-to-day land transport issues remain important and a priority to the Transport GPC. But they are not the focus of today's debate. To be clear, the GPC firmly recognizes that day-to-day public transport issues affect Singaporeans' everyday lives, and their importance cannot be understated. But we have discussed these issues many times in and out of this House, and will continue to have ample opportunities to do so. A number were raised during the Land Transport Bill in February this year, and I expect further sittings later this year will address them too. I therefore urge honourable colleagues to focus this debate on what is set out in today's motion. For this motion, I will begin by setting the context and putting forth a few recommendations. My GPC colleagues will in turn address the different tenets of the statement in greater detail. And I welcome more perspectives and ideas from other honourable colleagues speaking today. I would also like to take this chance to thank our Transport GPC Resource Panel, who took time to share their experiences and suggestions, which offered us different perspectives to consider when preparing for this debate. Connectivity is destiny. History offers no clearer proof of transport infrastructure as destiny than the railway age. Albuquerque in New Mexico is a good example. In 1880, the first train pulled in, connecting the town to major cities and trade networks, bringing a wave of opportunities that transformed it almost overnight. Around the new station, hotels, cafes, warehouses, and small factories flourished, creating opportunities for workers and entrepreneurs alike. At sea and in the air, Dubai tells the same story. Jebel Ali Port, built in the 1970s to serve a modest emirate, became the gravitational center that pulled in manufacturing, logistics, finance, and tourism. That maritime foundation then enabled something larger. Today, Jebel Ali Port, its adjacent free zone, and Al Maktoum Airport together form the Dubai Logistics Corridor, linking sea, land, and air across 200 square kilometers, connecting more than 6,500 companies with a 30-minute link between port and airport. A fishing village became a global hub by treating each node of connectivity as a building block for the next. Singapore is the clearest demonstration of all 3 modes working together across 2 centuries. It began with sea connectivity. We became a free port, and our population grew from 1,000 in 1819 to more than 10,000 in 1825, with trade volume reaching $22 million. By the 1830s, Singapore overtook Batavia as the center of regional trade, linking the Chinese, Southeast Asian, and European Indian Ocean trading networks. One decision to be a free port turned a fishing settlement into a regional emporium within a generation. Singapore then turned to the air. By 1980, Paya Lebar Airport was handling over 7 million passengers a year, far beyond what the site could accommodate. The government built Changi, which opened in 1981, and in its first year, handled 12.1 million passengers and close to 200,000 tons of air freight. Today, it connects over 170 cities, anchoring Singapore's position as a logistics and business hub entirely disproportionate to our size. Why this matters now? Global connectivity is existential for Singapore. Ensuring multi-route and multimodal connectivity matters more than ever in today's uncertain geopolitical climate. Because in an uncertain world, resilience isn't measured by size. It's measured by how many ways we have to get through. Thus, a small country like ours needs to have strong, multiple connections as the foundation of our national resilience. Global geopolitical shocks have always had an impact on Singapore, but increasingly so. The Russia-Ukraine war caused supply chain disruption, energy crunch, and inflation. US tariffs disrupted our export-oriented economy as MNCs reconfigured their supply chains. And most recently, the conflict affecting the Strait of Hormuz triggered energy price spikes, regional port congestion, and inflated marine insurance costs. Singapore needs options to stay connected, to keep goods and people flowing in and out, whatever the disruption. Ironically, the recent geopolitical situation along the Strait of Hormuz has also increased global reliance on the Strait of Malacca, where we are strategically situated. This represents both opportunity and risk for us. We must have the capacity and the capability to handle the rising flows, or we risk choke points and losing trade to other ports. This means working more closely with neighbors in the region so that we can manage trade volume and storage demands together and achieve a win-win outcome for all. Singapore's transport system must be adaptive and responsive. So the strategy for Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness is multimodal global connectivity. The critical success factors for achieving it are three: frontier technologies, international cooperation, and world-class infrastructure. Together, they serve one ultimate goal: generating and anchoring meaningful jobs for Singaporeans to take up and grow in. Let me address each in turn. First, on frontier technologies. As the world digitalizes and frontier technologies scale, Singapore cannot afford to lag in adoption. At its core, leveraging frontier technology is about orchestration, predictability, and efficiency. On artificial intelligence, Singapore's advantage was never just scale. It is about throughput, reliability, and orchestration across a small, dense node sitting on major trade lanes. AI's biggest contribution is not automating individual vehicles or terminals in isolation. It is making the whole system, port, airport, roads, warehouses, customs, all behaving as one coordinated network instead of separate silos. Initiatives such as Oceans X and the Maritime Digital Twin are strong building blocks toward this vision. Oceans X enables system-to-system connectivity between maritime companies and government agencies, with digital port clearance as an initial service. The Maritime Digital Twin combines real-time and historical port data with simulation and modeling tools, giving agencies, industry, and researchers a shared environment to test what-if scenarios and de-risk decisions before they happen at sea. This includes using AI to calculate tighter vessel berthing configurations so that more ships can park safely within the same limited space. On autonomous vehicles, AVs are the physical execution layer for AI orchestration. Together, this combination lets Singapore compress turnaround times and run operations 24/7, increasing our ports' effective capacity without expanding their footprint. Today, AV adoption is most advanced at Tuas Port and in our maritime domain. As we scale our experience with AI and AVs there, we should also extend this cautiously to other domains to complement existing services and fill gaps. The Ministry of Transport has made commendable progress in meaningfully deploying frontier technologies. But more can be done to harness this power and extend Singapore's advantage. I therefore call on the Ministry to consider, number one, beef up on R&D into AI applications and AI governance across land, sea, and air transport. This means greater investment in funding and in expertise, with transport innovation established as a key pillar of our national strategy. Given our hub status, and with the right infrastructure and governance, we can build rich, live data sets and applications that generate innovative transport solutions. These solutions will not only benefit Singapore's own growth, they can be exported to other countries, enhancing interoperability. Because if our partners adopt them, we are in effect operating on the same system and the same standards. Second, deepen our digital twins. As we build higher quality data and stronger digital twin systems for our ports, airports, and logistics network, disruptions such as storms, cyber attacks, geopolitical choke point closures can be simulated and rerouted close to real time, rather than leaving us on the back foot when they hit. Third, work towards a One Singapore transport twin. Today, our AI gains sit largely within single domains, land, sea, or air, operating on their own. What would be transformative is linking the maritime digital twin, an airport twin, and a land network twin into one system, using AI to orchestrate genuinely intermodal decisions. Fourth, prepare, but carefully, for agentic AI. This integration raises the potential for agentic AI, autonomous agents that orchestrate and make decisions on their own. This is likely still some way off, as agentic governance has not been fully worked through. The good news is that Singapore has already introduced version 1.5 of the Model Governance Framework for Agentic AI, a world first and a strong start. But more research and experimentation are needed before we can confidently deploy such agents in transport, where the consequences of error carry real physical risk. Fifth, keeping humans in the loop. Finally, with AI and AVs, we must be clear-eyed that technology is meant to enable and improve lives, not to replace people. This means deliberate effort to preserve human oversight and to create meaningful jobs for our people, a point that I will return to later. My colleague, Mr. Edward Chia, will speak more on the use of AI in the region and corresponding support for SMEs. Likewise, Mr. Jackson Lam will speak more on building the smartest integrated hub leveraging the technology. And Mr. Ang Wei Neng will speak on the deployment of AVs in transport. Now I move on to international cooperation. Global connectivity is only possible if other countries are willing to interact and operate under the same rules and standards, or at least a common understanding. This is what instills confidence and delivers efficiency. Common standards enable interoperability, and interoperability delivers efficiency. But a ship, an aircraft, or a container only benefits from Singapore's efficiency if the country on the other end recognizes our clearances, honors the same safety standards, and trusts that any dispute arising here will be resolved fairly. On this front, the Ministry of Transport has served Singapore excellently, playing an influential role and negotiating favorable terms at the IMO under UNCLOS, at the ICAO, and other platforms. Many agreements and technical standards covering safety and operations are already in place. But this is continuous work, especially as we digitalize. Data standards, secure cross-border data governance, bridging the uneven maturity of digital trade documents such as the Bill of Lading, and cyber incident reporting, specific transport, are examples to name a few. As the world risks fragmenting further, with the US pulling back from multilateral engagement, there is a renewed and urgent imperative for Singapore, alongside other smaller states, to stand together to uphold the rule of law. This demands skilled statecraft and sustained effort to engage and negotiate. But closer to home, we must also ensure our ties and agreements with our neighbours remain strong, because as a regional bloc, we carry far greater global weight together than any of us do alone. Singapore must continue to take the lead in pushing for this. Here, I call on the Ministry to consider, first, pushing harder for international cooperation, especially within ASEAN. As Singapore assumes the ASEAN chairmanship next year, how will the government ensure that land, sea, and air connectivity within the region is a priority on the agenda? What can this House expect to see tabled at the regional meetings? Second, build an ASEAN digital backbone for transport. An ASEAN data lakehouse that allows verifiable data to be accessed securely, and a shared regional infrastructure layer for cross-border, cross-domain orchestration and innovation. Third, putting governance first. For this integration to succeed safely, particularly with AI agents as a possible future feature, we need robust governance, including sovereign data governance, AI governance, and certification standards for autonomous decision-making, developed in step with the technology and in context of transport. My colleague, Mr. Sharil Taha, will speak more on international leadership and standard setting and Singapore as an orchestrator in ASEAN. I move on to infrastructure. Given everything I've said so far, it is clear that infrastructure today cannot be purely physical nor purely digital. We need hybrid infrastructure that integrates digital capability directly into the physical build. Tuas Port and Changi Terminal 5 are the clearest examples of this, both designed with automation and data systems built into the concrete from the outset. New projects will, of course, be hybrid by design, but we must also upgrade our existing infrastructure so that both old and new hard infrastructure can collect data to enable real-time prediction and intervention, so that the digital twins we rely on are not limited to historical data, but stay live to dynamic, real-world conditions as they happen. From optimizing berthing and warehouse capacity to developing a digital freight corridor linking port, airport, and warehousing with shared real-time visibility as autonomous vehicles move cargo from port to destination, these outcomes are only achievable if our physical infrastructure can keep pace with the software and AI agents running on top of it. Here, my question is, what more will the Ministry of Transport do to upgrade or build future-ready hybrid infrastructure so that Singapore is well-placed to continue being a global hub? Beyond hybrid infrastructure within our borders, we should also look beyond Singapore's immediate geographical bounds, extending our hub function into complementary cities and ports across the ASEAN region to cope with overflow demand while keeping the highest margin activities here at home. The Singapore-Johor-Riau Islands, or SJORI, approach has served us well and continues to be upgraded today. Building on this, the same model could arguably extend to other parts of the region, though we will need to carefully consider what stays in Singapore and what is better sited elsewhere, so that the arrangement remains mutually beneficial. My colleague, Mr. Liang Eng Wah, will speak more about building infrastructure to support the electrification and digitalization of land transport and to connect Singapore and Malaysia. On to a note on sustainability. As we pursue all of the above, we should expect increased flows of goods and people, even as we must meet our green commitments to decarbonize. The topic on sustainability must thus be considered. My colleague, Ms. Poli San, will be speaking more on sustainability and specifically about positioning Singapore as an international green air hub. Singapore has made admirable progress on sustainable aviation fuel, but more can be done to diversify both the sources of our transport fuels and the routes through which we import them. Diversifying the sources of green fuel is a matter for our overall trade and energy strategy and not one for this debate. But transport is directly relevant because we must find ways to secure the transport of green energy itself, to power Singapore's transport sector and indeed every other national need. Transport must be part of our national resilience strategy. The ASEAN Power Grid is a good example of a regional initiative that optimizes the matching of green energy supply and demand across the region, but it carries risks that we must be prepared for. Let me share one example, and here I declare my interest as co-president of a group that includes a deep tech company developing next-generation energy systems. Cambodia and Indonesia have abundant green energy, solar and hydro, but transporting that energy to Singapore through conventional undersea cables, which was the best option we had, leaves us exposed to extrinsic risks such as possible regional conflict and maritime accidents. No legal agreement can fully guard against those risks. We must therefore also develop alternative means of transporting energy, such as shipping energy in the form of hydrogen stored in solid-state containers, so as to ensure our resilience is not dependent on a single physical link. Now, as I said at the outset, all of these efforts to strengthen Singapore's global connectivity in logistics, maritime, and aviation exist to secure our long-term economic competitiveness, which ultimately is about creating good opportunities for Singaporeans. It has to be. My colleague, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, will speak more on this. The development of these domains must therefore translate into higher value jobs that Singaporeans can take up competently and confidently. Take our maritime sector as an example. It employs around 170,000 people today and is entering a new phase where automation and AI are not eliminating jobs so much as elevating them. As Tuas Port scales up with automated cranes, AGVs, and remote-controlled operations, PSA has been explicit that this shift is meant to free up resources while creating more higher-value jobs for Singaporeans in remote port operations, systems monitoring, and control center management, moving away from manual yard work. As public and private maritime investment grows, we should also expect real demand for Singaporean talent in maritime R&D, data science, and technology commercialization. The scaling of AI points to a new generation of maritime careers, higher skilled, better paid, and built around the very technologies reshaping this industry globally. But for this to succeed, we must equip and support current and future workers in land, sea, and air transport with the right skills and training. One of the feedback from our GPC resource panel members was that there are insufficient workers technically trained for the new technologies now being deployed. AVs and smart equipment, for instance, often run on proprietary software or contain parts requiring specialized handling. So, the job opportunities are there, but our workers need to be trained to take them up. We must also do more to attract Singaporeans into these careers, raising awareness in schools and building meaningful career pathways. Private sector players need to work more closely with our schools to ensure skills match market demand, and schools need to adapt their curriculum with agility to keep pace with technological change. AI is a good example of just how fast that pace can be. New models emerge within months, and entire capabilities can shift direction just as quickly. When Anthropic introduced a new feature called Skills for its Claude AI in October 2025, it let AI follow specialized, step-by-step instructions for particular tasks, instead of figuring things out from scratch each time. It sounds like a small change, but it meant these tools could suddenly be trusted to handle more complex work on their own. If our curriculum cannot keep pace with shifts like this, our workers risk being trained for yesterday's technology. A related feedback from our GPC resource panel was the need for competency frameworks and curriculum to be reviewed and refreshed regularly, and to do so without being weighed down by conventional approval processes that could take up to a year. By the time such approval comes through, the technology will already have moved on. Much good work has already been done in manpower development, but in light of these broader trends, I call on the government to consider, firstly, expand existing career conversion and transition programs, as well as other skills future programs, to include updated and specialized tracks that meet the demands of future transport, so that mid-career workers get real support to transition. Second, strengthen public-private partnerships with our institutes of higher learning, so that curriculum stay fit for market in the logistics, maritime, and aviation domains, and explore how these curriculum can be kept alive to the latest technological and industrial developments, rather than fixed at the point of approval. Third, engaging students earlier, so that they are equipped with the right information before they enter our Institute of Higher Learning and choose their course or specialization. Mr. Speaker, allow me to now speak in Mandarin.
Mr. Speaker, The motion we debate today seeks to explore how Singapore can consolidate its position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub through international cooperation, frontier technologies, and the building of world-class infrastructure, thereby strengthening our long-term economic competitiveness and creating more and better jobs for Singaporeans. In the face of a rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape and the disruption brought by emerging technologies, Singapore must rethink how to maintain the deep connectivity with the world. This motion seeks to examine transport across all three domains, land, sea, and air, through a strategic lens. There's this ancient saying that as a mirror, history can show you the rise and fall of dynasties. Throughout history, there is no shortage of examples of cities and states that grew prosperous through connectivity. For example, Sima Qian's records of the grand historian accounts of the moneymakers as an example. He explicitly identifies cities such as Linzi, Handan, Wan, Luoyang, and Han as great metropolises and points out that the root of their wealth lay precisely in their position as transport hubs. Handan connected northward to Yan and Zhuo cities and southwards to Zheng and Wei cities. Linzi was a great metropolis between the sea and mountains, and Luoyang traded eastwards with Qi and Lu and southwards with Liang and Chu cities. He further explains that when the Han Dynasty unified the realm, it opened the passes and bridges and lifted restrictions on mountains and marshes. Thus, wealthy merchants and great traders circulated throughout the land, and there was nothing that could not be traded. The Grand Canal also offered another good example. It gave rise to celebrated cities such as Yangzhou, Huai'an, Jining, and Linqing. In short, once a unified state removes the barriers between the passes and bridges, merchants and travelers can then move freely, and cities flourished as a result. Global connectivity is a matter of survival and development for Singapore. We live now in an era of profound geopolitical uncertainty, and ensuring multi-route, multimodal connectivity has never been so important. As a small nation lacking in natural resources, having a robust and diversified channels of global connectivity is key to maintaining our national resilience. And to date, Singapore has much to be proud of in international cooperation, the adoption of new technologies, and building of high-quality infrastructure. But we must look to redouble our efforts ahead. Singapore needs to deepen cooperation with ASEAN member states, learning from our partners' strength and complementing one another. We need to build stronger physical and digital integrated infrastructure that can operate under unified systems and standards without compromising national sovereignty and security. We need to increase investment in the application of artificial intelligence in transport, as well as AI governance research. Embracing these frontier technologies can also help us simulate better scenarios so that we can be better prepared to meet challenges and improve precision and foresight, and therefore enhance our efficiency and productivity. But at the same time, we must be vigilant not to displace our people in pursuit of economic gain, because at the end of the day, all these efforts are meant to improve the lives of our people. We must therefore invest more in helping those already in the workforce to reskill or to pivot, and be more deliberate in training our youth. This is not about building a talent pipeline and reserve for the land, sea, and air transport sectors, but also about helping Singaporeans seize more valuable opportunities.
Inherit our connectivity. We built it deliberately, chapter by chapter, and this House now holds the pen for the next one. Frontier technology, international cooperation, and world-class infrastructure are the critical success factors that will cement Singapore's position as a global logistics, maritime, and aviation hub, and in turn, determine whether we sustain our economic competitiveness and create good jobs for Singaporeans. I beg to move.
The question is, as moved by Ms. Tim Pei Ling, Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I declare that I'm a consultant in a law firm which services maritime and logistics businesses. The motion today calls on this House to affirm the critical importance of strengthening Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness by leveraging international cooperation, frontier technologies, and world-class infrastructure to reinforce our position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, and to anchor good jobs in Singapore. I start with the standard of competitiveness and the changing horizon. We are not blessed with natural resources, a massive domestic hinterland, nor an expansive geography footprint. Capitalizing on our geographical position, continuous investments and sustained developmental efforts since independence have allowed us to establish Singapore as both a maritime and an aviation hub. In 2025, the Singapore port handled 44.66 million TEUs of container throughput, while the bunkering sector supplied over 56 million tons of marine fuel. Concurrently, Changi Airport has steadily recovered from the severe travel freezes of the COVID-19 pandemic, returning the high volumes of passenger traffic and air freight processing. We are now working on mega projects such as Tuas Port and Changi Terminal 5. But, Mr. Speaker, past operational success does not guarantee resilience against future structural changes. The rules of global commerce are shifting. Competition in logistics, aviation, and maritime operations is moving away from purely physical throughput towards ownership of the software data systems and digital platforms that orchestrate these global movements. For example, value is rapidly shifting to the owners of global vessel tracking networks and automated AI logistic platforms rather than the physical ports they connect. As we debate this motion on preserving our long-term competitiveness, we must continue to evaluate the structural vulnerabilities underlying our transport hub status. We must actively fight to defend our share of the high-value supply chain, ensuring that these digital and analytical segments remain anchored in Singapore, rather than losing ground to rival digital hubs. If we focus solely on physical asset efficiency, we risk watching the true values of the global supply chain migrate to digital capitals elsewhere. Next, the geopolitical crucible, regional disputes, and hub resilience. Our long-term economic competitiveness cannot be divorced from our immediate geopolitical resilience. The past half a year has thrown our trade dependencies into sharp relief. The severe escalation in the Middle East following the outbreak of hostilities between the US and Iran in late February 2026 has severely disrupted shipping and energy flows through the Straits of Hormuz and shattered hopes of global supply chain normalization. The crisis has once again demonstrated how quickly geopolitical shocks can reverberate through international trade networks and affect interconnected economies like Singapore. For the first time in recent memory, global maritime and aviation corridors have faced simultaneous closures. We must look closely at how these multimodal disruptions have impacted Singapore over the past 6 months to extract vital lessons for our future survival. Next, the maritime hub, energy shocks, and equipment contagion. The closure of Hormuz has sent severe shockwaves through our maritime transshipment and bunkering operations. First, the immediate halt of outbound crude oil and LNG from the Persian Gulf triggered an unprecedented global energy price shock. This inflated fuel costs rapidly, introducing extreme price volatility that severely squeezed carrier margins. Second, although primary east-west container shipping routes do not depend directly on the Persian Gulf, the conflict has nevertheless created significant knock-on effects across global logistics networks. Thousands of containers become stranded within affected regional supply chains, reducing equipment availability and disrupting normal cargo flows. As carriers rapidly reshuffled schedules, redeployed vessels, and adjusted service networks, major transshipment hubs face the challenge of accommodating irregular arrival patterns and maintaining operational reliability amid heightened uncertainty. According to the Ministry of Transport, this capacity crunch led to severe vessel bunching at the Port of Singapore as container lines rapidly reshuffled schedules, omitted regional Middle Eastern port calls entirely, and arrived at our berth in unpredictable, highly concentrated clusters. Finally, the crisis has proven that neutral flags are no longer safe. Commercial vessels navigating adjacent routes have faced direct kinetic threats from drone strikes, alongside sophisticated cyber threats like satellite spoofing and GNSS jamming, driving global maritime insurance premiums to punitive highs. This included a Singapore-registered ship, the Ever Lovely, on 25 June 2026. The lesson for Singapore is clear. The MPA can accelerate strategies to anchor alternative multimodal trade corridors and remains capable of responding rapidly when competing aviation corridors face disruption. Sorry, I say again. The MPA can accelerate strategies to anchor alternative multimodal trade corridors and aggressively diversify our bunkering and energy supply networks away from traditional geopolitical checkpoints. PSA can continually expand its dynamic yacht capacity planning and utilize predictive AI tools to act as a reliable shock absorber when global schedules collapse. Next, the air hub space constraints and a rerouting penalty. Parallel to the maritime shocks, extensive airspace restrictions across parts of the Middle East have fundamentally reconfigured international aviation. The disruption has affected airline scheduling, fleet deployment, and the operational efficiency of several major aviation hubs like Dubai and Doha. The episode has also demonstrated the value of maintaining a resilient and globally connected aviation hub. As airlines adjusted flight paths and network strategies to navigate operational uncertainties, Changi Airport and Singapore Airlines were well positioned to capture the traffic opportunities arising from disruptions elsewhere. This reinforces the importance of operational flexibility and strong airline partnerships so that Singapore remains capable of responding rapidly when competing aviation corridors face disruptions. However, these traffic flows come with operational challenges. Longer routing patterns around affected airspaces increase flight times, fuel consumption, operating costs, and carbon emissions. While the government's decision to postpone the implementation of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Levy to January 27 provides airlines with greater flexibility in navigating a volatile operating environment, Singapore must continue balancing sustainability objectives with the need to preserve Changi's competitiveness as a global aviation hub. To strengthen our air hub during periods of crisis, the CAG or MOT can consider targeted support measures to help carriers manage exceptional operational disruptions, while Singapore Airlines can continue maintaining the fleet flexibility necessary to redeploy capacity rapidly across regions as circumstances evolve. For the rest of my speech, I'll be concentrating on certain issues affecting our maritime and logistics hubs. Next, the strategic vulnerability, the adopter versus creator gap. While handling geopolitical crisis requires tactical agility, solving our core structural bottleneck requires a profound policy shift across our maritime and logistics sectors. We are world-class technology adopters. When overseas firms develop advanced cargo hardware or automated systems, Singapore is usually the first to integrate and run them efficiently. Our state-backed operators excel at deploying capital to operationalize foreign innovations. For example, while Tuasport leads the world in automated fleet scale, its heavy autonomous vehicles and high-power charging architectures are built on large-scale procurements from foreign engineering giants like Xiasun and ABB. But let us ask an uncomfortable question. Who owns the core software system? The stark reality is that many local ship managers, airlines, freight forwarders, logistics operators continue to rely heavily on foreign-developed software platforms for critical operational functions. And in shipping, it includes emissions, monitoring and regulatory compliance. Operators rely on European systems like Norway's Kongsberg. The management layer is dominated by Western or North Asian tech conglomerates. Voyage planning and fleet optimization, the industry defaults to platforms like America's Vicent Nautical. Vessel and asset management, and also supply chain visibility and cargo tracking. And in this, the management layer is dominated by Western or North Asian tech conglomerates. Across much of the global transport sector, the highest value software architects, data platforms, and proprietary algorithms remain concentrated in major technology centers outside Singapore. In the modern digital economy, physical assets are increasingly becoming commoditized. High margin value flows to those who own the digital platforms, capture data pipelines, and control proprietary algorithms. If Singapore is contented to be merely an adopter of foreign technology, the intellectual property, if Singapore remains content with being an exceptional adopter of foreign technology, we risk becoming a low-margin highway. The intellectual property and high-value decision-making will increasingly sit somewhere else, such as Silicon Valley, Oslo, or Shanghai. Next, confronting legal models, legacy models, and fragmented data. To bridge this gap, we must examine our underlying operations. Singapore hosts over 200 international shipping groups and thousands of logistics firms, yet day-to-day workflows remain legacy and relationship-driven. For many businesses, including our SMEs or other companies operating and managing ships for Singapore, as an example, when a critical machinery anomaly or cargo delays occur at sea, the current process is still highly manual. The crew logs the issue via email or vessel's planned maintenance system portal, and shore coordinators rely on disconnected spreadsheets or personal networks to source spare parts and reroute assets. This manual approach persists in many SMEs, even though modern ships generate a vast sea of real-time telemetry sensor data every second. Our national research ecosystem, including agencies such as A*STAR, can support SMEs in developing and adopting AI-driven predictive maintenance capabilities that analyze real-time operational telemetry to identify abnormal equipment behavior before failures occur. Such systems could support more efficient spare parts planning, minimize unplanned downtime, and strengthen operational reliability. Over time, more intelligent inventory management may also reduce the need for vessels to carry excessive onboard spare part inventories while maintaining safety and resilience. Next, re-evaluating our innovation and funding frameworks. The government has poured significant resources into these sectors through the Maritime Innovation and Technology Fund, MINT. Successive industry transformation maps have pushed for foundational digital standards, sustainable field test beds, and basic automated systems. However, our funding philosophies remain too cautious, incremental, and focus on short-term software adoption. While existing support schemes have played an important role in accelerating technology adoption and digitalization across the sector, a significant proportion of industry expenditure continues to flow towards commercially available solutions developed overseas. Although these technologies can deliver immediate productive gains, they do not necessarily build Singapore-owned intellectual property or create global exportable platforms. In many cases, we become successful users of technologies whose long-term economic value ultimately accrues elsewhere. To anchor true long-term competitiveness, our funding models can also make a bold shift from subsidizing technology adoption to financing proprietary creation. Next. 3 proposals for technological leadership. To actively transform Singapore from world-class transport operator into a global transport architect, I have 3 suggestions. 1, shift innovation funding to deep tech sovereign IP. We can consider allocating dedicated tranches within the main fund specifically towards the development of exportable Singapore-owned intellectual property alongside existing technology adoption initiatives. These programs can provide deeper co-investment support to consortia comprising of local universities, startup, research institutions, and transport operators working to develop bigger, globally competitive platforms. We must try to fund homegrown AI-driven global fleet analytics and end-to-end multimodal routing architectures coded and owned here. When international retailers look for global supply chain software, they should buy Singapore-made platforms, ensuring licensing revenues flow back into our economy. Next. 2, mandate share data standards via a national transport data trust. The greatest barrier to developing world-class transport AI is extreme data fragmentation. Every operator guards operational data carefully, often for legitimate commercial reasons. But this limits the ability of researchers and innovators to train powerful predictive models. Singapore successfully demonstrated how trusted data sharing can work through the Singapore Trade Data Exchange, or SG TradeX. We should therefore explore establishing a National Transport Data Trust, a secure, state-backed framework that enables participating operators to share anonymized operational data through common standards while safeguarding commercial sensibilities. Such a clean repository will hopefully attract top global AI talent. 3. Broaden global talent rotation to tech-native tracks. I welcome the Maritime Cluster Fund Global Rotation MCFGR scheme, which co-funds the overseas deployment of local middle managers to build international leadership depth. This excellent initiative should expand across our logistics pillars. But we must ensure these rotation programs include our tech-native talent. We should intentionally allocate global rotation lines to local software engineers and data scientists from our transport agencies or companies, deploying them to global tech hubs like Rotterdam or Silicon Valley. This will cultivate a specialized hybrid workforce that understands both deep code and ship operations. Next. Jobs. This extensive focus on platform architecture is fundamentally about safeguarding and upgrading high-quality jobs for Singaporeans. Singapore continues to face challenges in maintaining a sufficiently deep pipeline of local Singaporean maritime professionals, particularly in specialized seafaring, engineering, and operational roles that underpin our status as a global maritime hub. For over 2 decades, the supply of local Singapore mariners has faced structural pressures as fewer young Singaporeans choose seafaring careers. This creates a long-term challenge. It is difficult to design world-class ship management platforms, train advanced maritime AI systems, or lead global maritime enterprises without professionals who possess deep practical experience at sea. Equally, following the sale of NOL, Neptune Orient Lines, Singapore no longer has a national shipping line of the scale and strategic significance that NOL once represented. NOL was more than a commercial carrier. For generations of Singaporean deck officers and marine engineers, it provided a structured pathway to sea experience, rise to the ranks, and ultimately assume command responsibilities. The impact was not only felt at sea. Many former NOL officers later transitioned into shore-based roles across ship management, maritime services, logistics, port operations, maritime law, and ship finance. The company serves as an important pipeline for the wider maritime ecosystem, including public sector institutions and industry positions. My colleague, the Honourable MP Kenneth Teong, will be speaking more on this. Maritime hubs are ultimately built on people and expertise. Ports, vessels, and technology can be acquired, but deep operational knowledge and technology takes decades to cultivate. We therefore need to ensure that Singapore continues to provide sufficient opportunities for our mariners to gain practical seagoing experience and develop into the future leaders of our maritime sector. Otherwise, we may one day find ourselves facing the uncomfortable prospect of having to look overseas, even for some of the most critical leadership positions, such as our port master, marine superintendents, maritime regulators, and industry leaders. Mr. Speaker, our national strategy must follow a clear multi-tier approach. First, the government must aggressively support and build operational and seafaring careers among Singaporeans to feed our critical onshore management roles. I call on the MOT and MPA to significantly enhance our existing frameworks, such as the Tripartite Maritime Training Award. We must boost retention, incentive, enhance mid-career conversion pathway, and work with Singapore firms to improve shipboard working conditions and mental health support, making these foundational tracks attract our youth. Simultaneously, deploying frontier technology must be our second strategy. Deep maritime technology is not about replacing our people, it should be about scaling them. By building advanced automated systems, remote fleet management system, predictive maintenance systems, and operating firms, we can better enable our workforce to leverage their irreplaceable operational expertise from onshore command centers in Singapore.
Mr. Tan, you have less than a minute to go.
Yes, sir. By combining practical experience with advanced analytics, we can transform traditional operational careers into highly productive, technology-enabled professions, ensuring that more high-value decision-making and better-paying jobs remain in Singapore. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Singapore has never won by competing on physical size or sheer volume. We win by moving ahead of the curve. Today, the challenge is to master the digital and algorithmic architecture that commands our physical assets, like our ports. We must move decisively from an efficient technological adopter to an aggressive platform creator, shifting from operational excellence to global technological leadership. By capturing sovereign IP, breaking data silos, and building a tech-augmented local workforce, we can reinforce Singapore's position as the indispensable heart for maritime logistics for generations to come. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Singapore has always been more than just a place on the map. Our success has come from connecting people, businesses, and ideas with the rest of the world. For a small island with no natural resources, connectivity has never simply been about transport. It has been about survival, resilience, and economic competitiveness. Today, this remains just as true. Our aviation sector contributes around 5% of Singapore's GDP and directly employs more than 60,000 people. Our maritime sector is the world's largest container transshipment hub, handling a record of 41.12 million 20-foot equivalent units last year, with around 90% of the containers transshipped through our ports. These figures reflect the confidence the global businesses continue to place in Singapore as a trusted gateway to Asia. But we should never assume this position is guaranteed. Across our region, countries are investing heavily in ports, airports, and logistic infrastructure. Technology is reshaping global supply chains, while geopolitical tensions are making trade routes more uncertain. Businesses today are looking not only for the fastest route, but also for the most reliable and resilient one. In this environment, our future competitiveness will depend not only on the infrastructure we build, but also on how intelligently we use it. This is why I believe Singapore should focus on 3 priorities. First, we must become the world's smartest transport hub through AI and data. For decades, our competitive advantage has been operational excellence. The next leap forward will come from intelligence AI. AI can optimize cargo flows, predict equipment failures before they occur, improve vessel and aircraft scheduling, and detect supply chain disruptions before they become costly delays. Imagine identifying a disruption at a regional hub hours before it affects Singapore, allowing shipping schedules to be adjusted automatically or carrying out maintenance based on predictive analytics rather than fixed schedules, reducing downtime while improving safety. These technologies are no longer theoretical. They are already being deployed around the world. Singapore has also made encouraging progress. The Maritime and Port Authority has launched Singapore's first maritime digital twin, a real-time virtual model of our port that supports planning, risk management, and operational optimization. It is also working with industry partners to develop AI applications for route optimization, fuel efficiency, and predictive analytics. The next step is to connect these efforts across our ports, airports, logistic providers, and custom systems into an integrated digital ecosystem. When trusted data flows securely across the supply chain, cargo moves more efficiently, businesses gain greater visibility, and resources are used more productively. In other words, data itself becomes a source of competitive advantage. Second, Singapore should aspire not only to be a transport hub, but also a transport innovation hub. Throughout our history, Singapore has succeeded not by inventing every technology ourselves, but by becoming the place where innovations are tested, refined, and commercialized. We should apply that same philosophy to transport. Many promising innovations are emerging from SMEs and startups developing AI-powered logistic platforms autonomous inspection systems, warehouse automation, and digital trade solutions. Our ports and airports should become living test labs where these companies can test their innovation in real operating environments. If a Singapore company develops an AI solution that improves cargo handling at Tuas Port or streamline operation at Changi Airport, that solution can be exported across ASEAN and beyond. In doing so, we are not only exporting transport services, we are exporting Singaporean innovation, creating new opportunities for our enterprises while strengthening our position in regional value chains. Third, as technology transforms transport, we must invest just as strongly in our people. Whenever new technologies emerge, there are understandable concerns about automation replacing jobs. Technology changes jobs far more often than it eliminates them. The real question is whether workers are given the opportunity to adapt. As AI becomes embedded across our transport ecosystem, demand will grow for data analysts, system engineers, cybersecurity specialists, and digital operation managers. Our challenge is to ensure that Singaporeans are equipped to seize these opportunities. This also means to continue to strengthen our skill future, expanding industry attachment and supporting mid-career workers as they transition into emerging roles. It also means helping SMEs adopt new technologies. Digital transformation should not be something only large multinational companies can afford. If our SMEs can access technology, talent, and financing, they too can become part of Singapore's next growth story. Finally, as we become more digital, we must also become more secure. Transport today depends on data just as much as it depends on roads, ports, and airports. Cybersecurity, trusted digital identities, and secure cross-border data flows are therefore matters of national competitiveness. Businesses choose Singapore because they trust our institution and the reliability of our systems. As our transport system becomes increasingly digital, maintaining that trust will become one of our greatest competitive advantages. Mr. Speaker, sir, Singapore's story has never been one of standing still. Every generation has had to reinvent the foundation of our competitiveness. Today, we face another moment of transformation. Our future will not be determined simply by how many containers pass through our ports or how many passengers travel through our airports. It will be determined by whether Singapore becomes the place where technology, talent, trusted institution, and world-class infrastructure come together to create the transport ecosystem of the future. If we succeed, Singapore will remain not only a leading aviation and maritime hub, but also the world's most intelligent, trusted, and innovative transport hub. Creating better jobs for Singaporeans, strengthening our economic resilience, and reinforcing our position at the heart of global trade. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Speaker, in a world that is in turmoil, in retreat from multilateralism, it is often tempting and even, some say, intuitive for us to hunker down and look to protect our own first. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, Brexit, the success of the far right in many democratic systems are all reactions to the sense that many across the world have, that globalization has failed, that we must batten down the hatches to ensure we work towards Singapore, whether we or otherwise, first. Yet, I would argue that this worldview risks going down the very same pathways that would further entrench polarization. Competition and remaining competitive may have been Singapore's lifeblood, but I fear that focusing solely on competitiveness and protection would cause us to leave out areas of growth, of potential, that we must keep our sights on as we search to find ways and means in which to build a better future for our economy and our country. it also becomes important to have a hard look at where we stand in the world where truly global supply chains are being unpicked, localized, rewired, where sanctions and trade barriers are being erected and weaponized. And the role that I believe we must play has to revolve around trust, trust that we remain open, predictable, and never an instrument of another's strategic goals. And it is also why I believe that our way forward has to be a reframing of the role that we play in the world. Our foreign service teams and government agencies have done well in promoting and upholding Singapore's role in the international economic order, but more can be done to emphasize Singapore's facilitative approach, that is, to promote Singapore not simply as a competitor, but a connector. We should move away from thinking about how we compete with other great ports of the world, how we capture trade flows at the expense of other hubs, or to chase that higher ranking on a league table of port throughput, of airport connectivity. We should not see our role as accumulating trade flows for ourselves, but instead as a connector through which we make the movement of goods, people, capital, and ideas between other parties smoother, safer, faster, and more reliable. I now turn to our trade infrastructure. Apart from more obvious physical infrastructure such as roads, container ports, and airports, we should stay attentive to the growing importance of digital public infrastructure. This is defined generally as foundational hardware, software, regulatory frameworks, and networks which allow cross-border exchange of digitally ordered or delivered goods and services. Singapore already has an advantage in this area, particularly in terms of digital intensity. An APEC report published in 2024 ranked us among the best performing economies in terms of our overall digital infrastructure and digital governance frameworks. However, the same report shows a dip in Singapore's relative rank in the people pillar, defined as how well the economy's human capital leverages technology. This seems to be borne up by our attempts to digitalize our logistical supply chains. Way back in 2007, Singapore launched Trade Exchange to provide seamless interconnectivity among commercial and regulatory systems for the Singapore trade and logistics community. In 2018, this was replaced by the Network Trade Platform. However, this now appears to have been replaced by SG TradeX, the Singapore Trade Data Exchange, launched in June 2022. This platform was backed by MDDI and aims to streamline information flows and promote efficient data sharing across the fragmented global ecosystem through a common data highway. This new system was launched to facilitate digital trade and deter fraudsters, which became even more pressing in the wake of fraud allegations at trading companies and has demonstrated itself as a proof of concept. Yet, publicly available data suggests that SG TradeX, like Trade Exchange and the NTP before it, has not achieved universal use. Could the Minister thus clarify what progress had been made in terms of working towards the government's declared adoption and value creation metrics and toward universal usage of the system, and also details of how this platform is used beyond our shores? Additionally, what were the learning points taken on board from the previous attempts and the attempted rollouts of preceding platforms? More broadly, Singapore plays an important role in shaping the global digital economy, whether through its network of digital economy agreements or by co-convening the Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce at the WTO. Our agencies deserve commendation for their success in positioning Singapore as a connector despite the highly contested international digital trade landscape. Nonetheless, as Singapore plays this high-level role, we must look beyond the important but ultimately top-line questions of Singapore's competitiveness in such frameworks. Instead, we must pay more attention to whether such initiatives actually better the lives of our residents and generate value for our businesses. In particular, we must go beyond helping SMEs digitalize and instead equip them to take advantage of internationalization in the digital economy so that they are not just moving more effectively digitalizing their businesses, but evolving to become more valuable in the digital economy. That Singapore is seen as relatively weaker in the people pillar of the digital economy could mean that there is room for improvement. It suggests that Singaporeans and Singaporean companies are benefiting less from the digital economy when compared to those in other economies. We must also concern ourselves with the possibility of large multinational corporations dominating high-value ecosystems, while local enterprises take up low-value, low-margin activities. Thus, could the Minister provide more details on our efforts thus far in countering economic enclaving and on our plans to enable SMEs to continue playing their part in building Singapore's role as a connector? In view of this, we should think carefully about the apparent gap between our government's efforts, whether domestic or international, and the actual benefits felt by our people and companies. While we were recently told that median household market incomes for residents crossed the $12,000 mark, many Singaporeans still worry about wages relative to housing, transport, caregiving, and the assorted costs of living. There is a sense that even Singaporeans earning decent wages cannot feel secure, particularly when contrasted against job security in an age of AI and digitalization, and the safety nets available if they are rendered irrelevant by a fast-changing and cutthroat economy. Our SMEs, too, may struggle to see how the high-level agreements signed by our governments have helped them, if the value of any unlocked opportunities are snapped up by larger players, and they remain confined to an ever smaller margin. Could the Minister therefore share how the government assesses whether our digital economy and connectivity strategies are translating into tangible gains for the average Singaporean and Singaporean firms, not only in aggregate data, but in an economy clearly oriented towards better jobs, stronger local enterprises, greater SME participation, and a clear pathway for ordinary citizens to benefit from the future phases of growth? Any discussion about our role in global trade will not be complete without taking into account geopolitical complexities. Singapore needs the free flow of goods, people, and data to survive as an island and prosper as a trade-dependent economy. This reality makes us susceptible to geopolitical upheavals, major power rivalries and conflicts, even those far beyond our borders and control. But none of this implies that Singapore cannot and should not do more to mitigate the transportation and connectivity risks we face. We cannot overstate how exposed Singapore is. News reports and government data suggest that shipping, maritime, aviation, and related industries account for around 12% of Singapore's GDP. For Singapore's trade flows, which are about 3 times our GDP, 90% depends on sea lanes. Furthermore, we continue to rely on imports to meet our energy needs and our nutritional needs, especially given our move away from the 30 by 30 sufficiency goal. If Singapore's connectivity with the world is disrupted, we will find it hard to make a living, to keep the lights on, or even to put food on the table. Conflicts in Europe and the Middle East have directly affected everyday activity in Singapore, and we continue to feel the consequence today when we pay our utilities bills, fill our gas tanks, or shop for daily groceries. The expansion of modern conflict to include attacks on critical infrastructure, such as damage to submarine cables around the Baltics, Taiwan, and the Red Sea, or the use of economic coercion and other grey zone tactics, whether these are blockades or disinformation campaigns, underscore how Singapore and Singaporeans may bear the brunt and costs of these apparently faraway developments, even if we are not direct parties to the conflict. Faced with such tumult, we cannot afford to settle for being an oasis of superficial stability. Instead, we must actively assure both Singaporeans and international partners that Singapore will remain reliable, valuable, and connected in any future scenario. So, while the current government looks at enhancing Singapore's position as a transportation and communications hub, I would like to seek more details on our plans for making Singapore the location of choice, despite our earlier mentioned exposure. In the plans for transportation, could the government lay out more fully how they intend to mitigate the risk of Singapore being cut off from global and regional transportation networks and communication lines? Could the Minister clarify the specific risk frameworks and contingency plans that would keep Singapore connected if key maritime, aviation, digital, or energy supply routes are disrupted, and how these plans and frameworks are coordinated across agencies? Singapore has been severely tested in the past. The COVID-19 pandemic tested the resilience of our open economy, bringing to light potential choke points in our access to labor and critical supplies. But today's crises are more complex and fractious, and the coming challenges may be even more wide-ranging and long-lasting. Deeply integrating contingency planning into the transportation plans at hand will help reassure citizens and partners alike. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, as the world is becoming more volatile and less forgiving, Singapore must redouble efforts to remain globally indispensable and to work to fortify the stable international order on which our prosperity depends. In doing so, we must champion connection and collaboration instead of close-minded focus on competition. But this larger strategic view must never obscure the real value of economic success. We do not pursue growth or connectivity for their own sake. We do so for Singaporeans. We must pay closer attention to whether our policies are really helping our workers, households, and businesses feel that our lives are getting better and that we are equipped to face the future economy. Even as we continue deepening our connections with the world, Singaporeans rightly want to know how we are buffering ourselves, how we ensure sufficiency of food and essential supplies, how we strengthen resilience in transport and logistics, and whether we have baked contingency planning into our economy and infrastructure. Singapore's development story, the role that we play in connecting the world, has never been just a once-off miracle. Instead, ours is a story of constant adaptation, renewal, and resolve. We have to prove that our small, open country can remain deeply connected to the world while retaining a fair, inclusive, and ultimately resilient economy. Thank you.
Ms. Paulison.
Mr. Speaker, as we debate on the future of transport in this motion, I would like to propose establishing Singapore as an international green air hub, as a new growth engine for our aviation and aerospace industry. In relation to the language in the motion proposed, I will focus on 2 points: frontier technologies and good jobs in Singapore. I hereby declare my interest as an employee in the aviation sector. We are at a critical juncture today. We are committed to specific green goals, including on carbon emissions. We are also committed to building a vibrant aviation industry to provide good jobs and continued growth. But we cannot meet both ambitions under the current business-as-usual paradigm. We need a leap of imagination and technology, a completely new way of doing things. It is a risky move, but we have made decisive breaks before. 5 decades ago, we made a big bet to move our airport from Palembang to Changi. We put in place attractive air hub policies, made concerted efforts to grow airlines, airport and ground handling capabilities. Today, we have a successful and multiple award-winning Changi Airport and Singapore Airlines. Changi Airport is now ranked 4th busiest airport in international passenger traffic, and SIA has clinched the world's best airline successively. Changi Airport is also one of the world's largest air cargo transshipment hubs. Today, the aviation industry accounts for 5% of Singapore's GDP, or around $30 billion. Planning and construction for Terminal 5 is currently underway to create future capacity to handle up to 140 million passengers per annum, and Singapore Airlines currently has 164 aircraft in its fleet, with another 49 aircraft on its order books. The aerospace and MRO industry houses regional headquarters for more than 130 companies, including leading ones such as Airbus, Boeing, Rolls-Royce, Pratt & Whitney, etc. And Singapore's aerospace output exceeded $18 billion in 2024 and accounts for about 10% of global MRO output. This series of successes in our aviation sector are not coincidental. It took many years of long-term planning, significant investment, systematic development, and well-coordinated implementation. The same big leap to create our new and next competitive advantage must begin now. Our Singaporean psyche of never rest on our laurels and plan for rainy days will keep us thinking of how do we stay ahead of competition, not just by doing more of what we excel in, but to identify critical weaknesses and develop new competitive advantages. In key air hubs around the world, there are 3 constraints limiting growth. First, capacity. Second, manpower. And third, carbon emissions. With the third runway completed and T5 construction underway, the first constraint on capacity growth is being addressed. The second constraint on manpower is an ongoing challenge. Many airport staff had left the industry during the pandemic. We have an aging population and worsening climatic conditions. To tackle this, we have started concerted R&D innovation efforts in Changi Airport over the past few years, leveraging technology developments in autonomous vehicles, robotics, and AI. In the next decade or so, we should see a new generation of autonomous solutions deployed, particularly in traditionally manpower-heavy roles, such as in ground handling and facilities management. Also, the CAS has launched the One Aviation Manpower Fund to attract and retain talents in the aviation sector, with some $200 million of government grants allocated. The third constraint in carbon emissions is probably the hardest to crack. In a recent report published by Transport and Environment and Aviation think tank, Changi Airport is ranked 9th in the world in terms of Scope 3 carbon emissions. As an expanding air hub, Changi Airport will inevitably chalk up higher carbon emissions so long aircraft engines continue to burn jet fuel. In 2024, CAS released the Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint. The key recommendations included improving the efficiency of air traffic management, increased solar panel deployment in Changi and Seletar airports, expand the use of clean energy around ground vehicles, and adopting sustainability aviation fuel by airlines. The SAF levy bill was passed in October 2025 in this House and will take effect from 2027, barring further delays. The goal is to create certainty in aggregate demand so as to prime local SAF production at scale by key producers such as Neste. In 2022, Neste established the world's largest SAF production facility in Singapore. The intent is to start small with 1 to 3% SAF uplift because the price of SAF is currently at least 2 to 5 times the cost of normal aviation fuel. Coupled with the recent war in the Middle East that already drove fuel prices to double their original levels, aviation authorities worldwide will be reluctant to mandate a more aggressive SAF policy. Moreover, feedstock availability to produce SAF is limited, so the ability to meet long-term supply capacity at a market competitive cost may still be in question. Like all fossil fuels, the supply of aviation fuel will one day run out. In recent years, there are 2 other streams of technology development for aircraft powered by clean energy. In 2020, Airbus announced the hydrogen-powered aircraft concept 0E for rollout in 2035. However, presumably due to uncertainties of hydrogen as a fuel and the challenges of deploying hydrogen in an operational environment, Airbus has shelved the 0E prototype from 2035 by 5 to 10 years. Instead, Airbus announced in March 2025 the open-fan engine new generation single-aisle hybrid electric aircraft that will enter operations in the second half of 2030s. Meanwhile, another track to design and manufacture battery-operated hybrid electric and electric aircraft has been progressing steadily. With the rapid improvements in battery technology, it is estimated that in 15 years' time, hybrid electric aircraft flights for short-haul flights within a range of 1,000 nautical miles will become a reality. From Singapore, popular destinations within a 1,000 nautical mile radius include Kuala Lumpur, Jakarta, Phuket, Langkawi, Medan, and Tioman. Worldwide, about half of flights operated are short-haul flights under 3-hour flight time and up to 1,000 nautical mile range. Short-haul flights create 4 times more carbon emissions per seat compared to long-haul flights. Hence, decarbonization of short-haul flights should be prioritized. and switching them to fully electric flights will reduce overall aviation carbon emissions by an estimated 20%. As battery technology developments have been making rapid progress, hybrid electric and eventually fully electric aircraft could replace the conventional aircraft for these routes. This is a game changer in carbon emissions reduction, and we must spot the trend and the technology early. If we can do so and establish ourselves as an international green air hub, that will not only address our growing carbon emissions challenge, but also cement our position in sustainable aviation and in turn create many new opportunities for Singapore's aviation and aerospace industry. We have done this before for new technologies in the past. For example, EDB brought in Hyundai Motors Group to set up its EV manufacturing plant in Singapore, even though we did not have any car manufacturing track record and facilities. To become an international green air hub, Singapore can be established as a center of excellence for the R&D of hybrid electric and electric aircraft, manufacture the aircraft parts in land abundant Johor under our Special Economic Zone Collaboration Framework, assemble the aircraft back in Changi East Industrial Zone, and finally test flight the aircraft in Changi Airport. This approach is how Toulouse became the home of Airbus and Seattle becoming the home of Boeing decades ago. However, with trillions of dollars worth of back orders, neither of these two hubs are focused on becoming hubs of the future aircraft. We are already halfway there. We are an established international aviation and aerospace hub with a mature and thriving ecosystem of aviation OEMs, MRO facilities, IHLs training aerospace engineers and technicians, 80 airlines, 3 runways, and we'll have 5 terminals and a new aviation industrial zone. We have a biennial Singapore Air Show and a very pro-innovation, pro-investment funding and financing environment. Moreover, Singapore sits in the center of the world's fastest growing region for aviation, comprising India, China, and Southeast Asia. The carbon emissions in the supply chain logistics in terms of aircraft manufacturing, assembly, testing, and delivery would be minimized. There is a famous saying by Chinese philosopher Mencius, to achieve success, the right timing, right place, and right people must coexist. Now is the time, Singapore is the place. What is needed to turn us into an international green air hub is the right partners who share this ambition and are willing to work together to realize this vision. While Singapore is already home to the regional headquarters of conventional aircraft manufacturers, Boeing and Airbus, smaller aircraft manufacturers such as Embraer and ATR, and new players in the electric aircraft space such as Elysian Aircraft, Hart Aerospace, Nimbus Aviation, Electra, and Mitsubishi Aircraft Corporation are mostly based in the Western world in North America and Europe. Similar to how the Chinese EV manufacturers are disrupting the automobile industry, these electric aircraft companies will be the new darlings shaping the future of the aviation industry. The first step is to attract these disruptors, electric aircraft manufacturers, to set up base in Singapore for R&D. Next is to connect them with funding platforms such as NRF and EDB, as well as the private and institutional investors and banking sector financiers. Under RIE 2025, significant R&D funding for aviation sector for manufacturing, trade, and connectivity purposes has been set aside. And finally, to connect the electric aircraft manufacturers with their potential customers, namely major airlines operating short-haul routes in the region, such as Singapore Airlines, Scoot, Lion Air, AirAsia Group, and Vietjet. The value we bring as an established international air hub to these electric aircraft manufacturers is invaluable because they can immediately plug into a robust and ready machinery and fulfill fast-growing aggregated demand financed by low-cost and abundant funding. The aircraft manufacturers can stay focused on their niche expertise and bring product to market in the shortest time. Finally, what is all this for? An international green air hub does not just benefit the aviation industry, it is an asset for all Singaporeans. We will be an R&D center of excellence for the IHLs and young aerospace engineers for the long term. And currently, NUS and NTU both offer undergraduate courses in aerospace engineering. Graduates may join MRO companies like ST Aerospace or aircraft engine companies like Rolls-Royce, but doing mostly maintenance work. One of my young residents, and 18 years old, is an aspiring final year student at Ngee Ann Polytechnic studying aerospace engineering. She is mulling over whether she should continue to pursue a university degree in aerospace engineering or a more traditional engineering degree in mechanical engineering. She shared that if there are more exciting R&D opportunities in aerospace like designing and manufacturing an aircraft, her decision would have been very clear. Young Singaporeans want to be challenged, and we can create opportunities for them. We can also attract world-class talents in aerospace engineering to work and live here. In time, Singaporean engineers and designers can become world-class leaders in this nascent field. More importantly, aviation manufacturing is a high-tech, high-value industry, and these new career pathways will create many high-paying jobs. They can apply the latest AI and 3D printing technologies to design and build an electric aircraft from scratch. Adrian Goose and Akim Niyomzimas, the founders of Nimbus Aviation, shared that his team used AI and 3D printing to design and build its aircraft prototype, massively reducing the cost of R&D and the time required to commercialize a solution. Moreover, many young people very much care about the environment and want to continue to contribute to the decarbonization journey. Creating an electric aircraft that can dramatically reduce aviation carbon footprint would be a dream career for many young engineers. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we are today at a critical juncture. It is our time for an ambitious goal for air transport from Paya Lebar to Changi almost 50 years ago, from fossil to green aviation today. I hope the Minister for Transport and his team will carefully consider my proposal to create an international green air hub and grow the Centre of Excellence for electric aircraft manufacturing in Singapore. This will be a new engine of growth, and this is the use of frontier technology to secure good jobs for Singaporeans. This is the story of the past which has given us our prosperity and our place in this world today. And this can be the future, and this can be the story of our future, and we must take to the skies and reshape our destiny once again. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, hardly anyone in the House will disagree that our openness to the world and our world-class infrastructure are key reasons for Singapore's prosperity. Our major gateways like Changi Airport and the Port of Singapore have enabled our nation to punch above our weight. Our future success will rely on us being at the forefront of connecting people, markets, ideas, and capital. Today's motion affirms the role of a world-class infrastructure in reinforcing Singapore's position as a global transport hub and anchoring good jobs in Singapore. All of us here can appreciate how and why this is important. However, I hope the House will join me in reflecting whether our world-class infrastructure should only have the purposes of consolidating our status as a transport hub and anchoring jobs here. Should we not ponder on the question, who should our world-class infrastructure serve? Should our world-class infrastructure merely facilitate the movement of capital, goods, and talent across borders? Or should it also improve and enhance the everyday lives of Singaporeans? My answer, Mr. Speaker, is that our world-class infrastructure should not just create economic opportunities for Singaporeans. No doubt that is an important objective. However, it is also imperative that our world-class infrastructure is something that serves our citizens directly. As far as possible, our infrastructure should not merely facilitate Singaporeans getting good jobs, but also tangibly improve the lived experiences of our people. By this, I mean ensuring that Singaporeans can genuinely enjoy or benefit from our infrastructure. Changi Airport offers an example of what I mean. Changi is unquestionably a world-class aviation hub. It is also well loved by Singaporeans, something that we all are proud of. Even if one is not catching a flight, one can spend an afternoon at Jewel. Families can gather there for a meal at one of the many wonderful restaurants. Couples can go for a date at the Canopy Park, and everyone, young and old, can enjoy the rain vortex. Changi Airport is an excellent model of infrastructure that generates economic value while simultaneously enriching the everyday lives of Singaporeans. Yet, the airport creates job opportunities. But yes, the airport creates job opportunities, but it also offers social and recreational amenities to ordinary Singaporeans, including those who are not frequent flyers. And I think it is good that Changi Airport is not merely the preserve of a jet-setting elite, but open to all Singaporeans in the sense that there will always be something for someone to do there, even if they're not catching a flight. Sir, this element of public access is what our world-class infrastructure should always aspire to include. In our pursuit to be a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistic hub, we must ensure that Singaporeans are not and do not feel alienated from the world-class infrastructure which underpins and makes possible the hub status. Allow me to further illustrate my point with the more mundane example of expressways. They undoubtedly facilitate trade and logistics. Goods can be efficiently transported from our port terminals to our industrial estates and commercial zones and vice versa. But while we appreciate the economic efficiencies created by our network of expressways, we should also keep in mind the 2/3 of Singaporean resident households that do not own cars, including myself. Non-car owning Singaporeans can only directly benefit from an 8-lane expressway if they are riding in a private hired car or one of the bus services that ply an expressway sector. It is just heartening that the upcoming North-South corridor is designed to be multimodal with dedicated bus lanes and cycling paths to allow as many ordinary Singaporeans, including those who don't own cars, to directly use and benefit from the new expressway. These two examples of our airport and our expressways hopefully clarify my point, that our infrastructure should be designed with public access in mind. Our people should be able to use our world-class infrastructure to enhance our immediate quality of life. Sir, while we are on the topic of public access to our world-class infrastructure, I want to reiterate the Workers' Party's call for public transport to be made free for seniors and people with disabilities during off-peak periods. I have previously raised in this House that the Freedom Pass in London is a worthy model to consider emulating. The Freedom Pass is given to London residents above the age of 66 and those with eligible disabilities to freely travel across the Transport for London network. There are, however, peak hour restrictions on weekday mornings for holders of the Older Persons Freedom Pass. There is a study on the Freedom Pass which was published in 2014, and I hope to read part of the abstract into the record. In their article, More Than A to B, the role of free bus travel for the mobility and well-being of older citizens in London. The author stated that traveling by bus provided opportunities for meaningful social interaction. Traveling as part of the general public provided a sense of belonging and visibility in the public arena, a socially acceptable way of tackling chronic loneliness. The Freedom Pass was described not only as providing access to essential goods and services, but also a widely prized mechanism for participation in the life of the city. What the research suggests is that providing free travel on public transport helps with seniors' well-being and enables their civic participation. Crucially, it makes senior citizens feel like they belong and have a place in society. This comes back to my earlier point that Singaporeans must not feel alienated from our world-class infrastructure. Singaporeans, regardless of age or means, must be able to use that infrastructure, not merely benefit economically from them. I should acknowledge that my honourable friend from Sengkang, Associate Professor James Lim, had also called for off-peak public transport to be made free for seniors and persons with disabilities during the 14th Parliament. The then Minister for Transport, S. Iswaran, rebuffed this proposal with the warning that the ensuing financial burden is by no means insignificant. The Workers' Party has consistently argued that public transport should be viewed primarily as a public service rather than a profit centre. Especially for our seniors, public transport helps to fulfill important non-material needs, such as for companionship, community, and belonging. These are sometimes overlooked when we consider the matter only in terms of dollars and cents. Sir, the Freedom Pass has demonstrated its value for the senior citizens of London. As Singapore becomes a super-aged society, I believe that our senior citizens here similarly deserve their own Merdeka Pass. Mr. Speaker, the motion also mentions the role of frontier technologies in anchoring good jobs in Singapore. While AI threatens to change the face of many professions, we continue to face persistent labour shortages in the public transportation sector. Currently, less than a third of bus captains are Singaporeans. The Acting Minister for Transport has also acknowledged that recruitment and retention are the biggest challenges preventing further expansion of the bus network. Frontier technologies like automatic vehicles or AVs could offer a potential solution. AVs have already been trialled in Punggol to ply short fixed route services, and self-driving public bus services will also be piloted on in Marina Bay and One North from the second half of 2026. Should the self-driving public bus service pilots in Marina Bay and One North be successful, I would like to suggest that the LTA next consider deploying self-driving public buses to build a network of night bus services. We could start by running self-driving night buses along existing MRT lines when these lines are closed during the overnight hours. Late-night bus services have in the past suffered from low ridership, and the night rider and night owl services have been discontinued since the COVID-19 pandemic. But even before the pandemic, we never had a proper network of late bus services that replicate, even on a limited basis, the connectivity provided during daylight hours, unlike in other major global cities like London, New York, Hong Kong, or Beijing. The pre-pandemic night rider and night owl services only operated unidirectionally from the city to various housing estates and primarily serviced people having a night out in the city. But a proper network of self-driving late-night bus services running along existing MRT lines would be truly revolutionary for Singapore. It would not just benefit Singaporeans enjoying the nightlife, but also people who finish or start work after the MRT shuts down, and staff and travellers going to the airport for late-night flights. Affordable late-night mobility should be part of a vibrant world city like Singapore. And with AVs, what was previously economically and logistically infeasible could become a reality. I urge LTA to seriously consider trialling self-driving buses on bus routes overnight as well, as this is a use case that could benefit many Singaporeans, while traffic levels and any risk posed by the AVs to public safety are also much lower. Eventually, we can even consider expanding AVs to support school bus services, which is another area where a shortage of drivers and rising cost pressures have made it more difficult for school bus operators to sustain operations. For example, AVs could be used to shuttle students who live more than 4 kilometers from their school, since bus operators are now no longer contractually required to serve them. This is not to suggest that automation is not a substitute for valuing human work. Even with AVs, Singaporeans will continue to depend on thousands of bus captains for the foreseeable future. While we rely on AVs to supplement our manpower needs, we must continue to make sure that our bus operators enjoy the wages, career progression, and working conditions that are commensurate with the skilled and socially valuable work that they do. Bus driving should be seen as a profession Singaporeans should be proud to enter, and not simply one that we struggle to fulfill. Sir, in this speech, I only want to affirm that ordinary Singaporeans should not feel alienated from the world-class infrastructure sitting in our country. As we have seen with Changi Airport, Singapore is capable of building infrastructure that both impresses the world and benefits the lives of Singaporeans. Changi drives our economic competitiveness while simultaneously being a place for Singaporeans to gather, relax, celebrate, and create memories. So as we develop the infrastructure befitting a global hub status, I hope the House can appreciate that the real measure of a truly world-class infrastructure is whether the people who built our country can truly enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ong Wei Neng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak on a future that's no longer a distant scientific movie, but the reality knocking aggressively at our doors, autonomous vehicles or AVs. Before I proceed, I would like to declare my interest as the CEO of Strike Premium, a subsidiary of SMRT. As someone who has been in the transport sector for years, I have watched this space very closely. Almost 10 years ago, I took my first AV ride with Newtonomy at One North. It was groundbreaking for its time, but looking back, it was quite basic. If there was a simple obstacle on the road, the vehicle came to a dead halt. It could not even overtake. Fast forward to the last couple of years, I have personally tested Waymo in the US, Mobileye in Germany, Baidu Apollo Go, WeRide and Pony AI in China. The leap in technology is staggering. They are no longer mere experiments. They are fully mature robotaxis, taking fare-paying passengers, navigating complex megacities daily. Globally, over 10,000 robotaxis are already deployed across the US, China, Europe, and the Middle East. Meanwhile, here at home, we are also conducting localized AV trials in Punggol. Mr. Speaker, the technology is ready, but the critical question is, are our people ready? To understand what is at stake, we must look at the human face of the point-to-point or P2P transport sector. In 2013, before the explosion of private hire cars or PHC, Singapore had over 28,000 taxis. Today, the taxi fleet has shrunk to about 12,000, but we now have over 60,000 PHC drivers. Combined, that is over 70,000 Singaporeans earning a living on our roads. For many of them, driving is a job of the last resort. It is a safety net that keeps their families afloat, bringing home an average of about $3,000 a month. Many have opted these lines of job due to changes in industries. Driving taxi or PSC, for some, is a job of last resort to maintain the average salary. If AVs were to replace just 10% of this fleet, displacing 7,000 drivers, where will they go? It will be an uphill battle for Singapore to find equivalent jobs with similar pay for 7,000 of our fellow citizens. Not all of them will be able to adapt to new jobs associated with our new AI-led economy. We cannot afford to let them become the collateral damage of progress. Therefore, I would like to urge the Ministry of Transport and our tripartite partners to take a proactive, human-centric approach to this transition. I suggest a clear strategic framework to deal with this situation. First, we need to strategically deploy AVs to areas that are currently underserved by our pool of P2P drivers. Every day, passengers struggle to find rides to remote industrial areas like Tuas and Jurong Island, and to some extent, leisure spots like Sentosa and Mandai Wild Reserve, because drivers are reluctant to go there due to the low chance of finding a return passengers. Similarly, finding a ride in the wee hours of the morning remains a challenge for many commuters. Let us consider deploying AVs to plug these exact operational gaps and serve the underserved, rather than pitting machine against our drivers in high-demand zones. Second, we must look at retreating with a dose of realism. I urge MOT to collaborate with NTU and E2I to convert some of our displaced P2P drivers into controllers at AV operational control centers to monitor fleets and to take over the AVs during unusual circumstances and during emergencies. However, we need to be brutally honest with ourselves. This cannot be the only solution. As each controller is expected to oversee up to 15 AVs concurrently, the math simply does not add up. There will not be enough controller jobs for every displaced driver. Furthermore, these roles require entirely new tech skill sets that some existing drivers may not possess. Therefore, MOT and NTUC need to work aggressively with various agencies, including MTI and social service sectors, to provide comprehensive career conversion programs. We need to look beyond land transport and transition these drivers to other structural growth sectors of our economy, such as healthcare or our booming aviation sectors, including upcoming new Terminal 5. It is highly unlikely that AVs will displace a massive number of P2P drivers in the near term. But we must start planning today so that our people will be prepared. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we need a dual-speed strategy. While we have to move cautiously on robotaxi to ensure safety and because of the direct impact on Singaporean livelihoods, we should do the exact opposite when we face severe domestic shortages. We must deploy AVs where we have a high reliance on foreign labour. Look at public buses. LTA recently had to work with public transport operators to significantly increase the starting pays and sign-on bonuses for bus captains. Why? Because local manpower is shrinking. In 2021, Singaporeans and permanent residents make up 54% of our bus captains. By 2025, the number dropped to just 41%, or a worrying 13% drop. Assuming they are completely safe, autonomous buses are the exact solution we need to mitigate this acute domestic manpower crunch. LTA is already trialling AV for bus services 400 and 91, but we can consider doing more. I urge MOT to consider investing more capital, pouring in more resources, and moving with a much greater sense of urgency. The same logic applies to our maritime and aviation sectors. These critical economic engines have a heavy and structural reliance on foreign neighbours, where deep automation will be immensely valuable. However, unlike robotaxi, AV deployment in these heavy industrial sectors use lower immediate commercial returns, making private players hesitant to shoulder the massive upfront risk alone. MOT and the related agencies could intervene, co-invest, and accelerate adoption by making far better use of the National Research Foundation's NRF funding under the RE 2030 framework. Instead of small, isolated pilots, we need to direct these national resources toward high-impact, scale-up industrial applications. At Changi Airport, we also need to aggressively expand airside trials, utilizing autonomous baggage tractors to optimize the ferrying of luggage and cargo dollies between terminals and aircraft. Simultaneously, at the Tuas Megaport, we need to accelerate the trial and push for the full commercial maturity of automated guided vehicles, or AGVs, to replace foreign container truck drivers. By boldly backing these strategic sectors, we can solve our structural labour constraints while firmly securing Singapore's position as a premier, future-ready global transport hub. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
In early June of this year, at the invitation of the LTA, I brought nearly 50 residents and grassroots leaders to Punggol to personally experience a ride in an autonomous vehicle, AV, although there was a safety driver on board, the residents could see for themselves that the steering wheel was just turning on its own. Throughout the entire 20-minute journey, there was no need for any human intervention at all. When there were any obstacles on the road, the self-driving car navigated around these obstacles with ease and continued on its way. One resident then remarked with wonder, saying that if I simply closed my eyes, I wouldn't know that I was in a self-driving car at all. So I smiled and asked everyone, if there were no safety driver on board, would you still dare to ride in it? Another resident immediately replied, I would want to ride in it even more, because without anybody else there, I would enjoy even more privacy. So the positive response from the residents surprised me, because everyone no longer just marveled that these self-driving cars were the stuff of science fiction, but the reality right before us. Yet even as the people were excited about this technology, there was also a moment of silence, because the residents almost in unison gave voice to a deep and shared concern. What will become of our taxi drivers and those ride-hailing drivers in the future? And this is precisely the very point that strikes me, and something that it matters very much to me, because in Singapore we have more than 70,000 taxi and private hire drivers who have to work on the roads to earn a living. For them, ferrying passengers is a safety net that keeps their entire family fed, housed, and clothed. While AVs may not pose too much of a disruption to them in the near term, we must plan ahead. We cannot wait until that day arrives before we start to think of a solution. The tripartite partners of labour, industry and government must work together now to find alternative pathways for these affected taxi and private hire drivers. We cannot allow them who have quietly served Singapore all these years, to become the collateral damage during this technological progress. We must help them through the transition.
Disruption is inevitable, but hardship for our workers are not. Innovation is a tool, but compassion must be our guide. Let us prepare Singapore for AV revolution, not by rushing to replace our local drivers, but by strategically using technology to solve our deepest manpower deficits, while protecting, retraining, and honoring the human beings who keep our nation moving every single day. I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Singapore is a maritime nation in the fullest sense. The world's busiest container transshipping port, the world's largest bunkering hub, and by one global ranking, the leading maritime city in the planet. The sea is not one sector among many for us. It is the foundation we were built on. We are an island that imports more than 9 in 10 of our calories across the water, and we sit astride the Strait of Malacca, through which roughly a quarter of all seaborne trade and nearly half the world's seaborne crude oil moves. A nation this dependent on the sea cannot safely treat the capability to move on it as a commodity to be rented. Yet over 2 decades, we quietly gave away one of its core sovereign capabilities, a shipping line of our own. Neptune Orient Lines, NOL, the national carrier, was sold to France CMA CGM in 2016, the last act in a long dismantling. The tanker fleet to Malaysia in 2003, the headquarters in 2012, the logistics arm in 2015, and then the line itself. In so doing, we exited an entire strategic domain. We did this right as every serious maritime nation moved the other way. France is putting 10 of the world's largest ships under its flag as a strategic fleet, requisitionable in a crisis, crewed by its own officers, using CMA CGM, the very company that bought our line. Korea, after Hanjin collapsed the same year we sold NOL, poured state billions into rebuilding HMM into a top 10 carrier through a dedicated sovereign vehicle. China built COSCO into an arm of national power. Even Australia, down to a dozen trading ships, is legislating a national strategic fleet. These are not nostalgias. They are states that understand shipping is a strategic capability and not a commodity service to be rented. And our own government knows this. In the air, for Changi to work well and succeed, it told this House, quote, you must first have an anchor national carrier, SIA, end quote. When SIA neared collapse, Temasek put in up to $15 billion to keep it alive. SIA and NOL were both Temasek operators. We treat the airline, SIA, as strategic and rescue it, but we treat the sea carrier, NOL, as a commodity and sell it. Temasek has since bought into a different carrier, Pacific International Lines, PIL, but we hold it for a return and not for a purpose. So Singapore stands as a major maritime hub with no national line of its own. It sold NOL on the argument that container shipping is fungible. The box does not care whose ship it rides in. It does not defend SIA on those grounds at all. It keeps the airline because a national carrier is a strategic asset in its own right, a capability the country controls, the people it trains, and the option to direct it in a crisis. The government has not stopped believing a national carrier is strategic. It's only stopped believing it for the sea. The case for selling NOL rested on a category error. The shipping line is just freight, and freight is fungible. It is not. A national line is two strategic capabilities bound together. First, it is the academy that makes our maritime people. There is a ladder that runs from the deck of a ship to the command of a port, and every rung is built on the one below. It begins at sea. A cadet stands his watches and qualifies as an officer of the watch, then as chief mate, and a decade or more on as master. The engine room climbs the same way to the chief engineer. None of this can be done in a classroom or board with a grant because each certificate is a legal product of documented sea time on a working ship. That sea time is the entry ticket for the shore rows that keep a port's waters safe. A harbor pilot who boards and perfs the largest ships afloat, the surveyors who inspect them and must abide by the rules, hold those certificates. And above them sits the port master, the statutory officer who can order any vessel in our waters to move, stop, or stay. Singapore's port masters have been a line of master mariners. Captain M. Segar, who came up as a cadet, then a harbor pilot, then port master, then rose to assistant chief executive of the MPA, and Captain Lee Cheng Wee, the harbor pilot of the early 1970s, whom the government held up in this year's budget debate as an example for the next generation. No one is being made a master mariner by a scholarship. Marine Command is the one part of the port that still requires a master's ticket, and we are failing. Fewer than 1 in 12 officers on our own flag is Singaporeans. Our cadets must seek their sea time on foreign ships and may face a lack of access. Britain watched its officer corps aged and shrink as its fleet flagged out, and then had to pay ship owners through the tax code to train cadets again. Australia, down from 100 trading ships to about a dozen, is now legislating a strategic fleet to rebuild the skills it lost. Ships can be bought or chartered within a year, but a generation of sea-experienced Singaporeans takes a generation to grow. When Temasek sold NOL, it crystallized a financial gain, a one-time figure on a balance sheet, and it sold the entire training ground, which the whole ladder stands on. Cut the fleet away at the foot of the ladder, and a decade or more on, the top of it empties, and this is what we are seeing. We have been in search of lost time ever since. In the long run, the seafaring core of our own port, our harbor pilots and the Marine Command above them cannot be kept Singaporean. It must be staffed, like our own flag already is, by other nations' officers. Second, it is directable capacity, the difference between sovereignty and dependence in a crisis. Container space is rationed whenever effective capacity is squeezed faster than it can be replaced. A demand surge like the pandemic when rates rose 7-fold, or a risk-driven diversion like the Red Sea, where rerouting every ship around Africa swallowed a tenth of the world's capacity. In such a crunch, the market does not serve all comers equally. The carriers still sailing gave priorities to exporters under their own flag. Korea ordered HMM to ring-fence space for Korean firms. And a nation relying on foreign lines is served last, at whatever price is named. A country that owns no capacity in a capacity crunch is a beggar for allocation and will be served with all others. I put this to the government in April. Its answer was that our supply lines are secured by diversification, our standing as a transit hub, and a wide network of global shipping lines. I respectfully disagree, and I think it conflates the role of the port and the carrier. It turns on the ambiguity in the word node. When we call ourselves a node, we mean leverage, some power to bend the flow of trade our way, but hub port only gives you half of that. It gives you centrality, the power to attract, but doesn't give you leverage, the power to make ships that call serve us first when it counts, or to train our own merchant navy. After all, a neutral hub holds its traffic only by staying competitive, and even winning that competition, if it wins, is not the same as holding leverage. While Singapore is still the world's largest transshipment hub, the Maersk Hapag-Lloyd Gemini network still chose Tanjung Pelapas over Singapore as its most important hub in 2025. The carrier picks its port, but the port cannot pick its carriers. And when space runs short, it is the carrier that rations it, not the port. The sale of NOL and the stripping before it were Temasek's calls, the same Temasek that in 2020 put $15 billion into rescuing SIA. One set of hands kept one national carrier and sold the other. It was a big failure of strategic judgment, and the government should not have allowed Temasek to sell off NOL. So, let us rebuild. I'm asking the government to treat sovereign shipping as what it is, a strategic capability to be rebuilt deliberately. If we wanted to rebuild a national carrier, we would not start from zero. Through Heliconia, Temasek holds the majority of Pacific International Lines, PIL, our largest homegrown carrier, which is 100-odd ships, profitable, and strongest where the giants are thin, in Africa and the global south. But Heliconia currently holds it the way it holds any company, as an investment for a return. It calls itself, in its own words, an SME enabler. PIL is run as a profit-maximizing line by a professional chief executive under no national duty of any kind, no obligation to reserve capacity for Singapore in a crisis, no Singaporean crew requirement even on the ships that fly our flag, no training quota, and the one voluntary scheme it has is winding down, and no mandatory routes that it must run. So what is missing is a purpose. PIL could be given a national mandate, both for a return, and also to train our officers, to hold capacity that can be directed when the crisis comes, and back to grow over time. PIL's moat is a niche, Africa and the global south. It is not fully the academy that we need, because our port is an east-west machine. Asia-Europe and Trans-Pacific arteries, the largest ship afloat, and transshipment at a scale that only those lanes generate. So the real questions are how much of the east-west capability that we gave up with NOL we now have to rebuild, and how far up the ladder we are willing to climb to do it. Hard choices face this country again. At the floor, a national mandate over PIL as it stands, a training quota, reserve crisis capacity, a Singaporean crew requirement on the ships that fly our flag for a cost of about tens of millions a year. The next rung, back PIL to climb into the east-west trades, at first through slot charters and vessel sharing, rebuilding the operational skills our hub actually runs on. At the top, owning mainline tonnage outright, the capital-heavy commitment a serious rebuild demands. Each rung costs more and buys more sovereignty. The judgment is how far to climb, but standing still is also a choice, and the one that ends in a port unable to crew its own senior ranks. We should study all proven models. Korea's KOBC is a statutory body charged by law with maintaining an essential national shipping system, financing the fleet and guaranteeing tonnage. We too should also consider a binding obligation to train our Singaporean cadets. And be clear about the cost. Scale in the mainline trades is brutal and capital hungry, which is why it needs to be government-backed, phased, and built with patience. Korea rebuilt HMM over 5 years and several $billion. If we were to do it, it would cost us billions too. But to balk at that cost means having almost no Singaporean sailors manning Singapore's ports. Ultimately, we need to decide if we are going to create a system to perpetuate Singaporeans in our own maritime industry and ports, to rebuild our own leverage over shipping capacity, whether we are a country that means to own the ship or one content to crew someone else's. Or if we want to be a country that doesn't have the ships to train our own people in ship pairing, and that we will, in the next supply shock, stand as a price taker in its own port. Speaker, in conclusion, France was our counterparty and is a mirror. It treats the company, CMA-CGM, that bought our line, NOL, as a sovereignty asset, and it's enlarging its national fleet, while we dismantled ours and called the matter settled. It is not settled. I have 3 questions for this government. 1, by the same logic that makes SIA the anchor in the air, why does a national carrier stop mattering at the water's edge? 2, if we mean to grow our own seafarers, how do we make a master mariner with no fleet to make him or her on? And who then fills the Marine Command, our own port, depends on. And 3, when shipping space is next rationed, what capacity can Singapore actually direct? That the sale of Neptune Orient Lines was a very poor decision, CMA CGM's ability to turn a net profit less than 1 year after acquisition clearly proves. My belief is that we must draw a line on Temasek's very poor decision to sell Neptune Orient Lines in 2016, move on to rebuild our shipping capacity, and make back the time we have lost. Thank you.
Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I declare my interests as I work in the aerospace industry and serve as an authority member of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. I rise in support of the motion tabled by my fellow MOT GPC colleagues. Over the past few months, the GPC has engaged extensively with industry leaders and experts because we believe this is the right time to take a strategic relook of transport in Singapore. While we continue improving our transport system for the daily needs of Singaporeans, we must also recognize transport as a cornerstone of Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness in an increasingly fragmented and uncertain world. This motion is therefore about far more than transport. It is about Singapore's future. Our position as a leading aviation, maritime, and logistics hub was never inevitable. It was earned through decades of bold leadership, long-term planning, and the discipline to stay ahead of change. But staying ahead is becoming harder. Around us, countries are building bigger airports, deeper ports, and larger logistic parks. Infrastructure alone is no longer enough. Singapore must create new sources of competitive advantage. Today, I would like to propose a simple framework. Growing trust to give us influence. Through influence, we create integration. Integration generates intelligence, and intelligence creates economic value. I'll shape the framework through 4 interconnected ideas. First, strengthen Singapore's international leadership by shaping global standards and leading aviation and maritime governance. Second, build an integrated regional transport and manufacturing ecosystem that deepens connectivity and multiplies ASEAN's collective competitiveness. Third, harness frontier technologies and AI to transform Singapore from a trusted transport hub into a trusted orchestrator of intelligent, multimodal transport and logistic flows. Finally, treat transport not merely as an infrastructure, but as an national economic strategy that creates new engines of growth, high-value jobs, and long-term prosperity for Singaporeans. First, lead by shaping the rules. Singapore's success has never been built on geography alone. It has been built on trust. Every aircraft departing Changi depends not only on our airport, but on international agreements that allow aircrafts to move safely across borders. Every vessel entering our ports depends on trusted institutions, common standards, and international cooperation. The recent Singapore-Indonesia Flight Information Region Agreement, together with disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz, reminds us that diplomacy, trusted partnerships, and international law remain strategic assets. As countries invest in bigger infrastructure, Singapore cannot compete on size alone. We must compete by shaping the rules that govern global transport. History shows that countries which write tomorrow's rules rarely struggle to compete under them. We should continue strengthening institutions such as CAS, MPA, and the Singapore Aviation Academy, not only as regulators, but as global platforms for capability development, thought leadership, and international collaboration. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the outstanding work of our CAS officers, whose dedication helped Singapore secure re-election to the 36-member ICAO Council with the highest number of votes ever received by any member state in ICAO history. While we continue to strengthen institutions, at the same time, Singapore should lead the governance of next-generation transport. From low-level airspace management systems, cross-border drone corridors, and autonomous aviation to AI-enabled air traffic management, autonomous vessels, and digital maritime standards. For example, Singapore could pioneer a low-level airspace management system, the digital operating system for low-altitude space. Unlike today's conventional air traffic control, LLAMS would safely integrate drones, autonomous cargo aircraft, and future urban air mobility through dynamic routing, digital flight authorization, geofencing, AI traffic optimization, and real-time conflict management. This will create the regulatory and digital framework for regional drone corridors, further linking Singapore with the region and unlocking new opportunities in industrial logistics, offshore energy, maritime inspection, and autonomous cross-border services. Trust gives Singapore influence, but influence alone is not enough. To create value, we must build a larger ecosystem. Which brings me to my second point on building the ecosystem. If international leadership gives us influence, regional integration gives us scale. We often view aviation, maritime, and land transport as separate sectors. However, our future advantage will not come from having the best airport or the best port in isolation. It will come from orchestrating them as one intelligent regional ecosystem. The development of Changi Airport Terminal 5 presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity. By integrating Terminal 5 with Tanah Merah Ferry Terminal and stronger links to the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, the oil and gas industry in Pengerang, the Batam, Bintan, Karimun Free Trade Zone, and regional tourism destinations, we can create a truly multimodal gateway connecting this region to the world. But the greater opportunity lies beyond just connectivity. Imagine advanced manufacturing systems manufactured in Changi, with its semiconductor chips living Pasir Ris, with AI-enabled fleet management and autonomous software developed in the Punggol Digital District, with logistics coordinated from our Tampines Logistics Hub, financing arranged in the CBD, and supporting products coming from the Johor SEZ and BKK FTZ, reaching out to global markets, all operating as one intelligent economic system. That is the ecosystem that we should build. I would like to propose to transform Singapore's Eastern Corridor into an integrated economic powerhouse, linking Changi Airport, Tanah Merah Ferry Terminal, Changi's Aerospace MRO ecosystem, Loyang Industrial Estate, Pasir Ris Semiconductor Park, Tampines Logistics Park, Punggol Digital District, Seletar Aerospace Park, through an AI-enabled multimodal network, all connected through our world-class land transport system of expressways and MRT lines, including the new Cross Island Line, linking goods, capital, and our talented workforce. Few countries possess such a dense concentration of aerospace, advanced manufacturing, logistics, digital industries, and transport infrastructure within such a compact footprint. Land made Singapore a port. Trust made us a hub. Intelligence can make us indispensable. Our ambition should not be to compete with our neighbors, but to multiply this region's collective strengths. Singapore can anchor advanced manufacturing, aerospace engineering, R&D, financing, and supply chain orchestration, while complementary manufacturing takes place where land, labor, and natural resources are more competitive. Take batteries as one example. Indonesia has abundant nickel. Singapore can become the world-trusted hub for battery certification, financing, commodity trading, sustainability assurance, and global logistics. Transport can no longer create prosperity simply by moving goods. It creates prosperity by connecting ecosystems. Regional integration gives us scale, but scale alone will not define the future. Our next competitive advantage must be intelligence. Which brings me to my third point on leading with frontier technology. The industrial age rewarded geography. The digital age rewarded connectivity. The AI age will reward efficient orchestration. Singapore should establish itself as a global center of excellence for AI-enabled multimodal transport, logistics, and industrial optimization. To realize this vision, I would like to propose 3 national initiatives. First, build the world's first national AI logistics control tower, a digital brain for Singapore's logistics ecosystem. Rather than optimizing individual companies as part of a value chain, it would be using agentic AI and integrating maritime, both high altitude and low altitude, and land digital twins to orchestrate cargo seamlessly across ports, airports, drone corridors, roads, warehouses, and customs as one intelligent national network. Second, make Singapore the world's living laboratory. Let me repeat that again. Second, make Singapore the world's living laboratory for autonomous logistics through the Singapore Autonomous Logistics Initiative. By integrating autonomous vehicles, drones, hovercraft, and intelligent logistics systems under a common national regulatory framework, Singapore can pioneer regional drone corridors and autonomous freight networks that become the global reference model for future logistics. Third, establish the world's first national quantum logistics program, combining AI and quantum optimization to solve logistics challenges beyond the reach of conventional computing, from airline cargo allocation and multimodal routing to fleet deployment, port operations, and supply chain resilience. Mr. Speaker, the future will not belong to the countries with the biggest ports or airports. It will belong to those with the smartest transport ecosystem. Singapore already has the trust, connectivity, and talent. We must now invest more boldly in research, innovation, and enterprise so that we do not simply participate in the future of global transport. We help define it. Finally, transport is an economic strategy. We often think of transport as just a sector. I believe we should think of it as an enabler of our economy. Every investment in transport multiplies opportunity across every other sector. It strengthens advanced manufacturing, anchors global supply chain, accelerates the digital economy, attracts investments, and creates better jobs. As supply chains become increasingly shaped by AI, data, and geopolitical changes, the countries that create the greatest value will not necessarily manufacture everything themselves. They will design, coordinate, and optimize how the entire network operates. That should be Singapore's ambition, not merely to move cargo, but to move value. And no operating system succeeds without great people. I therefore welcome the Ministry's continued investment in developing our transport workforce through initiatives such as the One Aviation, which was launched by MOS Sun Xueling. I'm especially pleased that Pasir Ris Changi will host the One Aviation Career Fair later this month, creating opportunities for more Singaporeans to participate in this exciting future. Because ultimately, our greatest competitive advantage will never be our infrastructure. It will always be our people. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please.
Singapore's future will no longer depend on having the biggest airport or the busiest port. Our future depends on our ability to lead, to connect the region, and to harness smart technologies to drive the economy. Transport is not just about building roads, MRT lines, ports, or airports. It is a national economic strategy. We must take the lead in shaping international standards, strengthening partnerships with our neighbors, and harnessing artificial intelligence to position Singapore as the regional hub for smart transport and logistics coordination. Our goal is not to compete with our neighbors, but to build a stronger and more prosperous ASEAN together. If Singapore was once known as a global transport hub, we must now aim even higher to become the orchestrator of ASEAN transport for the world that coordinates the movement of goods, capital, technology, ideas, and talent across the region. By doing so, we can create more high-value jobs, attract quality investments, and secure lasting prosperity for all Singaporeans.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude with a simple framework. Singapore's future lies in creating flow. F, frame the global rules. L, link regional ecosystems. O, we orchestrate with AI and frontier technologies. And W, we win by creating greater economic value, better jobs, and better lives for Singaporeans. For the past 60 years, Singapore mastered the movement of ships. Then we mastered the movement of aircraft. Today, we are mastering the movement of data. The next chapter is even more ambitious. It is to orchestrate the movement of everything else, of people, goods, capital, ideas, technology, opportunity. That is the difference between being a transport hub and becoming the operating system of Asia's economy. If we succeed, Singapore will not simply connect the world. We will help coordinate it. That is the opportunity before us, and that is why I stand in wholehearted support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Mr. Speaker, I support the spirit of reinforcing Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub. The government's traditional playbook focuses heavily on building world-class infrastructure like Changi Airport, Terminal 5, and the Tuas Next Generation Port. However, focusing too much on physical infrastructure carries structural risks in a changing global economy. As my honourable friend, the MP for Aljunied, Kenneth Tiong, pointed out earlier, a neutral hub port holds traffic only by staying competitive, and a port cannot pick its carriers because carriers pick their ports. We saw the reality of this structural vulnerability when Maersk shifted its transshipment hub to the port of Tanjung Pelapas in the year 2000, and again in 2025 when the Gemini Corporation shifted the bulk of their joint shipping volume to PTP. If we do not own the shipping lines or control the underlying cargo movements, relying solely on massive physical infrastructure leaves our economy exposed to a sunk cost dependency risk. The global trading system is under threat from protectionism and geopolitical rivalries. In addition, there is a possibility that an opening of the Northern Sea route through the Arctic, or the creation of a land bridge across or a canal through the Kra Isthmus will divert maritime traffic away from Singapore. The massive fixed costs of our expanded port may become a fiscal drag if shipping volumes fall short of the government's projections. The long-term justification for Changi Terminal 5's massive capacity relies on historical hub-and-spoke models where long-distance traffic requires consolidated transit nodes. However, next-generation hyper-efficient aircraft, such as a long-range narrow-body Airbus A321XLR, completely disrupt this model. These aircraft allow airlines to establish economically viable long and thin direct routes between secondary cities without requiring physical stopovers or refueling hubs like Singapore. As a result, Changi Airport may face the risk of capital expansions outpacing the growth of traditional transit passengers. To hedge our exposure to physical trade volatility, Singapore must pivot from being just a physical gatekeeper to also becoming the sovereign digital architect of global trade. By anchoring the financial, legal, and operational code of international shipping lines within Singapore's data jurisdiction, we secure a stronger position of leverage. Even if mega alliances berth physically at regional competitors' ports, the critical financial transaction layers and supply chain networks running those operations will still run through digital nodes owned by Singapore. We must therefore rebalance our long-term capital spending. For every dollar spent on pouring physical concrete for Changi T5 or the Tuas berths, a fixed percentage could be redirected towards strategically acquiring, centralizing and developing next-generation supply chain software patents under Singapore's sovereign control, such as automated customs clearing platforms and predictive route management networks. As my honourable friend, the MP for Hougang, Dennis Tan, highlighted, Singapore must shift from being an outstanding adopter of foreign technology to a creator of our own proprietary systems if we want to capture high margin value. By securing direct ownership of over these foundational digital assets across international trading jurisdictions, we can protect our economic independence and collect licensing rents globally. This allows us to successfully reduce our reliance on absolute volatile physical cargo throughput, ensuring our national revenue is buffered even if global trade patterns shift away from our shores. We do not just need a more competitive hub, We need a structurally resilient one that owns the software of global trade rather than just the concrete that sits on it. This strategic resilience must also extend to the second pillar of the motion, which champions the use of frontier technologies to anchor good jobs. While automation drives corporate efficiency, we must build a system that governs these tools to protect the daily working conditions of our workers. If we do not actively govern the code running inside of our transport infrastructure, frontier technology can inadvertently lead to the extraction of productivity solely at the expense of human well-being. This is not a theoretical anxiety. In a 2024 report titled Algorithmic Management Practices in Regular Workplaces, Case Studies in Logistics and Healthcare by the International Labour Organization and the European Commission's Joint Research Centre, provides empirical evidence of what happens when algorithmic management is introduced in regular transport and logistics workspaces. The report notes that competitive pressures related to cost efficiency and timely deliveries have driven an increased centralization of control and monitoring through corporate governance structures, shifting the power balance within organizations heavily towards management. In advanced logistics networks across the world, we are already witnessing these technologies being used in ways that constrain worker autonomy and intensify the pace of work. For instance, the report highlights automated postal and distribution networks where algorithms generate precise, hyper-optimized itineraries, giving workers compressed, exact time slots for each delivery. These machine-generated instructions can become so detailed that they leave minimal space for human judgment or physical adjustments. The report also underscores cases of asymmetric accountability and glitch penalization. Workers are uniquely vulnerable to connectivity issues and system failures. The report found that when software scanners freeze or experience network disruptions, automated systems can register these technical errors as drops in worker efficiency. As a result, workers risk being unfairly held accountable for mistakes originating from computer errors rather than human errors. The report found that the introduction of digital tools had a positive impact on job quality in some more developed countries, but a negative impact in some developing ones. The authors attributed this to differences in institutional and regulatory frameworks. Businesses in Singapore have to use digital tools to improve productivity and efficiency, but we must also ensure that these changes will benefit workers rather than harm them. We must remain firmly pro-innovation. Our goal should not be to ban automation or to turn our backs on technology, but to govern it so that productivity gains are equitably shared with workers rather than extracted solely from their physical and mental well-being. To achieve this, I wish to make 3 policy proposals. First, we should update the subsidiary regulations in the Workplace Safety and Health Act to mandate that workforce management and dispatch algorithms used in critical transport hubs explicitly factor in human physiological constraints. The code must include safety buffers for ambient heat stress, which is vital for Singapore's tarmac and port environments, alongside a mandatory human-in-the-loop override. This will give terminal safety supervisors and operations managers the clear statutory authority to adjust AI targets by a safety buffer during peak operational strain or adverse weather without incurring penalties. Second, we should introduce algorithmic transparency and explainability requirements under the Employment Act to give workers a statutory right to explanation. Any automated tracking platform used to grade performance, allocate split shifts, or determine contract renewals must provide employees with a clear, plain language breakdown of its underlying metrics. This ensures workers have open, accessible administrative channels to contest unfair automated penalties caused by network disruptions, hardware glitches, or system errors. Finally, we should consider implementing a transport sector digital dividend framework. When transport, logistics, and aviation operators achieve major productivity breakthroughs through the use of AI, those productivity gains must be shared. Instead of squeezing headcount or expanding workloads, operators should be required to pass these gains down in the form of a structured wage increases or compressed human-centric working hours with no loss in base pay. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow physical infrastructure expansion to blind us to the shifting digital geography of global trade. Nor should we allow frontier technology to reduce the economic agency of our transport workers. We must instead make it our goal to ensure that as our infrastructure and machines grow more capable, our citizens grow more secure. By implementing these targeted worker safeguards and digital asset strategies, we can ensure that technological progress serves the dignity, economic agency, and long-term resilience of every Singaporean.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Speaker, as we double down on efforts to boost our status as a global aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, let's also pay equal attention to how these efforts will reshape jobs and impact our workers. Up to 30% of aviation jobs may be redesigned within the next 5 years, and mostly in ground handling, and more preparations are required as Terminal 5 is being constructed. Now, in logistics, new higher-paying roles will be created in PME jobs, including data analysis, supply chain management, and software development. At the same time, some roles will undergo displacement, including operators, storekeepers, and in sales and customer services functions. At our container terminals at Tuas, Pasir Panjang, and cargo terminals at Jurong Port, usage of more automated vehicles and cranes will likely and very much improve productivity and create more higher value jobs. Now, as we build this future, we must also ask, how are we preparing our people for it? Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to visit China with SME and your good self, and we saw ports, logistic facilities, and aviation-related operations. And what struck me most was how rapidly technology is changing transport systems around the world. Across countries and industries, there is a growing push towards automation, digitalization, and new operating models. The lesson I took away was that it reinforced the need for Singapore to continue adapting, innovating, and investing in our people if we are to maintain our position as a leading global transportation hub. Because ultimately, technology can be bought, infrastructure can be built, but it is our workers, their skills, their adaptability, and professionalism that will continue to differentiate Singapore. And that brings us back to the central question: how are we preparing Singaporeans for the future? In my roles as a Labour MP and in my work in MQ+ under Focus Area 4, where we look into employment and employability, the question that many Singaporean workers are most concerned about is, will I have a good job in Singapore's future? So when we adopt more automation, robotics, and AI in our transport sector, let us also ask, how can these technologies help create better jobs for our seafarers, our technicians, our aviation, logistics, and maritime workers, and new roles in transport cybersecurity as our sectors become more digitalized? As our rail network expands with projects like Johor Bahru and Singapore RTS Link, how can we create ladders to help our rail technicians progress further? And as we develop the low-altitude economy, including deploying more drones and also unmanned vessels for surveys, how are we creating more career pathways for Singaporeans? The future of transport must also be a future of career progression, where our workers have the opportunities to become more skilled, more productive, with better wages and better work prospects than before. So today, I would like to speak on how we can create a better future for our young graduates and our existing rank and file workers and technicians. First, our young graduates. In my work as an educator, I've watched many of my young students drawn to delivery and gig work, to pass time, for their flexibility, and probably the chance to earn slightly extra income. I understand the appeal, but the job has its downsides. There is a higher risk of injury. According to MOM's Workplace Safety and Health Report, platform workers suffer fatal major injuries at a rate of 84.6 per 100,000 last year, nearly 5 times higher than the rate of the workforce as a whole. Second, there's also limitation in their progressions in the long run. Our young delivery riders risk becoming entrenched in these jobs. And there are signs of potential disruptions too. Drone deliveries have been on trial for a few years now, over our waters, and more recently across the Kallang River, where my constituency is. So as we anchor good jobs through the development of our transport industries, we must also adjust our training curriculum, leverage the new tripartite Jobs Council, and create pathways that attract our young graduates into these new and exciting roles. So let's match our young graduates' interests and aptitudes early, where they are still in school, to career ramps available in aviation, logistics, and maritime. And let us ensure that the work conditions and prospects, particularly at the entry level, can genuinely attract and retain our younger workers. Many of them need to see their future potential beyond the internship and the traineeship spirit. That if they work hard, there are real prospects for progression, to move into higher value roles with better wages, welfare, and work prospects. So let's double down on our efforts so that we can see more young Singaporeans grow and flourish alongside the development of the transport sector. So in this regard, I would like to ask the Ministry of Transport on how it intends to work through the Skills and Workforce Development Agency, the Tripartite Jobs Council, NTUC, and our unions to develop clearer school-to-sector pathways into the future transport sectors. Careers supported by internships, apprenticeships, structured traineeships, and career guidance. So second is our group that is the existing rank and file workers and technicians. Many of them will see their daily tasks change with technology. We must identify at-risk roles early, map them to adjacent opportunities, and build career pathways. If we get this right, transformation becomes a story of renewal and of growth, not about replacement. So we must also redesign jobs alongside our workers to help them see how technology can help them to get their jobs done better. And we must provide our workers the necessary support and training pathways to help them move into higher value, better jobs. Now, beyond wages and work prospects, it's also important to ensure that jobs in the transport sector also provide better welfare and better working conditions for our workers. Worker welfare must also include safety, especially for workers whose duties expose them to the heat, thunderstorms, and other adverse weather conditions. This matters in transport, where aviation, maritime, and logistics and port workers continue to keep operations running on the ground, at our terminals, at sea, and on the tarmac. For example, MSC and NEA launched a heat stress advisory in 2023, while MSC is working with agencies such as MP and MOM to better manage weather-related challenges. As we transform our transport sector, we must apply these technologies more directly to protect our workers. Let us leverage technology to support efforts to plan rostering, shifts, and rest hours more thoughtfully, especially to support round-the-clock operations in our transport sector. As we build world-class infrastructure, let us also ensure that we plan for adequate amenities for our workers who have to work on-site. Affordable food, good rest facilities, and quiet rooms for long shifts. Recently, SBS Transit opened Singapore's first dedicated accommodation for bus drivers at the Sengkang West Depot, with rooms, kitchens, and even a dedicated floor for women drivers. I hope to see more such amenities provided for our workers on site. So let us also leverage technology to reduce commute times for our transport workers to travel more extensively to both ends of Singapore. For example, by employing AVs to enable first and last mile connections to Changi, Tuas, and our ferry terminals at our industrial estates. Now, these work sites generally have less access to the public transportation, especially in the early and late hours. Mr. Speaker, as we build these pathways, we must also track whether they are delivering real outcomes. We should know who is entering these new roles and whether our young graduates, rank and file workers and technicians are benefiting. Such tracking can help monitor worker composition, training outcomes, wage progression, and career mobility so that transformation remains accountable to our workers. An aspect of welfare for our workers that we tend to forget is the word respect. Mr. Speaker, let me briefly share with you a dialogue that I had with the rail technicians recently. They told me something quite striking. Every time there is a rail breakdown, public frustration is immediate and often directed at them. But what many of us do not see is the reality, working through the night, managing complex systems, carrying the responsibility of keeping millions of commuters safe. This reminds us that strengthening our transport hub is not just about better systems. It's about valuing the people behind them. If we want the next generation to join such jobs, the jobs must be stable and well-paying too. But at the end of the day, respect is important. Tuan Speaker, izinkan saya menyentuh sedikit dalam bahasa.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak briefly in Malay. When we talk about the future of transport, it is not just about technology or efficiency. It is also about ensuring that our workers, both young and experienced, are able to seize the new opportunities that will emerge. This is closely linked to the work of the Economic Competitiveness Committee, which I co-chair with Mr. Satyandi Supaat. Our task is to translate the recommendations of the Economic Strategy Review into practical pathways, especially for youths, mid-career workers, and lower-wage workers. The transport sector will certainly create new opportunities, but those opportunities will not materialize if information is unclear, training is not aligned with real jobs, and support does not reach workers early enough. That is why we need to build career bridges, not just more courses, but clear pathways that connect skills to jobs and jobs to better lives.
Allow me to conclude with 3 R's, or 3 calls. First, let's build career bridges early. Support workers before disruption happens, not after. Second, redesign jobs for better outcomes, better wages, better welfare, better work prospects. Third, make growth sectors accessible so every Singaporean, our youth, our rank and file workers can see, can enter and progress in these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, our ambition is not just to remain a global transport hub. Our ambition must to become a people-centered transport hub, where growth creates good jobs, technology uplifts our workers, and every Singaporean has a pathway forward. Because in the end, a hub is only as strong as its people. Airports do not connect themselves. Ports do not run themselves too. Logistic networks do not move themselves either. Behind every transport hub are workers whose skills, whose commitment and professionalism keep Singapore moving. And when our workers move forward with confidence, Singapore will continue to move forward too. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, the premise underlying this motion is a straightforward and appealing one, that we can and must continue to embrace and exploit a strategy of economic, political, and technological openness, which has worked to bring Singapore from its status as a secondary, if strategic backwater, to the global first-tier city-state that it is today. As an international economist who has spent the better part of his professional career teaching and advocating for the virtues of free trade, economic integration, and technological forwardness, I'm both deeply encouraged and keenly vested in the spirit of this motion. Alas, it behooves me to point out that the world has, if anything, been moving in the opposite direction, with an erosion of globalization, a retreat from liberal international organization, and a shift toward policy-making informed by geopolitical might and domestic populist pressures. I will therefore speak today about a tail risk, how to manage our cross-border economic policy and international relations in the face of a deglobalizing world. The risk has been slowly manifesting itself ever more vividly over the course of the past 2 decades, as the global policy landscape has evolved from the 20th century rules-based order toward the 21st century law of the jungle. To be clear, I do not do so as an alarmist, but as a realist. Even if a wholesale move in this direction seems remote, we must gird our collective loins and formulate policy that is grounded in the emerging reality of a world where flows of goods, services, capital, labor, and technology might face ever greater frictions in their movement. Hence, while I support the overall thrust of this motion, I encourage this House to also be clear-eyed about a potential downside scenario. Let me first paint a picture of what I believe this emerging new world order might look like. Now, to fully understand this, we must look backward to the global financial crisis of 07-08, and more recently to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the global crisis, flows of international trade have contracted sharply. The drop was so severe in the immediate aftermath of the crisis that economists refer to this phenomenon as the Great Trade Collapse. While the causes are still being debated, the consequences are already clear. Since 2008, the share of imports and exports in global output has gone into retreat, in stark contrast to the decades prior. The capricious deployment of tariffs and other commercial policy instruments have also resulted in a trade map aligned more toward geopolitical affiliation rather than economic logic. Cross-border capital flows have similarly stagnated after the crisis. This reverses the heady times of ever-rising financial integration, which took flight in the 1980s. The slowdown has likewise led some to speculate that we are entering into an era of financial deglobalization, where international finance will become increasingly fragmented and controlled. The trends of friendshoring and rising economic nationalism also suggest that foreign investment will perhaps be far less forthcoming in the future. Through all this, the flow of workers between countries had remained robust. If anything, advances in digital connectivity have flattened the world, promoting the outsourcing of tasks between countries and encouraging the globalization of labor, both unskilled and skilled. Falling transportation costs also spurred an unprecedented rise in tourism. The pandemic, alas, struck the first blow on this front, and while migratory flows have rebounded somewhat, they have been repeatedly threatened by rising geopolitical tensions and global conflict. Some believe that information and communication technologies will allow digital flows to substitute for the decline in these other channels of globalization. Yet, while we are reasonably assured that connectivity will be sustained along this dimension, it has not been unvarnished by geopolitical pressures. The ban on advanced AI hardware by the United States is but one reflection of renewed restrictions, along with the disabling of the most advanced AI models to foreign nationals. Singapore has not been spared, having been degraded to Tier 2 status on suspicions that our transshipment status had been exploited to evade export controls. As the Economic Strategies Review Committee has observed, we also do not possess the capability to build our own foundational AI models. Thus, even as we strengthen our national AI strategy, it is clear that we are vulnerable to being disintermediated in an AI-led world economy in both hardware as well as software. Unfortunately, the decline in international exchange has been accompanied by an erosion of international cooperation. Treaties are being repeatedly renegotiated, and international organizations struggle to retain their traditional voice of authority in global fora. Instead, governance is dominated by fears of political polarization and populist sentiment. The world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and the conduct of international trade and finance appear to be driven much more by politics than economic fundamentals. Increasingly, economic tools are also being deployed to meet geopolitical objectives. So, since our nation's founding, and some would argue even before, Singapore has surfed the waves of globalization to supercharge our economic growth. This model has served us well, and we have relied on our openness and status as a trusted intermediary to build an economy that is among the richest in the world. But I fear that the new global order will be far less accommodating to business as usual. With a slowing in international exchange of goods, we need to pivot towards services, tradable services. Unlike merchandise trade, services have not demonstrated any post-global crisis slowdown, and now accounts for 1/5 of global commerce. But Singapore's export basket remains solidly more concentrated in the former, with goods accounting for about 110% of GDP versus 70% for services in terms of our exports. We must foster more growth in tradable services, which has the added benefit that it is also less subject to the need to undervalue our exchange rate as a policy, since services are much more likely to be competitive on the basis of quality and efficiency. And if we are indeed focused on trade and services, we should keep in mind that we export more to the European Union than the United States, and more to ASEAN than to China. We also shouldn't expect our trade orientation to remain global in nature rather than regional. Now, this doesn't mean prematurely surrendering our entrepôt status. It does mean taking our economic relationships with our near abroad, Asia in general, and ASEAN in particular, much more seriously. We should regard Southeast Asia as our hinterland, producing for that broader market, and wean ourselves off trade that is focused much more on the West. This will position us better in a world that is more multipolar and regional, as opposed to unipolar and global. This also implies that we should rethink how much time and effort we spend on trade facilitation with partners like the United States. Instead, we should devote our energies to improving market integration through introducing more services coverage to the RCEP, upgrading the agreement to include more high-level issues found in the CPTPP, and pushing for greater market access within ASEAN, especially when it comes to investment and non-tariff barriers. Moreover, as my honorable friends Gerald Giam and Kenneth Thiong both point out, heavily placing our bets on mega-sized physical infrastructure projects such as Changi Terminal 5 and the Tuas Next Generation Port may backfire if globalization is more restrained in the future. Now, this doesn't mean that we turn inward on these projects or abandon them. Indeed, there's wisdom in planning and building for the future. But there may be a case to proceed with greater caution, perhaps by planning the build-out in tranches and making parts of the full blueprint contingent on whether future economic conditions justify the massive capacity expected. The same will apply to our long-term infrastructure borrowing. For instance, we might wish to structure Singapore bond borrowing in a manner that will only trigger if the project meets certain threshold conditions associated with anticipated need. So long as the parts that are built are fully self-contained, we can adopt a more incrementalist approach. The same applies to capital flows, where we should look to investing more in the region. Unlike our early days, where we were starved of capital, we now have large public and private funds that can direct our considerable net national savings elsewhere. Yet the national will to provide such guidance remains unclear. Look, for instance, at our nation's foreign direct investment, or FDI. While it's perhaps unsurprising that China and India top the list of FDI partners, the next ones on the list are the UK, Indonesia, Australia, and the US. Among our top FDI destinations, only 2, Indonesia and Malaysia, are in ASEAN. The argument is also relevant from the sell-side perspective. As we strive to cement our position as an international financial center, we must also recognize and accept that economies like China, the EU, and the US are increasingly likely to favor financial intermediation through their own onshore locales, like Shanghai or Hong Kong, London or Frankfurt, New York or Chicago. We should instead appeal to regional businesses, attract them, and not just American entities, to list on the SGX, and to encourage them to park their buy-side wealth management operations here rather than elsewhere. The realignment of focus applies to labor flows too. To be fair, we are already highly integrated when it comes to absorbing low-cost workers from the region. Where we have been less forward-facing, however, is in ensuring that our skilled local talent undertake stints abroad. I believe that we should have a more structured framework for encouraging our PMETs to spend a year or two in their firms' affiliates or subsidiaries located in our major ASEAN capitals. Through Enterprise SG, we already have an analogous scheme, the Global Ready Talent Program, that encourages companies to train young talent through overseas internships. This should not be limited to early career professionals. Relocation costs can be minimized, perhaps with state acquisition of properties that can be rented out to Singaporean firms at attractive rates, especially SMEs looking to internationalize. I had also shared that international schools can be made more plug-and-play for relocating families, with subsidized fees similar to what is offered at home, and stronger syllabus coordination to make the return much more seamless. So I've received feedback from many a manager that one ceiling they face in deciding to promote a local PMET over a foreign one is the lack of regional exposure. This can and should be corrected, and all the more in a world where PMETs and other regional countries are converging on our own in terms of training, skills, and experience. Next, if we accept the premise that digital and virtual exchange will increasingly substitute for the other traditional modes of trade in goods, services, capital, and labor, then the ability to exert control, or at least exert leverage, over access to the underlying technological infrastructure becomes far more critical. This is the case for both hardware, and here I'm thinking about data centers in particular, and software in terms of foundational AI models, whether applied to generative, agentic, or embodied cases. My party colleagues, Dennis Tan and Gerald Giam, argue in favor of expanding our ownership over these tools to build our nation's digital resilience. Even accepting that we may not build in-house foundational models from the ground up, I would still like to know if this government, through the National AI Council, has already developed a sort of safeguard plan in the event of sudden withdrawal by big tech firms to data center access, AI models, digital platforms, or even APIs. Finally, when we conduct negotiations, we should be cognizant of how it is almost impossible to successfully arrive at terms where positions fall outside of the constraints involved by other nations' domestic politics. This may mean a very narrow set of options. We may choose to hew to ideal principles ourselves, keeping tariffs at zero, maintaining the unclosed right of free passage, or leaving capital largely untaxed. But the rest of the world may not agree. A practically minded foreign service and MFA will have to leave room for occasionally departing from non-core principles. Otherwise, we might find ourselves unable to strike deals at all. So it is World Cup season, so allow me to close with a football analogy. Players and seasoned fans will know that when pressing a counter-attack, one does not pass to where the other players are now, but to where the other players might be going. From my vantage point on the field's left wing, this is how I believe that our policymakers should adapt. We cannot bet on the ideal world of yesteryear, but should instead align our policy with the likely world of tomorrow. Otherwise, we may find ourselves inadvertently offside, and our economy and society left out in the cold.
Order. We've been in the chamber for close to 5 hours, so I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 3:40 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 1, resumption of debate on a motion reinforcing Singapore's position as a global transport hub, a motion standing in the name of Ms. Tin Pei Ling.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to affirm the importance of strengthening Singapore's position as a globally connected transport hub. But this position cannot be taken for granted. We may be small on the map, but we sit right at the crossroads of the world, by land, by air, by sea, and increasingly by data and technology. Singapore has always understood one thing. In transport, if you want to stay relevant, you cannot afford to miss the boat. If we are not moving forward, we risk being left at the platform. In this increasingly unpredictable world, the strength of Singapore's transport sector and its diversity of the interconnectedness to the rest of the world is not only an economic priority, but also one of national security. Singapore's success today as a global transport hub did not happen by chance. It is the decades of hard work of our businesses, the many Singaporean workers, and public servants across the public sector. A world-class transport hub needs a world-class workforce. We must do our best to create these jobs and empower Singaporeans to excel in them. To this, I'll speak on 3 key areas. First, how our AI strategy is integral to creating good jobs in the transport sector. Second, staying competitive, staying ahead. And third, matching international connectivity with local transport infrastructure. As the transport sector develops, we need to prepare a workforce that will be able to meet the needs of the future. To get there, I'd like to ask how the government is preparing our workforce for this transformation. Could the ministry share with us a forecast of the talent we will need, the expected mix of local and foreign workforce, as well as the mix of key functions where demand is likely to grow? More importantly, what are our plans to train, attract and retain the workforce so that Singapore remains well positioned for the next phase of growth? AI has taken center stage over the past few years. As a country, we have been doing a lot to develop a workforce with sufficient tech professionals, including data scientists, developers, and product managers, as well as a larger general workforce that's comfortable with using AI in their domain. MDDI is undertaking to ensure we engage in frontier research and to expand our education institutions' capacity to train AI talent. Tech giants are not the only ones who need tech talent. I call on the government to ensure our upskilling efforts and AI proficiencies are spread across industries. One of the things I value about the transport sector is the wide range of talent it requires. We need brilliant AI scientists to design, to maintain the cutting-edge model that will transform the industry, as well as skilled technicians on the ground. Not all these talents are best developed through university education. Our polytechnics, our ITEs will play a crucial role in supplying the workforce of the future. I encourage the ministry to broker partnerships between our institutes of higher learning and industry partners to develop and update relevant courses in the present, design programs that will meet future needs, develop scholarships and internship programs to draw in talent in advance, and design opportunities for mid-career upgrading and career transition. The transport sector must transform quickly to stay relevant, and our workforce will need to retrain, readjust, and in some cases, relearn. The reality is clear. Remaining competitive and creating good jobs for our residents requires constant change. But as we push ahead, we must remind one another that compassion must prevail in our society. Those who help build this sector must not be left behind. Even as we press on to be world-leading, we must ensure change is managed with people at its heart. As we adopt AI, these technologies should empower our workforce and not simply replace it. Our workers should be active partners in this transformation, equipped, involved, and given the confidence to experiment with new technologies rather than fear being displaced. Next, staying competitive. I now turn to the balance between decarbonization and energy resilience. Recent events in the Middle East have reminded us that global energy supply chains remain vulnerable to geopolitical shocks. Even as countries decarbonize and electrify, many economies will continue for some time to depend on reliable supplies of conventional fuels such as diesel and jet fuel, particularly for aviation, heavy transport, and resilience needs. For Singapore to remain a leading maritime and a global aviation hub, we must recognize this reality. We must both embrace new, sustainable technologies, but also continue to ensure our access to conventional fuels remains secure, reliable, and diversified. And so I hope the government will carefully consider the future of the Jurong Island refineries. Beyond their economic contribution, they anchor Singapore's contribution and position in global energy supply chains, support industries that rely on refined fuel products, and preserve capabilities and expertise that have been built over decades. These strategic considerations should form part of any long-term plans for Jurong Island refineries. To pursue decarbonization while maintaining our transport sector's economic competitiveness is a precarious balancing act. While it's important for us to take tangible steps towards lowering our emissions and taking the measured approach towards increasing the mandated proportion of sustainable aviation fuel blend, this should proceed with caution. SAF is still currently estimated to be about 2 to 4 times the price of jet fuel, even when recent oil prices are at record high due to the Middle East conflict. The costs from mandating SAF and the accompanying levies could make Singapore less attractive as an air transport hub, especially if neighbouring air hubs choose not to undertake similar measures. While we currently have a competitive advantage which would offset this additional cost, we would and must never take our existing competitive advantage for granted. So I urge MOT to take calibrated steps in future on mandatory SAF blend rates. The best way for us to maintain our long-term competitive advantage in the transport sector is to proactively shape the standards of the industry. The Technical Reference 68, or TR68, is one good start. We must continue to play that strategic role of shaping the international standards on safety, ethics, and security in the usage of autonomous technologies and AI in this industry. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe our intent to be a global transport hub is not just to create good jobs and pursue economic growth. All these are important, but we also want to be able to deliver to Singaporeans connectivity that improves their lived experiences. In Eastern South, Chencharu is planned to have about 10,000 new homes by 2040. And this means that we can expect around 30,000 new residents to move into this 70-hectare area over the next 15 years, an average of 2,000 residents every year. So therefore, upstream planning, transport planning, is critical to avoid bottlenecks that will be difficult to solve once residents move in. I'm grateful to have started early conversations with key agencies, including LTA, on plans for the local transport network or upgrades for Khatib MRT. For residents, it is often the small improvements that makes the biggest difference. More accessible pathways and well-planned transport flow can make everyday journeys safer and easier. I look forward to working closely with the Ministry, LTA, and our community partners and our residents to plan ahead, address the needs early, deliver practical improvements that will serve Chencharu well for years to come. Sir, in Mandarin, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this motion. Singapore's status as a globally connected hub for aviation, maritime, and logistics did not come easily, and we must never take it for granted. A world-class transport hub requires a world-class workforce. We must create as many of these jobs as possible and equip Singaporeans with the capabilities to fill them. I would like to ask the Ministry of Transport how it plans to help our workers prepare for what lies ahead. Could the Minister share with us the projected manpower forecasts, the expected ratio of local to foreign workers, and the job functions likely to see growing demand? More importantly, what plans do we have to train, attract, and retain talent so as to ensure that Singapore continues to maintain its edge? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe these efforts are about more than just job creation, economic growth. We'd also aspire to achieve genuine connectivity in every sense, one that enhances the lived experience of the Singaporeans. In Nee Soon South, the Chen Cha Ru area is set to see around 10,000 new homes built by 2040. This means that over the next 15 years, approximately 30,000 new residents are expected to move in at an average of around 2,000 per year. Early planning is essential to prevent transport bottlenecks that would be difficult to resolve once residents have already moved in. I'm glad to have been able to engage early with key agencies such as the LTA to begin preliminary discussions on expanding the transport networks in Nee Soon South or upgrading Khatib MRT station. For residents, it's often these small improvements that make the greatest difference. Better pedestrian access and well-planned transport connections can make daily commutes safer and more convenient. I look forward to continuing to work with the Ministry of Transport, LT, and our community partners to plan ahead.
Sector with optimism. A world-class transport sector gives our residents more than just convenience. It connects them seamlessly across Singapore and opens the door to the world for leisure, education, business, and work. Because when Singapore moves well, the world moves with us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the motion.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest as a deep tech innovator and entrepreneur. Now, once upon a time, I have a power pressure craft license, a pilot license, and of course a driving license. That doesn't make me a SEAL, but of course it piqued my interest on mobility solutions. And so I spent quite a bit of time working in these sectors. For the Minister of Transport Information, I got my flying license on my very first test, but driving cost me 5 tests, which means our road traffic regulations are very tight. Okay, now, the transportation sector and the mobility sectors, of course, is a very important area or sector or industry for Singapore, right, as a sea hub, air hub. So I would like to focus on really on innovations and to support the entrepreneurs of deep tech ventures, especially right now where with the advance of AI, autonomous technology, drones, this has become a fertile field for us to create many possibilities for our industries in the mobility sector. Now, but there are actually issues that we face. I noted that WIG craft, or wings and ground, bring in by ST Engineering, known as the airfish, that floats above the surface of the water, is now in operation. But however, it takes quite a bit of time. I mean, we know that actually that craft exists for many, many years, but it's being tested overseas. And then after that, once you're ready, and bring back to Singapore. Now, I like to compare this against 2 aerospace engineers who are from MIT, America, and they are aerospace engineers trained in drones and trained in autonomous vehicle. And they founded this company called Region Craft, and founded in 2020. And today they have commercial orders of $20 billion. So I think the imaginations and possibilities in the maritime and mobility industries or the transportation industry for our people are infinite. And therefore, we really have to enable them to actually go and find these possibilities. Now, what's the issue then? The issue really is that in Singapore, confined environment, especially LNC, it's very difficult for us to trial or pilot anything that's moving. Well, for good reason, risk management, and also not to affect our normal operations. For example, if you talk about the low altitude economy, which is the drone or the flying cars, it's actually very difficult to find any place in Singapore for us to do trials. And therefore, it's important for us to actually provide fixed sites, control sites for R&D. And then, so localized sandboxes, both for sea, land, air, and then regional sandboxes, so that such craft, which needs longer distance, more complex operations, can be done. Now, I noted that in NTU, when they are developing this flying car, they actually go to, in Singapore, they do trial, and they are tethered. But when they need to do free flying, they actually, was reported that they go to Germany. Well, that is quite far away. Should we or can we explore options of having such regional trial sites with the neighboring countries? I noted that Malaysia just announced the low altitude economy plan by the transport minister, by the Malaysia Prime Minister in last week, and that they are also proposing sandboxes, and they have a lot more space. Indonesia also has a master plan for the other alternative names for low altitude economy called advanced air mobility, and therefore it is an opportunity for us to partner with them to actually allow or partner such that our companies can go there and do longer distance flight trials or these testing. So I think maybe the Ministry of Transport would like to do that. Now, I also want to comment on the, let's say, the initiative, the innovation and initiative by, for example, Maritime Port Authority, MPA, which is on Pier 71, which create a lot of innovations. And I think that we should consolidate all this into maybe an agency for innovation within the Ministry of Transport, from air, sea, and land, and then put in aggressive funding and piloting such that this could be a pillar for our economy in the future. I wouldn't suggest a sum, but I think such endeavor needs strong supports as it will allow us to create a new economy. And so my proposal is actually an integrated innovation agency under the Ministry of Transport with an aggressive funding, aggressive piloting, and collaboration within the region for sandboxes and flight testing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this timely and important motion, especially it emphasizes on anchoring good jobs in Singapore. This is not just a transport issue. It's about Singapore's long-term relevancy in the global economy. There's an old saying, ships do not sail because the sea is calm. They sail because they are built to weather the storm. Singapore became a leading aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, not because geography favors us, but because we transform opportunity into excellency through vision, trusted institution, and the determination of our people. Today, the world is changing rapidly. Artificial intelligence is reshaping logistics. Supply chains are being redesigned. Businesses are placing greater emphasis not only on efficiency, but also resiliency, sustainability, and trust. The question before us is simple. How do we ensure companies continue to choose Singapore, not just to move goods, but to invest, manage regional operation, and create high-value jobs? When we discuss strengthening Singapore as a global transport hub, we naturally think about airports, ports, and infrastructure. These, no doubt, are important, but equally important are our small and medium enterprises. Our freight workers, custom brokers, engineering firms, logistic technology companies, and service providers are the backbone of our transport ecosystem. Every multinational corporation was once a small business with a big ambition. If Singapore is to remain competitive, we must help today SME become tomorrow regional champions. My first suggestion is to strengthen support for SME digital transformation. Technology is advancing quickly. Tuas Ports is becoming one of the world's largest automated ports. Autonomous vehicles are being trialed on our roads. Digital trade platforms are replacing paper documentation. But merging our physical and digital infrastructure must include our SMEs and not just our ports and terminals. The challenge for many SMEs is not buying technology, it is knowing which solutions to adopt, integrating them into operation, training employee, and generating real business value. Grants are important, but they are only the starting point. The last mile of digital transformation is implementation. I therefore encourage continued efforts to strengthen hands-on implementation support through trusted technology advisor, sector-specific consultancy, and practical guidance that help SME move from grants approval to successful execution. Second, we should continue helping our SME internationalize with confidence. Many businesses need support to navigate overseas regulations, identify reliable partners, and understand emerging markets. Every Singapore enterprise that successfully expand overseas strengthen our economic's resiliency and reinforce Singapore's position as an international global business hub. Third, talent remains our greatest competitive advantage. Technology does not replace people, it transforms jobs. Warehouse assistants become robotics specialists. Dispatch clerks become data-driven fleet coordinators. Custom brokers become digital trade experts. AI can recommend routes, but people make judgment calls. AI can automate processes, but people manage exceptions, build relations, and create trust. So the future workforce need not only digital skill, but also operational judgment, communications, and problem solving. Job redesign, however, is especially challenging for SME, which often lack dedicated HR and transformation teams. We should therefore continue investing in skill future and workforce transformation while exploring shared talent pools, industry attachments, and collaborative innovation program with partners such as Tech Talent Assembly, TTAB, also associated to NTUC, so that SMEC can access specialized experts that would otherwise be beyond their reach. Mr. Speaker, sustainability is also becoming a business requirement. Low carbon shipping, green warehousing, and sustainable supply chains are no longer optional. Increasingly, they determine whether companies win or lose the contract. Helping SME adopt greener technology is therefore not only an environmental priority, but also an economic necessity. We must also continue to strengthen supply chain resiliency. Above all, businesses know that when Singapore makes a commitment, We deliver, and that repetition is priceless. As Singapore prepares to assume the ASEAN Chairmanship in 2027, we should deepen regional connectivity and continue championing common standards in areas such as digital trade, AI, and interoperability. Mr. Speaker, allow me to suggest one strategic shift. Singapore should aim to move from being a transit hub to becoming a decision hub. A transit hub is where goods pass through. A decision hub is where companies decide how goods move, where they move, how risks are managed, and how regional supply chains are coordinated, where they locate their supply chain control towers, procurement centers, digital platforms, digital trade platform, financing functions, and risk management capability. And also, where should they coordinate between air, sea, and land logistics? This is where higher value jobs are created when we are reinforcing Singapore's position as a global transportation hub. That's the next stage of Singapore's competitive advantage. Let me give you an example. Imagine a visitor arriving in Singapore in the future. The flight lands at Changi Airport. Immigration clearance is fast and largely automated. Luggage is tracked digitally. The traveler may choose for luggage to be transferred securely to the hotel. Transport, hotel, check-in, and payment may be connected more smoothly. By the time the visitor reaches the hotel, the luggage may already be there. But the point is not the luggage. The point is the experience. Technology removes friction, but people create trust. When the visitor reaches the hotel, a human concierge will still welcome him, recommend where to eat, explain what to see, and give the warmth and assurance that technology alone cannot provide. This small example reflects a larger strategy. The future of transport is not only about automation, it's about confidence. It's about how systems, companies, and people come together to deliver one trusted experience. The same applies to businesses. A pharmaceutical company moving temperature-sensitive medicines through Singapore does not only need air cargo. It needs cold chain logistics, digital documentation, cybersecurity, insurance warehousing, onwards delivery, and risk management. The customer does not experience this as separate sectors. The customer experiences them as one Singapore system. Thus, our ambition should be clear. Singapore should not simply be where goods move through. Singapore should be where supply chains are designed, coordinated, and trusted. And this is where everything I have said comes together, become a decision hub, needs capable local partners around it. Helping our SMEs upgrade is therefore not simply an SME policy, it is a national strategy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, ultimately, this motion is not just about ports or airports, it's about people. Behind every shipment is a business. Behind every business is a worker. Behind every worker is a family. As the NTUC slogan says, every worker matters. I believe every SME matters and every family matters too. Singapore has never competed on size. We compete through trust, excellency, and innovation. As our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, reminded us, if we do not remain relevant to the world will not remain interested in us. Let us continue helping our enterprise innovate, internationalize, and grow. When our SMEs thrive, our workers prosper. When our workers prosper, our economy becomes stronger. And when our economy remains strong, Singapore's future remains secure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please allow me to end my speech in Mandarin.
The Singapore of the future should not merely be a place where goods pass through quickly. It should be a place that creates value, generates knowledge and develops solutions. Today, advanced technology can be acquired anywhere in the world, and modern ports and airports can be built by any nation. What is truly difficult to replicate, however, is the institutional framework, credibility, professional talent, and international reputation that a country builds over the long term. When global enterprises choose Singapore in the future, it will not simply be because of our efficiency. It will be because they trust that here they can make important decisions with confidence, manage regional operations, and find partners they can rely on. In my view, we cannot focus solely on nurturing a handful of successful large enterprises. We must build a complete industrial ecosystem. Large corporations, SMEs, research institutions, institutes of higher learning, trade unions, and government agencies must all form a network of mutual support and shared growth. When a local SME is able to enter an international supply chain through innovative solution, the impact goes far beyond its own growth. It creates more local jobs, develops more skilled professionals, and makes the entire Singapore economy more competitive. That is what a truly sustainable model of development looks like. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I wish to emphasize one point. The competition among global transport hubs in the future will not be fought on speed alone. It will be fought on trust. Technology can improve efficiency and artificial intelligence can optimize processes, but integrity cannot be auto-generated and reputation cannot be built by algorithms. What international partners ultimately trust is what Singapore has consistently stood for: professionalism, the rule of law, and the ability to deliver on our commitments. As long as we continue to uphold openness and cooperation, pursue relentless innovation, develop our people, and move forward hand in hand with businesses and workers, I am confident that Singapore will not only maintain its leading position as a global transport hub, but will also become the most trusted decision-making center for enterprises worldwide, creating more quality jobs for Singaporeans and lay a stronger foundation for the generations to come.
Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we speak about reinforcing Singapore's position as a global transport hub, we often think of Singapore Changi Airport, world-class, Singapore Airlines connecting us to the world. We think of PSA with the towering cranes at Pasir Panjang, Jurong, and Tuas Port. We think of the many ships in our waters and the seamless movement of cargo through our logistic network, including our land transport network. These are powerful symbols of success for Singapore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure alone and high-tech systems does not make a global hub. A transport hub is only complete because of the people who keep it moving 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From the baggage handler working on the tarmac, the technicians ensuring that every vehicle operates safely, the crane operators managing multiple cranes from a control room, harbor pilot guiding some of the world's largest vessels into our ports, our air traffic controllers and airport crew who ensure the safety of airplanes in and out of Singapore and ensuring people coming through Singapore get the best experience. The seafarers spending months away from home to keep the global trade flowing, the logistics planner ensuring that supply chains continue to function so businesses receive their goods and families receive their parcels. There are many more examples. These are the men and women who built Singapore's transport hub reputation. They kept our transport system moving during COVID-19. They kept global trade flowing through supply chain disruptions. They adapted through manpower shortages and uncertain global uncertainties. Today, as we speak of transforming and strengthening Singapore's position as a global transport hub, my question is, how will we bring these people along, and what is the future that they see as part of that strong, futuristic global hub that we want to be? Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the future of transport should not be something our workers merely adapt to. It must be a future they can look forward to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, transformations are no longer coming. They're already here. We have many such examples. Looking at our maritime sector, from the early days of Singapore River to Jurong Port, after independence to containerization at Tanjong Pagar, Singapore has never stood still. Today, our maritime sector is entering another transformation. Singapore now operates an AI-powered maritime digital twin, integrating real-time information from vessels, weather systems, and sensors to optimize traffic and improve safety. Our ports are increasingly automated, yard cranes and automated guided vehicles are remotely operated. The Maritime Port Authority is driving innovation in autonomous vehicles and new maritime fuels while strengthening Singapore's International Maritime Centre. These are not just investments in technology, they are investments in better jobs. And we already see what it means for our workers. Take Brother Said Ali. More than 30 years ago, he began as a yard crane operator at PSA. Climbing high into crane cabins every day in a physically demanding work, as technology evolved, so did his career. Today, he's a senior key crane specialist supervising automated operations, mentoring younger colleagues, and leading adoption of new technologies. His career did not end because technology arrived. Technology allowed his career to grow. Likewise, Mr. Tan Sin Po from Jurong Port has spent over 2 decades developing engineering expertise. Today, he leads highly complex equipment relocation projects that require precision planning, engineering excellence, and close teamwork. His experience has become even more valuable in a technologically advanced port. These stories remind us that transformations succeed when workers succeed. The same transformation is taking place in aviation. The Civil Aviation Authority has estimated that up to 30% of our 60,000 strong aviation workforce could see their jobs redesigned over the next 5 years. With Changi Terminal 5 nearly doubling airport capacity, the scale of change will only accelerate. Nearly 20,000 jobs redesigned is not a small number. Behind every redesigned job is a worker who must learn new skills. Behind every new technology is a worker who must be confident enough to use it. And behind every transformation is a family depending on that worker's future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore faces tight manpower. Our workforce is aging with low birth rates. Every Singaporean worker becomes even more precious. If we are to remain a leading transport hub, we cannot simply add more workers. We must help every worker become more productive, more skilled, and able to enjoy longer careers. Automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence will be critical. They can remove repetitive, physically demanding tasks. They can create safer workplaces. They can allow experienced workers to move into higher value roles that command better wages and offer greater career progression. For our senior workers, technology can extend productive careers instead of shortening them because their bodies can no longer cope with physically demanding work. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, technology alone does not build trust. Workers must know that transformation is happening with them and not to them. They must know that technology is being deployed to strengthen the Singaporean core. And very important, it is to strengthen the Singaporean core, to improve their wages, to improve their welfare, to strengthen their work prospects so that they can stay ahead of the cost curves and provide well for their families. That is why I have 2 calls in support of this motion. First, we must equip and train workers early with unions involved from the very beginning. And we already know that this works with many examples. With the aviation, NTUC's aerospace and aviation cluster, together with unions like SATS Workers Union, has used the company training committees to redesign jobs while equipping workers with new capabilities. As we build Terminal 5, the tripartite model should become the norm. CAS, Changi Airport Group, SATS, employers and unions must work hand in hand to ensure that every productive gain is also a gain for workers. This is also how we attract young Singaporeans into the aviation and the industry. Beyond competitive salaries, the young people want meaningful careers with opportunities to grow. At the same time, experienced Singaporean workers must remain at the heart of our success. Technology may automate many processes, but it cannot automate the warmth, the professionalism, and service excellence that define us as Singapore and as the Singapore experience. Our maritime sector offers similar examples. The Singapore Maritime Officers Union, SMOU, and the Singapore Organization of Seamen, SOS, have worked through company training committees to prepare seafarers for future through structured training, professional development, and lifelong learning. Going forward, the government should continue to work closely with the NTUC, unions, E2I, and the Tripartite Job Council to support companies, large and small, to redesign jobs well before disruption takes place. All stakeholders should be able to plug into and grow with the version of a world-class transportation hub. Transformation should never begin after jobs disappear. It must begin while our workers are still employed. Second, we must ensure that good jobs we create are accessible to every Singaporean. For senior workers and mid-career PMEs, transformation plans must include clear pathways into emerging roles. Where jobs may be affected, companies should work closely with the unions to identify impacted workers early, provide sufficient notice, and ensure adequate training so workers can transition confidently into new opportunities. For our lower wage workers, technology must be a ladder for upward mobility. They should see the gains, they should see an upward growth for themselves and their families. New technology-enabled roles should help workers progress through and beyond the progressive wage model. Transformation should narrow opportunity gaps and not widen them. And let us not forget persons with disabilities. As more transport jobs become digital, remote, enabled, and less physically demanding, new opportunities become possible. I hope MOT can work together with SG Enable, employers and unions to redesign suitable roles so that more persons with disabilities can participate meaningfully in our transport sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, technology will undoubtedly reshape our transport hubs. The question is not whether transformation will happen. The question is whether every Singaporean worker will benefit from it. Because Singapore's greatest competitive advantage has never been our port, it has never been our airport, it has never been our technology. Our greatest competitive advantage has always been our people. Technology will reshape our hubs, that is much certain, but a highly skilled, adaptable, trusted and resilient Singaporean workforce cannot be replicated easily. By investing in workers' capabilities, career progression, and resilience, Singapore transforms its workforce from a factor of production into a strategic asset. This not only strengthens productivity and service quality, but also reinforces Singapore's reputation as a reliable and future-ready global transport hub. If we continue investing in our workers, developing their skills, and supporting their careers and strengthening the Singaporean core, we will not only reinforce Singapore's position as a global transport hub, we will reinforce Singapore's reputation as a nation that succeeds because we never leave our workers behind. And that is what every Singaporean worker can look into the future with confidence, dignity and pride, knowing that we have their backs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the mission. Thank you.
Ms. Goh Zi Ki.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest as a maritime lawyer. I am also advisor to the Singapore Maritime Officers Union, the Shipbuilding and Marine Engineering Employees Union, and the Singapore Organization of Seamen. This motion is about reinforcing our position as a global transport hub, and my parliamentary colleagues have spoken well. But as we discuss ideas and innovation, I think it is worthwhile to ask some fundamental questions. What is a true maritime hub, and what makes us a hub in the first place? What ultimately underpins our position? Singapore is now the busiest transshipment port in the world and the second busiest container port. We top the world too on vessel arrival tonnage. These are impressive statistics and they do matter, but they are not what truly distinguishes us. Sir, our port does not stand alone. It sits at the center of a deep ecosystem of ancillary and allied maritime industry that draws in and supports one another. The depth of this ecosystem is what makes our position as a global maritime hub so resilient, unique, and difficult to replace. It includes services that are critical to shipping interests, but are not always visible to the public, such as bunkering, repair, fleet management, crewing, channeling, classification societies, surveyors, insurance brokers, and so on. Over time, we have grown into major hubs for many of these parallel industries as well. We are the world's largest bunkering hub, accounting for about 40% of global bunker sales. That is reinforced by our position as a major oil trading, storage, and refining hub. Our ship registry is the 4th largest in the world by tonnage. We are also a leading ship crewing and marine and trade insurance hub, driven by our excellent global connectivity and banking sector. When trade disputes arise, and take it from a lawyer, they always do, Singapore is a globally recognized hub for maritime law and dispute resolution. We are actually the world's second most preferred arbitration seat globally, second only to London and number 1 in Asia. P&I clubs, financiers, classification societies, and fleet managers all cluster here because our legal and financial system is transparent and trusted. As you can see, we are no longer just a port where ships call, but we have evolved into a place where shipping decisions are made, logistics are arranged, risks are managed, disputes are resolved, contracts concluded, and capital deployed. This is what distinguishes us as a real maritime hub from just another successful port. Our integrated maritime ecosystem attracts global players. But what keeps and anchors them here is the trust in the Singapore system. Strip all the physical infrastructure, and trust is what ultimately underpins Singapore's position as a global maritime hub. That trust did not appear overnight. It has been earned over decades through a capable and far-sighted government, our independent judiciary, and the quality and integrity of our public administration. And of course, our unique tripartite partnership between government, employers, and unions that have kept Singapore free from the industrial disruptions seen elsewhere. We may take these things for granted, but they are all factors that global supply chain managers take into account when deciding where to anchor their operation and route their cargo. Taken together, the message to any global operator is simple. Singapore is stable and trustworthy, and you can trust Singapore to deliver. As many players have observed, recent global disruptions have initiated a broader shift in supply chains, from focusing on the cheapest and fastest towards the safest and most trusted. In other words, the winds have been blowing towards us. This is an affirmation of the system we have built. We are well positioned to take advantage of that. But the challenge is always to stay ahead. To this, we must be clear-eyed about what we face. In the sequel to the classic children's novel Alice in Wonderland, there's a well-known scene where the Red Queen tells Alice that in her country, you must run as fast as you can just to stay where you are. Sir, Singapore is that country. The world around us is not standing still. For us, to stand still is to fall behind. Complacency is fatal. We can never rest on our laurels. Consider a few examples. Right next door, within sight of our new Tuas port, the port of Tanjung Pelapas, backed by global giants APM Terminals, is currently expanding. And not far away in North Sumatra, Kuala Tanjung is being developed into Indonesia's largest transshipment port, and it is backed by DP World, PSE's peer competitor in Dubai. And they are not out to complement us, but to compete with us. World-class expertise has quietly arrived at our doorstep. Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong once said that Singapore must always be exceptional just to survive, and I agree. Larger countries can afford to get some things wrong. They have the natural resources and domestic markets to do so. Singapore cannot. For us, the margin of error is exactly 0. But our answer to this challenge is implicit in my earlier part of my speech. Our playbook is never a secret. Even as we embrace frontier technologies and continue our investments in infrastructure, we must remember that others may embrace the same technologies and build the same world-class infrastructure. They can also hire the world-class expertise that they cannot develop themselves. But it is the intangibles that we have built that is much harder for others to replicate and follow. The brand name reputation that comes with trusted institutions, a strong government with good leadership, strong industrial relations, all tied in an ecosystem in which the whole is worth far more than the sum of its parts. These are Singapore's enduring advantages. They are also our enduring responsibilities. And we must remember that these intangibles were earned over decades and can erode away quickly. Once lost, they are very hard to rebuild. Technology will keep changing. Supply chains will too. Even the international order is changing before our eyes. But for Singapore, certain fundamentals must never change. We must remain trusted. We must remain exceptional, because for Singapore, these are the very conditions for our survival. So when we ask, how do we reinforce Singapore's position as a maritime hub? The real question is not whether to keep investing in future technology like AI or next generation infrastructure. Of course, we must. The real question is whether we continue tending to the intangible qualities that underpin our system and make us exceptional. That, sir, will determine if we can continue to earn our place in the world. I support this motion.
Dr. Chu Pei Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, at first glance, this motion is about transport, but at a deeper level, it is about how Singapore creates value in a changing world. For decades, Singapore earned its place by connecting the world. We built one of the world's leading ports, one of the world's best airports, and a logistics network that businesses around the world came to rely on. Although we are a small island with no natural resources, we became relevant because we connected people, markets, and opportunities better than almost anyone else. That strategy transformed Singapore. But every successful strategy must evolve with the world around it. Today, supply chains are being redesigned. Trade patterns are becoming less predictable. Businesses are balancing efficiency with resilience. Technology is changing how goods, services, capital, and information move across borders. In this environment, connectivity remains essential. But connectivity alone is no longer enough. The busiest hub is not always the one that creates the most value. The question is no longer whether goods pass through Singapore. The question is whether the decisions behind those goods are made in Singapore. That, I believe, is Singapore's next opportunity. Increasingly, the greatest value is created long before a container reaches a port or an aircraft leaves the runway. It is created when businesses decide where to source, where to manufacture, where to manage risk, and how to respond when disruption strikes. Those decisions matter more than ever because uncertainty has become a permanent feature of the global economy. Singapore should therefore aspire not only to move trade efficiently, but to become the place where those decisions are made with confidence. Take a company managing operations across Asia. Yesterday, Singapore's role may be to ensure that its cargo moved quickly through our port or airport. Tomorrow, our ambition should be greater. We want its regional operations, supply chain planning, and risk management teams to be based here, not because the cargo stays in Singapore, but because the decisions do. That is a much stronger position to hold. It is also one that cannot be replicated simply by building another port or another airport. Mr. Deputy Speaker, why should those decisions be made here? Because Singapore offers something that has become increasingly valuable in an uncertain world. Trust. Trust did not appear overnight. It was built patiently over decades through stable institutions, predictable rules, openness to the world, and a reputation for keeping our word. When global supply chains came under strain, Singapore kept trade moving. We honored our commitments. We remained a dependable partner when certainty was in short supply. Trust is often spoken of as a virtue. Today, it is also a competitive advantage. When businesses decide where to invest, where to establish regional headquarters, and where to coordinate operations, they are ultimately deciding where they have confidence in the system. Trust has become part of Singapore's economic infrastructure. That is why investments in Tuas Port and Changi Terminal 5 are so important. They are not simply investments in capacity. They are investments in Singapore's relevance for the next generation. But infrastructure alone will not determine our future. Technology will continue to transform aviation, maritime, and logistics. Artificial intelligence, automation, and digital systems will make transport faster, safer, and more efficient. But these technologies will become increasingly available. Judgment will nonetheless remain scarce. Technology can process information. People decide what matters. Technology can recommend options. People weigh competing priorities. Technology can improve efficiency. People decide when resilience is worth the additional cost. Technology should never be seen as replacing Singaporeans. It should increase the value that Singaporeans bring. This also changes how we think about jobs. Too often, we ask which jobs technology will replace. Perhaps we should ask a different question. What expertise should Singapore be known for? Our ambition should not simply be to create more jobs in transport. It should be to create the jobs where the most important decisions are made. The jobs that design supply chains rather than merely operate them. The jobs that coordinate regional operations rather than simply execute instructions. The jobs that combine technology with judgment. These are the jobs that will command higher wages because they create greater value. These are the jobs that global companies will choose to anchor here. These are the opportunities we must prepare Singaporeans to seize. Mr. Deputy Speaker, every generation of Singaporeans has had to answer one question. How will Singapore continue to matter to the world? 50 years ago, our answer was connectivity. We connected the world better than almost anyone else. The next answer must be different. In a world that is becoming more uncertain, Singapore must become the place where the world's most important transport and supply chain decisions are made with confidence. That is why we continue to invest in world-class ports and airports. That is why we strengthen international partnerships. That is why we embrace new technologies. But above all, that is why we invest in Singaporeans. Because infrastructure can be replicated, technology can be acquired, but trust must be earned, judgment must be developed, and confidence must be built over time. If Singapore becomes the place where the world chooses to make its most important transport and supply chain decisions, then goods will continue to flow, through our ports and airports. More importantly, opportunities will continue to flow to Singaporeans. That is how we reinforce Singapore's position as a global transport hub. Not simply by moving more cargo, but by creating more value. And not simply for the next decade, but for the next generation. I support the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Changi is where Singapore meets the world. Every day, hundreds of flights arrive and depart. Thousands of tons of cargo move through our air freight facilities. People, goods, and ideas connect Singapore to every corner of the globe. But for many of the residents I represent, Changi is something else. It is where they report to for work. As the MP for Changi and as advisor to the SIA Employees Union and the Supply Chain Employees Union, I have had the privilege of speaking to many Singaporeans whose livelihoods depend on a transport ecosystem. Cabin crew, aircraft engineers, airport operations staff, freight forwarders, warehouse supervisors, and logistics professionals. And on behalf of them, I'll ask, as our transport hub evolves, will it continue to create good jobs for Singaporeans? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that is the central question behind today's motion. Singapore has never succeeded because of geography alone. Our success has always come from staying ahead of change. If Singapore wants to remain indispensable, we must once again reinvent ourselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to raise 3 questions. First, how do we ensure that strengthening Singapore's transport hub continues to create good jobs for Singaporeans? Ultimately, that must remain our measure of success, not simply more passengers, more containers, or more cargo, but better career, higher wages, and meaningful opportunities for all Singaporeans. Technology is already transforming aviation, maritime, and logistics. AI is improving aircraft maintenance, automation is changing airport and port operations, digitalization is reshaping supply chains. Residents understand that change is inevitable. Their concern is whether they will be equipped to succeed in this new environment. I therefore welcome the government's continued investments in workforce transformation, the One Aviation Manpower Fund, and various skills future initiatives. But my question to the minister is this: as we invest billions in Terminal 5, Tuas Port, and new transport technologies, how will the ministry ensure these investments translate into better jobs, stronger career progression, and higher value opportunities for Singaporeans? Infrastructure alone does not create prosperity. People do. Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, much has been said about aviation and maritime. I would like to focus on the third pillar of this motion, our logistics hub. When people hear the word logistics, they often think about the action of moving goods from one place to another. But increasingly, that is not where value is created. The real value lies in planning, data, visibility, and supply chain resilience, in the ability to anticipate disruptions before they happen, and increasingly in artificial intelligence. Singapore has always moved up the value chain. We did not remain simply as a trading post. We became a global maritime hub. Likewise, we should not remain simply a place where goods pass through. We should aspire to become the nerve center of regional supply chains, where transport networks are planned, where supply chains are coordinated, and where decisions are made. We should be the region's supply chain control tower. We already have many of those building blocks: world-class airports, a world-class port, trusted institutions, and strong digital infrastructure. The jobs of tomorrow will increasingly be in transport analytics, digital trade, AI-enabled planning, supply chain optimization, and sustainability. These are professional, managerial, and specialist roles that will create greater value and better careers for Singaporeans. My question to the minister is this: beyond strengthening Singapore's physical connectivity, does the ministry have a long-term strategy to position Singapore as the region's nerve center for transport and supply chain management? How will MOT work with other agencies and our tripartite partners to anchor these higher value activities and the good jobs they create in Singapore? And finally, how do we maximize the opportunities presented by Singapore's Eastern Gateway? An idea my parliamentary and GRC colleague, Mr. Shahriar Taha, is extremely passionate about. Terminal 5 is one of the most significant infrastructure investments in our nation's history. It will strengthen Singapore's aviation hub for decades to come. But perhaps we should be thinking beyond Terminal 5 itself. Together with the Tanah Merah Ferry Terminal, Changi Air Freight Centre, Changi Business Park, Loyang Industrial Park, and with our close proximity to the Batam Bintan Karimun Free Trade Zone, Eastern Singapore has the potential to become an integrated gateway for aviation, maritime connectivity, logistics, business, and tourism. Rather than viewing them as separate developments, could we bring them together under one long-term vision? Could stronger integration between Terminal 5 and the Tanah Merah Ferry Terminal create a seamless air-sea connection, making Singapore the preferred gateway for travelers and businesses connecting through the Indonesia-Malaysia-Singapore growth region? Could this also catalyze new investments, create new businesses, and generate even more good jobs for Singaporeans? I would gladly lobby for this vision with Shahriar, especially since much of the infrastructure sits within Changi. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore's story has always been one of reinvention. Our pioneers built a trusted port. Another generation built one of the world's finest airports. Our generation must now build the next chapter, not simply by expanding our infrastructure, but by creating more value through technology, innovation, and our people. When my residents ask me whether Singapore will continue to create good jobs as our transport hub evolves, I believe our answer must be a resounding yes. That means continuing to invest boldly, embracing new technologies, moving up the value chain, and ensuring that Singaporeans remain at the heart of our transport story. But honestly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, truth be told, besides good jobs, my residents will also greatly appreciate an enhanced bus connectivity to Changi Airport and the cargo centre. But I will save that for another debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this motion.
Dr. Hamid Razak.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as we invest in Tuas Port, Changi Airport Terminal 5, and the next generation of transport infrastructure, just like a few of my parliamentary colleagues, I would like to focus on another form of infrastructure that would determine our long-term competitiveness: our people. Ports can be built, airports can be expanded, but a future-ready workforce cannot simply be assembled overnight. If Singapore is to remain a leading global transport hub over the next 2 or 3 decades, our human capital strategy has to evolve with our infrastructure strategy. The transport sector is indeed evolving rapidly. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, and automation are reshaping aviation, maritime, and logistics. The jobs of tomorrow will certainly demand different skill sets, stronger interdisciplinary capabilities, and a commitment to lifelong learning. The key challenge then is to ensure that our education system and our training pathways evolve just as quickly or even quicker to keep up with the pace. The question is this: do our institutes of higher learning provide sufficient opportunities for students of today to combine engineering with artificial intelligence, logistics with data analytics, or maritime operations with digital technologies? Equally important, are we providing enough opportunities for today's workers to continuously reskill as technology evolves? Our transport strategy should therefore not simply be viewed as purely an infrastructure strategy. It should also keep in mind that it has to be a human capital strategy as well. Singapore has always stayed ahead because we invested in our people ahead of demand. As we strengthen our position as a global transport hub, we should consider a more integrated national transport talent strategy. Such a strategy could bring together government agencies, industries, our institutes of higher learning, and Skills Future partners to regularly identify emerging skills, develop future-ready curricula, expand internships, and overseas industrial attachments to ensure that Singaporeans are well positioned to take on the high-value jobs that will emerge across our transport sector. Doing so will also reinforce one of the key objectives of this motion, which is to anchor good jobs in Singapore. The best way to anchor good jobs is not simply to attract investment, but to ensure that our Singaporeans possess capabilities that investors cannot easily find elsewhere. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, technology will continue to evolve, whether through AI, automation, or innovations that we cannot yet foresee. Our task is not to predict every technological change, but to ensure that Singaporeans have the adaptability and the opportunities to keep learning throughout their careers. If we do that well, technology will strengthen our workforce rather than displace it. Singapore's transport success has never depended solely on just our ports, runways, or logistic networks. It has always depended on our quality, adaptability, and the resilience of our workers and our people. I believe we can better develop Singaporeans who will become the future leaders of the transport sector, identify where the skills gap lie, and determine how our existing platforms can better support this transition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we plan our ports decades ahead. We plan our airports decades ahead. We should plan our people with that same discipline and rigor. If we do so, I am confident that Singapore will continue to not just be a global transport hub, but a global transport leader. With that, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Minister Jeffrey Xiao.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me begin by first thanking Ms. Tin Pei Ling and the members of her government Parliamentary Committee for Transport who have filed this important motion. I also thank members of this chamber who have spoken so far for the wide range of ideas that have been expressed. While I may not be able to respond to every idea individually, the Ministry of Transport will take back all of your suggestions and consider them seriously. Now, typically when I'm at this podium, I'm speaking about local transport issues, and no doubt I will continue to do that, such as the life of the Transport Minister. Local issues are important. We recognize that transport touches the lives of every Singaporean, whether one drives, walks, or cycles, or rides. But today, Ms. Tin and our colleagues are asking us a different question: to consider the economic impact of transport, which cuts to the heart of how our country makes its living in a changed world. Transport is one of the largest economic sectors. It contributes about 1/10 of our GDP and 7% of our jobs. Good, steady, high-paying jobs held by Singaporeans who keep people and goods moving by air, land, and sea every hour, every day. But the worth of this sector goes far beyond GDP and jobs. Transport is the foundation on which our economy is built. Where others might have seen a sleepy fishing village, the British looked at our deep harbor and saw a gateway to seaborne trade. Today, our world-class airport and seaport connect Singapore to every major market on the planet. Through them flows trade, many times the size of our own economy. And this foundation is how Singapore was able to build everything else: an advanced manufacturing base, a high-value services hub, and a young but growing engine for startups and enterprises. At this year's Committee of Supply, I set out 3 directions for our transport sector: to be globally oriented, future-focused, and people-centric. This remains our North Star, and it is how I will frame my response to the motion. I will focus on MOT's overall strategies, and SMS Sun Xueling and MOS Baey Yam Keng will share more details on specific initiatives afterwards. Let me begin with the first direction, that the transport sector must be globally oriented. As more than a few members have already observed, competing in today's world has become far more challenging. Just this year, the Straits of Hormuz was closed for almost 4 months, upending global energy and supply chains. And the disruption is not yet fully behind us. There were even suggestions from others that countries could levy tolls for passage, as though the right of transit passage guaranteed under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea simply did not exist. For most countries, these are distant headlines. But for Singapore, this is existential. We depend on a rules-based international order, one where every nation, large or small, operates on the same terms. And this is why Singapore spoke up on Hormuz, because if the rules can be broken there, we worry they can be broken in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore too. And what is done on the seas can also be done in the skies above us. For a country that lives by its connections, these rules are a matter of survival. We know the world has changed. In November last year, I was in London for the Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Meeting after meeting, one topic was raised, the IMO Net Zero framework. Singapore and many others had labored over this sustainability framework for years, and it originally had the support of the majority. But at the 11th hour, the vote was suddenly derailed by intense lobbying from a small number of countries. What troubled people was not so much the outcome that the vote would be delayed for a year. It was a deeper question. Does might make right? If a few powerful countries could arm twist others and override a deal that was thought to be settled, then what does this mean for the future of the rules-based international order? What does this mean for countries that depend on this to prosper? Now, one might draw from this a bleak conclusion that international organizations like the IMO have lost their relevance. This is not our view. When institutions come under strain, that is precisely the moment that a country like ours must show up to bridge divides and to forge consensus on what matters. Singapore speaks our mind, not only on our own interests, but on what we believe to be right for the world. And other countries listen. In the council elections for the IMO and for the International Civil Aviation Organization last year, Singapore received the highest number of votes in our category. We may be a small country, but we are not a spectator. So I agree with Ms. Tin Pei Ling and Mr. Sharil Taha that we must continue to strengthen Singapore's role as a global thought leader in transport. Singapore must do our part to shape global rules and standards so that they continue to work for small countries like ours. Our presence in international organizations is only one part of our global orientation. Our connections are the other. Singapore has built a web of agreements around the world, air services agreements, green and digital shipping corridors, and many more. These agreements open doors to help explain why our airport has flights to over 170 cities today, and our seaports have connections to more than 600 other locations. This is why our transport companies like PSA, CAG, SATS, and SIA are able to grow overseas and operate global networks. We will deepen these links and build new ones with like-minded partners bilaterally and multilaterally. This includes new initiatives with our ASEAN neighbors to make cross-border travel more seamless, to improve the efficiency and sustainability of our regional ports, and to enhance regional air navigation and liberalize air services within and beyond ASEAN. Next year, when Singapore takes on the ASEAN chairmanship, we will have the opportunity to advance these projects and more to bring our region closer together. Is our current approach for global connectivity enough for this new world? The Economic Strategy Review recently released its recommendations. The Global Competitiveness Committee, which I co-chaired with SMS Lo Yen Ling, concluded that Singapore must further strengthen our role as a connected global hub. Now, you may expect the Transport Minister to say that the answer is to build bigger and better airports and seaports. That is still part of the plan, in case I inadvertently give my colleagues at the Ministry of Finance the wrong impression. But several members have noted that connectivity today no longer rests on physical infrastructure alone, and I agree. Supply chains are becoming more fragmented and more distributed. If Singapore is merely a place through which flows happen to pass, then one day these flows will simply pass us by. And that is why our strategy is not to rely on physical connectivity alone. It is to build a whole ecosystem that the industry is reliant on. Ms. Poli San already explained eloquently how the ecosystem approach works around our airport. In maritime, we have the same thing. Around our port, we have built a maritime industry ecosystem: ship financing, marine insurance, maritime law, arbitration. Ms. Goh Tze Ki, as an industry insider, vividly described this earlier in her speech, much better than I could. But all this is integrated with our supply chain and logistics ecosystem, which includes air freight forwarding as well as inland transport and logistics. It has taken us decades of effort to build this ecosystem. Now it is a strategic advantage that keeps Singapore, Tuas Port, and PSA competitive and relevant, even as the physical flows of trade shift around us. Mr. Gerald Giam and Mr. Kenneth Tiong spoke about Maersk. Coincidentally, the CEO of Maersk, Mr. Vincent Clerc, called on PM and I just 2 weeks ago. Now, Maersk is the second largest shipping line in the world by container volume. It recognizes the value of our maritime and logistics ecosystem. It may have moved its transshipment operations to Tanjung Pelapas in the year 2000, but its Asian headquarters remain in Singapore. In fact, Maersk manages its entire Asia and Middle East portfolio of port terminals, including Tanjung Pelapas, from Singapore. So even when its cargo does not physically pass through our waters, the decisions about that cargo may still be made here, and we are able to capture value from it. As supply chains become more digital, connectivity will increasingly depend on technology. So this brings me to the second part of our strategy, which is to be future-focused. Members have spoken a great deal about frontier technology, including AI. Colleagues are correct to dwell on this topic. AI will profoundly reshape our economy and our society in ways that we cannot yet fully understand or imagine. Like the internet, we can be certain that AI will change our lives long before we can say exactly how. 30 years ago, when web browsers started coming into public use, few of us would be prescient enough to have imagined that banking, shopping, and even ride-hailing will one day all run through the internet. In the same way, we cannot predict precisely the shape of how AI will change our lives, but we must prepare for it now to stay ahead. Transport is no exception. In the age of AI, it is even more important to have clarity on what makes Singapore successful in the first place. Shippers and travelers choose Singapore not because we have the best proprietary technology, but because we are more efficient, we are more connected, and we are more reliable than the alternatives. Technology is only one ingredient in our secret sauce. And our approach will not be to adopt AI for its own sake, but we will do so with intention, with clarity, and on our own terms. The National AI Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, drives our efforts on AI. I lead the AI mission on connectivity. These AI missions are industry-centric by design. We begin with a real problem, drawn from the industry, and we ask what AI can do about it. This approach suits the transport sector especially well, because our companies like PSA, SIA, and SETS are already at the frontier, and we have a real opportunity to grow them into global champions in their own fields. I'm grateful to the Transport GPC members who crafted this motion for their thoughtful reference to frontier technologies. Ms. Tin, in particular, suggested that we beef up R&D to benefit Singapore's growth. I'm happy to share with members that MOT plans to invest 800 million over the next 5 years on transport research and innovation to support efforts to develop frontier technology. And this will include projects drawn from the AI connectivity mission. 800 million is more than double the funding over the last 5 years. We will use these funds to back ideas that could completely transform how transport operates today. For instance, imagine a fully automated MRT depot that maintains and repairs our trains more efficiently, or an AI-enabled air traffic management system that increases our regional airspace capacity to accommodate the needs of all the airports around us, or a smart port network that makes decisions with shipping lines on how to shift containers on a real-time basis using tools like digital twins, which Mr. Jackson Lam and Ms. Tin both spoke about. Ms. Tin will be pleased to know that the MOT team does intend to explore how we can expand this to an intermodal concept across air, land, and sea networks. If these projects succeed in the next decade, Singapore will still remain as one of the world's major transport and logistics hubs, but it will look completely different. That brings me to the third part of our strategy, which is that transport must be people-centric. Many members have emphasized that technology is not about machines, but about people, and I fully agree. On the economic front, it is about supporting our workers, making their jobs easier, more productive, and more skilled. The transport sector is growing. Terminal 5 will raise Changi's capacity by more than 50%. Tuas Port will bring us up from 45 million TEUs today to 65 million TEUs in the future. There will be many more jobs than workers available, but we will not be able to meet this growth by hiring 50% more. During Ramadan this year, I broke fast to some workers at Changi Airport. One was a team of air traffic controllers. They shared with me how demanding their jobs are, watching several screens at once, deciding in real time what to tell each aircraft, making certain that no instruction conflicts with another, including with counterparts in neighboring countries. It is a job of extraordinary demand and a job with no margin for error. I met another group from SATS. Now, SATS workers are the backbone of our airport operations. They are the reason why your baggage comes out so soon after you land. You know, when we are all at the airport, we walk on soft carpets, we enjoy the air conditioning, we listen to calming ambient music. But behind the scenes, there's an army of SATS workers doing back-breaking work amid the heat and the noise to move your baggage from the tarmac to the belt. These are exactly the types of work that AI can lighten. For the air traffic controller, AI can put the full picture together so that the controller is free to do only what a human can, which is to weigh the options, make a decision, and carry the final call. For the SATS worker, AI can automate physical and repetitive processes so that he or she is in a safer and more comfortable environment while taking on responsibilities that make better use of their skills. Technology of this kind raises the value of the worker. As Dr. Wan Rizal and Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari, amongst others, put it, workers can enjoy better wages, better welfare, and better work prospects. Technology can transform existing jobs and also create new jobs that did not exist before. I'm glad Mr. Ang Wei Neng spoke extensively about the new opportunities that autonomous vehicles will bring. These opportunities are precisely why my ministry has been preparing for autonomous vehicles at the airport, at the seaport, and also on our roads. Recently, I gave out scholarships to children of Comfort Delgro's driver partners. I met many proud parents, many of whom have been taxi drivers for more than 10 years. We chatted about what their children were planning to study: engineering, computer science, finance. All of the parents had one thing in common. They wanted their children to do better in life than they did. I shared with them the new and exciting jobs that autonomous vehicles will bring: software developers, robotics designers, vehicle engineers, and so on. Jobs that many of their sons and daughters would love to take on. I explained that the government is preparing for autonomous vehicles for the same reason that we invest in our children's education. We are giving them a better future. I know there's concern amongst our taxi and private hire car drivers about autonomous vehicles. SMS Sun Xueling and I meet the driver unions very regularly. We understand the concerns. Now, let me be clear. The driver jobs are not going to vanish anytime soon. Today, there are over 70,000 taxi and private hire car drivers in Singapore. In contrast, we only have about 20 autonomous vehicles running around our roads, mostly in Punggol. Even if I gathered every autonomous vehicle in the world, around the world today, and moved them all to Singapore, that would only be about 7,000 cars, or less than 10% of our total taxi and private hire car population. So, autonomous vehicles are not displacing today's drivers, and even in 10 years, I expect that we will still require many human drivers. And our plan is indeed to take a proactive approach to support our drivers in any transition. Mr. Speaker, let me close. Or rather, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me close. Technology matters, and we will keep investing in it. But the future of transport is not about robo-taxis or about drones or the smartest AI brain. It is ultimately a story about people. Last month, I was in Chongqing, China. I met our SIA station manager there. Her name was Jocelyn, a young and energetic woman. I think I had her age before in the speech, but I've taken it out just to not say her age. It's a good thing. She was on her first overseas posting, the only SIA staff in that office. There's one flight to and fro from Singapore daily, but it's at a godforsaken hour, landing at 1:15 a.m., departing at 2:35 a.m. So Jocelyn is out at the airport in the middle of the night and gets home to sleep only at 4 a.m. But from my conversations with her, I could tell that she loves her job, living in a new city, working in a new culture, learning about herself as she strives in a new environment. We can offer young Singaporeans like Jocelyn such opportunities because of the global reach of our transport sector, because we build firmly with an eye on the future, because we do not stand still. And that is what all of us at MOT are striving for. Not technology for its own sake, not staying number one for its own sake, but so that our children and theirs after them can reach for opportunities that we ourselves never had. Globally oriented, future-focused, people-centric. We hold the line on the rules so that a small nation is never left at the mercy of a large one. We invest in the frontier so that our hard-won lead is not quietly surrendered. And we do it all for one reason and one reason only: for Singaporeans. For the Singaporeans of today and for the Singaporeans of tomorrow, who will one day do things that we in this chamber have not yet imagined. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this motion. Thank you.
No clarifications for the Minister, in which case we'll move on. Mr. Liang Eng Hwa.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank Ms. Ting Pei Ling and the members for this important motion, and also giving me the opportunity to raise a couple of topics related to the future development of transport in Singapore. Let me first commend the government on the various key policy moves to electrify Singapore's transport system, especially land transport. The transition towards electrified mobility is one of the defining shifts in transport today. It's driven by climate imperative, rapid technological progress, improving vehicle economics, and the need for greater energy efficiency. Electric vehicles use energy more efficiently than internal combustion engines, and their wider adoptions can help Singapore reduce emissions, improve local air quality, and build a more sustainable transport system. The government's approach has been comprehensive, reducing upfront ownership costs, building charging infrastructure ahead of the demand, introduce appropriate standards and regulations, and progressively transitioning public transport and commercial fleets. The policy direction is clear. From 2030, all new car and taxi registration will be cleaner energy models, supporting Singapore's broader goal for all vehicles to run on cleaner energy by 2040. The government is also working towards deploying 60,000 charging points island-wide by 2030. And as of March 2026, around 30,500 charging points had already been deployed, indicating progress is being made at scale. The growing take-up of electric vehicles demonstrates that the policy framework is beginning to work. Consumers now have a broader selection of EV models across price points, while the rapid expansion of charging infrastructure is reducing range anxiety, making EV ownerships more practical for households. However, the transition will not be uniform across all vehicle segments. For private cars and light commercial vehicles, the economics are improving quickly. In 2014, EVs accounted for about 1/3 of new car registration, while roughly half of the new light goods commercial vehicle registrations were electric. The more difficult challenge lies in heavy vehicles. Heavy goods vehicles, construction vehicles, coaches, waste management fleets, and other commercial vehicles operate differently from private cars. They travel longer distances, carry heavier loads, face tighter operating schedule, and often requires reliable charging at depots rather than at public car parks. And this is why the government's recent heavy vehicle measures are important. From January 2026, the Heavy Vehicle Zero Emission Scheme provided a $40,000 incentive for each newly registered zero tailpipe emission heavy goods vehicles or bus above 3.5 tons. The electric heavy vehicle charger grants also co-funds up to 50% of chargers installation costs, capped at $30,000 per charger for the first 500 chargers. And these chargers must be deployed at designated lorry or coach lots and at the vehicle's owner's place of business. These are sensible interventions because the barrier to heavy vehicle electrification is not simply in the vehicle purchase price. It is the entire operating ecosystem: depot space, electrical capacity, charging downtime, route scheduling, fleet financing, and residual value risk. For smaller commercial vehicles, the transition is already more advanced. The commercial vehicle emission schemes support electric light commercial vehicles, while higher emission diesel vehicles face increasing surcharges. Public buses provides the clearest example of how fleet electrification can scale when the vehicle procurement, the charging infrastructure, and operational planning are coordinated. Singapore is working towards a cleaner energy public bus fleet by 2040, with electric buses expected to make up around half of the fleet by 2030. The near-term opportunity is therefore clear, and the medium-term test is whether Singapore can create conditions for broader adoptions among logistic operators, construction firms, waste management companies, and other heavy-duty fleet owners. So may I make 3 suggestions here? First, we should ensure that fleet operators, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, can access attractive financing and leasing options for electrical commercial vehicles. Second, we should continue to facilitate charging infrastructure at industrial estates, logistic facilities, depots, and designated heavy vehicle parking areas. The availability of electricity connections, charging equipment, and operational space will be just as important as the vehicle purchase incentive itself. Agencies such as the LTA, JTC, EMA, and the private sector should continue to work closely to identify priority locations where commercial fleets charging demand is likely to emerge first. Third, we should leverage digital technologies to improve fleet utilization. A smart charging system, route optimization, predictive maintenance, and energy management software can help fleet operators reduce downtime and manage electricity costs more effectively. So this is where electrification and digitalization come together. So the future is not merely about an electric vehicle, but an integrated transport system in which vehicles, charging infrastructure, grid capacity, and logistic operations communicate and mutually reinforce each other. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me move on to the next topic. There's also another manifestation of electrification of transport, but unfortunately did not get to proceed. It is a pity that the Singapore-KL high-speed rail did not go ahead in January 2021. After many years of feasibility studies and planning and negotiations, both Singapore and Malaysia announced the joint development of HSR in February 2013 and subsequently signed a legally binding bilateral agreement in December 2016, establishing the governance framework for what would have been Southeast Asia's most transformative infrastructure project. The HSR would have provided a compelling new mode of travel between Singapore and KL, reducing journey times from more than 4 hours by road to approximately 90 minutes, with trains operating at speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour. Had the project proceeded as originally planned, services would have commenced by end of this year. At about 350 kilometers in distance between Singapore and KL, this is a sweet spot for high-speed rail, where it is widely considered to be too far to drive conveniently and too short to fly. And that's why HSR at this range in other places had captured massive market share in outperforming air travel in terms of total door-to-door travel time. The strategic merits of the project remains compelling. First, it would deepen economic integration between Singapore and Malaysia by strengthening connectivity between Southeast Asia's two leading business centers, facilitating business travel and encouraging greater cross-border trade and investments. Second, it would promote more balanced regional development. Intermediate cities such as Malacca, Muar, Batu Pahat stood to benefit from increased investment, tourism, and business activity arising from improved accessibility. And similarly for Singapore, the project will have catalyzed urban redevelopment. For example, the planned terminus at Jurong East was envisaged as a key anchor for the development of the Jurong Lake District as our second central business district. Third, HSR will have encouraged a shift away from road and air travel. A reliable 90-minute rail journey would offer an attractive alternative to short-haul flights, easing congestion at airport or on highways, while supporting both countries' sustainability objectives. While Malaysia explored the possibility of reviving the HSR in 2023 under a different delivery model, no decision has since been reached. The Singapore government has consistently maintained that it remains open to future discussion should Malaysia bring forward a commercially viable proposal that serves the interests of both countries. Of course, the challenges that led to the project cancellations remain significant. These include the substantial capital costs, questions surrounding financing and ownership structures, cross-border governance arrangements, commercial risk allocations, and the need for sustained political commitment from both sides. Nevertheless, the long-term strategic case for the HSR remains strong. Beyond transport connectivity, it has the potential to strengthen regional competitiveness, enhance economic resilience, and support long-term urban and economic development on both sides of the causeway. I therefore encourage the government to continue engaging its Malaysian counterpart on this issue, including through the Leaders' Retreat and other bilateral platforms. Even if the implementation is not imminent, it is worthwhile to keep the dialogue active, keep exploring innovative financing and operating models, and remain prepared should the opportunity arise to realize a project that delivers mutual benefits for both Singapore and Malaysia. So in closing, with the rapid emergence of powerful digital technologies, Singapore has a significant opportunity to raise its game, reimagining how we organize our systems, services, and industry while reinforcing the competitive advantages that have underpinned our success. Realizing this potential may require us to rethink legacy arrangements, redesign established operating models, and embed new technologies more deeply across the economy. Done well, these changes can improve economic competitiveness, strengthen sustainability, and enhance our resilience in an increasingly uncertain world. I support the motion.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore has always been a place where the world arrives, connects, and moves on. It is a result of decades of investment, sound policy, and above all, generations of transport workers. Because of my work as the Executive Secretary of the National Transport Workers Union and advisor to the National Taxi Association, the National Private Hire Vehicles Association, I wish to take this opportunity to speak up for our transport workers as we advance Singapore's position as a global transport hub. As we discuss Singapore's future, let us also remember the people who make that future possible every day. The bus captains, rail workers, taxi and private hire drivers, logistics workers, technicians, aircrew, seafarers who keep Singapore moving often long before dawn and long after midnight. They are not simply part of our transport system. They are the reason it works. AI, robotics, and frontier technologies will undoubtedly transform transport. Used wisely, technology can make work safer, more productive, and more meaningful. But if transitions are poorly managed, they can also create uncertainty and definitely anxiety. As we embrace an AI-enabled transport system, especially one of global significance, we must reimagine, with workers at the heart of the process, what jobs, skills, and careers will look like in this future. And this begins with listening. Because when we truly listen to workers, we will stop asking which jobs will disappear, how many jobs will be displaced. Instead, we begin asking better questions. What strengths do our workers already possess so that we can build the future around these strengths? What practical barriers must be removed if we want workers to embrace transformation? And what support must we provide so that no worker is left behind? Over the last few months, together with my union leaders and the NTUC colleagues, I have spent considerable time on the ground through focus groups discussions and individual engagements with our bus captains, taxi drivers, and private hire drivers. Every day, our transport workers witness our transport system transforming right before their eyes. They know AI and new technologies are changing the way we move. They are understandably anxious, but they are also curious. Following the economic strategic review, our workers understand that Singapore must continue to innovate and remain competitive. They are not asking us to slow down, they are asking not to be left behind. Eve has been driving a taxi for the past 12 years. She put it more eloquently than I could ever. 科技发展当然是好事，但在这个过程中，
Technology innovation is important, but please do not forget our drivers. We must ensure everybody can move ahead together.
But the true measure of progress is whether it brings our people forward with it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, throughout these engagements, one message came through very clearly. Our transport workers are asking a deeply human question. Where do I fit in the future of Singapore as a global transport hub? Our workers want to know what opportunities technology might create, what skills they should begin building today, and how they can continue contributing meaningfully tomorrow. Our workers ask for a fair and thoughtful transition. They want the assurance that they will not be left to navigate this change alone, because the clarity they seek is not simply about jobs. It is about lives. It is about livelihoods. For Mr. Low, a taxi driver in his early 40s, it means having the flexibility to earn a living while caring for his 64-year-old mother and taking her for her medical appointments. For Ellie, who drives a combi limo, it means earning enough to provide a better future for her 5 young daughters. For Aban, who proudly became Singapore's first EV taxi driver, it means continuing to build a career that he takes pride in as the industry evolves. And for Harry, After 31 years behind the wheel, retirement does not mean stepping away from transport. He imagines a future where owning an autonomous vehicle fleet with his friends becomes the next chapter of his working life. A retirement built not on stopping work, but on the experience he has spent 3 decades building. These are stories of real drivers, and those are their real names. But this is what our workers are asking for. Not certainty about the future, none of us can promise that, but clarity that there is a place for them in it. As we continue building Singapore as a global business and transport hub, we must do more than create the industries of tomorrow. We must also redesign the jobs of tomorrow, making work safer, more productive, more meaningful, while keeping our workers' needs and livelihoods at the heart of every of these transformations. We have already seen how this can work in real life. To enhance worker safety and raise productivity, SBS Transit envisaged a predictive AI-enabled maintenance solutions across its bus and rail maintenance operations. Working closely with the National Transport Workers Union through the NTUC Company Training Committee initiative, SBS Transit consulted widely with workers before implementing a suite of predictive maintenance solutions, from tire and track inspections to facility management in its depots and interchanges. In doing so, SBST developed new specialist capabilities. Through its diagnostic expert scheme, workers could move into higher value maintenance work with progressive career pathways, enhanced livelihoods, and safer workplaces. In this case, technology did not replace our workers, it lifted our workers. Through our engagements, we also heard about the practical barriers our transport workers face as they prepare for transition. Unlike salaried employees, point-to-point drivers stop earning the moment they stop driving. Every hour spent in training is an hour of foregone income. For many, attending a course is not simply about setting aside time. It also means paying vehicle rental, covering operating costs, and giving up precious earning opportunities. The opportunity cost of transformation is therefore much higher for our P2P drivers. If transformation is at too high a personal cost, even the best training program will struggle to succeed. Our drivers are also deeply pragmatic about upskilling. They understand that they must continue learning to remain relevant, whether within or beyond the transport industry, but they have also told us time and time again that training must lead somewhere. It must open the door to real jobs, real opportunities, and of course, sustainable livelihoods. After all, our drivers have mortgages to pay, aging parents to care for, and children to raise. Finally, any upskilling pathway must recognize why many entered the point-to-point sector in the first place. Flexibility is not a convenience, it is one of the profession's defining features. Many drivers choose this career precisely because it allows them to balance caregiving responsibilities, family commitments, and other life circumstances. If we want them to embrace lifelong learning, then our training ecosystem must be equally flexible. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to make job reimagination happen at scale, we must invest in our workforce with the same determination we have invested in our land, aviation, maritime, and logistics infrastructure. Allow me to suggest 3 areas for action. First, transformation works best when workers help to design it. Job design or job redesign must begin before disruption occurs, and workers and unions must be part of the conversation right from the outset. We cannot design the future of work without workers. This House unanimously passed a motion on an AI transition with no jobless growth in May. I encourage and urge the government to continue working closely with the NTUC, our unions, and our Tripartite Jobs Council to identify how jobs are evolving, expand AI-ready SG to equip more workers with AI capabilities, and encourage more companies to leverage our CTC's Company Training Committees grants to support job redesign and workforce transformation across the entire transport sector. Second, workers need visible and credible pathways into future jobs. For bus captains, future roles should continue building on valuable capabilities that they have already developed, managing commuters, responding to real-world situations, ensuring passenger safety. For our taxi and private hire drivers, emerging opportunities such as safety operators and remote operators should provide meaningful pathways into the AV ecosystem. Their years of road experience will strengthen the safety and operational readiness of future mobility services. The transition support we provide matters too. particularly for workers whose livelihood depends on being behind the wheel every day. We should create more training pathways, flexible training pathways, place and train programs, strengthen company-level apprenticeships, and expand flexible work arrangements to include flexible training arrangements. For technicians and skilled tradesmen, the shift towards electrification presents one of the greatest opportunities for workforce transformation. Singapore must position itself not only as a leader in electric mobility, but also as a regional center for excellence for EV maintenance, battery systems, and digital diagnosis. Roles such as EV technicians and EV technical specialists will become increasingly valuable as transport systems across the world become more technologically sophisticated. This is not just a Singapore trend. Around the world, countries are already investing heavily in these specialized capabilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore must seize this opportunity, not only to create better jobs locally, but to equip our workers with skills that are globally recognized, relevant, and obviously desired. They must see how our workers can progress from technician to specialist to diagnostic expert and eventually into engineering, supervisory, and leadership positions. The recently launched Skills Pathway for EV Technical Specialists is an encouraging step in this direction. When workers can clearly see both the skills required and the pathway ahead, they are far more likely to embrace change with confidence. As we transform the transport sector, let us also measure whether transformation is delivering what truly matters. Not simply more technology, but better jobs. One possibility is a sector-level report card within our industry transformation maps that tracks whether new and redesigned jobs are being created, whether these jobs are of good quality, and whether they deliver what the NTUC calls as the 3 Ws: better wages, better welfare, and better work prospects. Third, autonomous vehicles must complement our drivers, not compete against them. The tripartite has already begun important work through various work groups and steering committees to guide Singapore's national AV development. This is a nascent space, and it's important that the labour movement continues to have a seat at the table. We will continue speaking up for workers on deployment concerns, liability and regulatory frameworks, and more importantly, how the AV industry can create good local jobs and build Singaporean capabilities. We look forward to seeing workers' views incorporated into MOT's national AV development plans. An example is that our drivers have also suggested prioritizing AV deployment in areas where connectivity remains challenging or where there are transport gaps. I'm glad this sentiment was also raised earlier by the Honourable Member, Mr. Ang Wei Neng, and his constituents. As a tripartite, we can and we must ensure that autonomous vehicles become another opportunity to strengthen rather than weaken our workers' prospects and livelihoods. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我们的德士司机
Our taxi drivers, private hire drivers, and bus captains are not afraid of new technology. They simply want to know when autonomous vehicles arrive, will there still be a place for them? Technological progress should make the work of drivers safer and more dignified, not cost them their livelihoods. As long as we redesign jobs for our drivers early, put proper transition arrangements in place, and keep our drivers at the center of that transition, technology can bring them new skills, new roles, and a better future.
Throughout my engagements, one question stayed with me. Where do I fit in the future of transport? Our responsibility is to ensure that every transport worker has an answer. That answer is not simply another training course, it is a pathway to better skills, better jobs, and better livelihoods. We may not be able to preserve every job exactly as it exists today, but we must preserve livelihoods and create pathways to the next good job. If we get this right, Singapore will not only remain as the world's leading transport hub, we will become something even more important. A transport hub where innovation advances together with workers and where progress is measured not by how far technology takes us, but by how far it brings our people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I declare I work in a global investment firm with assets across land transport, aviation, shipping, and logistics. I rise on this motion as a member of this House and also as the chair of the GPC for Defence and Foreign Affairs. I mention the second because for us, transport policy is inseparable from foreign policy and national security. To talk about our ports and airports is to talk about our place in this world. Some 700 years ago, the trading cities of the Hanseatic League built the most successful commercial network in Europe, not because their ports were the biggest, but because merchants knew what to expect. Contracts were honored, disputes were resolved. The harbour cities of Srivijaya and Malacca understood the same truth. The most valuable port is not the largest. It is the one people trust. That lesson is older than Singapore itself. It is why we still exist as a trading nation. This motion celebrates our infrastructure. Tuas Port will handle 65 million containers a year. Terminal 5 will lift Changi towards 140 million passengers. But world-class infrastructure alone, however necessary, has never been sufficient. Supply chains today are shaped by geopolitics as much as by cost. For Singapore, decisions about transport are decisions about our economy, our diplomacy, and our security. A new berth is worth only what the world thinks of the country behind it. Our task is not just to build, but to shape the environment around what we built, so the jobs stay here. I have three proposals, one about our region, one about ourselves, and one about the wider world. Each of them aimed at what this motion affirms: long-term competitiveness through cooperation with our neighbours, the technologies of the frontier, and the infrastructure the world can rely on so that good jobs stay anchored here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my first proposal is about our neighbourhood. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, signed last year, opens a new chapter for both sides of the causeway. It also restores something older. For centuries, Johor, Singapore, and the Raoul Islands worked as one trading system along the Straits of Malacca, through which a third of world trade still flows. Colonial boundaries or borders changed that. The JSSEZ gives all three a chance to knit that older geography back together, not politically, but economically. Manufacturing was spread across the region. Our job is to make sure the ecosystem grows with it on both sides of the causeway and beyond. Aviation, shipping, logistics headquarters, customs, trade finance, maritime law, supply chain command. These functions need trust, and trust is what we have spent 60 years building. Let me put this personally. My father worked at PSA for 40 years, directing containers on the ground, shift after shift, under the sun and in the rain. He was one of thousands of ordinary Singaporeans whose hands built the ports that built modern Singapore. Today at Tuas, some of his successors sit in air-conditioned control rooms and run 20 cranes at once, guided by AI, in a port that is increasingly runs itself. Their work is safer, their pay is better, their skills are sharper. But the reason they exist is the same reason he did. Singapore has to be the place the world can rely on. That is why this motion is really about. It's about honoring those who built this port with their hands and giving the next generation the tools to run it in a very different timeline. I know the question this will provoke in this chamber and across the causeway is being asked in Johor and Rail too. If we integrate more with our neighbours, will the good jobs not simply move? Let me answer directly. Some will move. It has been moving for 30 years, but the jobs that we have always been trusted to do best will not move. Financing, brokering, customs, maritime law, air traffic control, supply chain command. And equally, the engineers, technicians, marine crews, and training pathways from IT and polytechnics to a control room. We are not proposing to hand Singapore's value away. We are proposing to grow Singapore, Johor, and Raoul together, each anchoring what it does best, connected by the trust the region has built. There's a proven model close to home. Hong Kong International Airport Sky Pier ferries passengers from Shenzhen and other Pearl River Delta ports directly to airside. They check in at their departure ports, never clear Hong Kong immigration, and arrive at their gates. Something similar between Johor and Changi, jointly designed, we can build on together. Johor is Malaysian, Rau is Indonesian. We cannot legislate integration. We must negotiate it, earn it, and build it patiently. Geography first connected this region. Diplomacy has to reconnect it. I would therefore ask the government to look seriously at 3 practical measures. First, open Changi check-in and baggage handling in Johor itself, so a traveller can begin a Changi journey from Johor Bahru. Second, build cross-border transport into that system, coach, rail, or ferry, integrated with our airlines from the moment a passenger sets off. Third, establish digital custom clearance and bonded cargo corridors from southern Johor into PSA and the Changi Air Freight Centre. Each of these measures is designed to benefit our neighbours as much as us. A traveller checking in at Johor Bahru spends money there. A cargo corridor creates jobs on both sides. Batam and Bintan enter on the same terms. A city-state alone is fragile. Our ambition should be for the wider region to become what it was for centuries, an integrated trading system in which each partner does what it does best, and Singapore's role is to help hold it together. Merchants have to know what to expect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my second proposal moves from what we built outside our borders to what we built inside them. A gateway means nothing if the country behind it is not reliable in a crisis. The Red Sea has been repeatedly disrupted. Undersea cables in the Baltic has been cut again and again. The Straits of Hormuz remains under pressure. These are not distant. They are pressure on the arteries our economy depends on. For us, resilience is not defensive. It is a competitive advantage. Our position rests on trust. Trust in the freedom of navigation, trust in international law, trust that we will remain open and reliable whichever way the world turns. Foreign interference is not just a security problem. It is an economic one. If our autonomy is compromised or even seen to be, we lose the confidence that brings people here. I would therefore urge the government to set up a National Crisis Logistics Compact, bringing MOT, MTI, MFA, MINDEF, and major industry partners into one framework. In year one, it should stress test our 5 most critical supply chains, run a whole-of-nation logistics exercise model after Exercise North Star, publish a hub resilience statement, and establish a standing industry council for crisis coordination. We have long taken military contingencies seriously. We have done the same for cybersecurity. Our economic infrastructure deserves the same discipline. We should not wait for a crisis to discover our weak points. Find, strengthen, and rehearse them now. Preparation is a capability in its own right. And when the next storm comes, the world has to know it can still count on us. Preparation alone only manages a world we did not design. If we want to help shape the century, not just weather it, we must do one more thing. We must help write the rules. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that is my third proposal. For 60 years, we have shown that we can compete under international rules. The next 60 will require us to help write them. The world we are entering is different. Competition is no longer about products and prices. It is about who sets the standards, defines the technology, runs the institutions, and ultimately writes the rules. Why should anyone follow rules written by a country of 6 million? Because the rules a small country writes are not designed to favor a small country. They must work for whoever sits at the table. We can afford to write rules that treat every party fairly, because we cannot assume that we will always be at the top. That is why our digital economy agreements have been adopted by countries much larger than us. It is why HDB, once heterodox, is now studied globally. Singapore is credible as a contributor to those rules not because we insist on our own advantage, but because we do not. Mr. Chan Chun Sing made a related point at Shangri-La Dialogue last month. UNCLOS was written for a world which oceans mainly carried ships. Today, they carry the digital infrastructure of the world economy. Over 99% of Singapore's international communication run through undersea cables. The law has not kept up. This is not only a legal problem, it is a strategic opening. Countries that help set standards shape the markets that run on them and gain influence out of proportion to their size. Through trade trusts and our International Maritime Organization work, we have done this before by designing frameworks that are practical, neutral, and usable everywhere. The government and not only the Ministry of Transport should bring the same ambition into transport, logistics, and the infrastructure that underpins them in 4 areas. These are the 4 places where frontier technologies and international rules will meet. First, the operational layer. Common standards for trusted digital trade and cargo certification, so Singapore-issued documents are honoured elsewhere without translation. Second, the technological frontier. Rules for autonomous shipping and AI in port operations, so questions of liability and accountability do not remain open as ships and ports run themselves. Third, the transition. International standards for green shipping. A country that supplies close to 1/5 of the world's marine fuel, 56.77 million tons last year, should be helping write those standards, not receiving them secondhand. Fourth, and most importantly, the strategic dimension. Stronger international protection for undersea cables, for freedom of navigation through choke points, and for the infrastructure the digital economy sits on. Those are no longer commercial assets. They are strategic ones. In the 20th century, we built the ports. In the 21st, we must help decide the rules the port will live under, not just how well we follow them. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, every generation of Singaporeans has faced the same question. How does a small country stay indispensable? Our founders built a port where people could trust. The next generation built an airport, a financial center, and the reputation the world came to rely on. We will have to give solutions in a world that is increasingly difficult to navigate. 3 proposals began the answer. First, position Changi and PSA as a trusted gateway for the wider Johor-Singapore Rao region. Off-airport check-in, integrated cross-border transport, and bonded cargo corridors, extended to Batam and Bintan. Every measure designed to benefit our neighbours as much as ourselves. Second, build the national resilience that lets us stay reliable through a national crisis logistics compact to stress test our supply chain, rehearse them, publish a hub resilience statements, and coordinate before crises arrive. Third, move from a country that competes under international rules to one that helps write them. In digital trade certification, in autonomous shipping and AI governance, in green shipping standards, and the protection of undersea cables and choke point navigation. These may seem like transport proposals, but are really national ones. Connectivity has never just been an industry for Singapore. It has been our strategy and often our safety. We can keep building, and we should, but we must also keep building our trust. It is the only infrastructure a small country cannot afford to lose. Every generation since independence has earned our place in the world. Our responsibility is to see that the next generation is given the chance to do the same. 100 years from now, where our great-grandchildren ask what sort of country this was, I want them to be able to say what merchants once said of the Hanseatic cities. They knew what to expect of Singapore, and Singapore kept faith. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support this motion.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the motion recognizes that Singapore's long-term competitiveness depends on 3 mutually reinforcing pillars: international cooperation, frontier technologies, and world-class infrastructure. Transport is where these pillars come together. It connects Singapore to the world, anchors enterprise, creates good jobs, and secures our future as an open economy. For Singaporeans, this means in a very practical ways. Efficient ports, airports, logistic networks help keep food, medicine, household goods, and business inputs flowing reliably and affordably. They also strengthen national resilience. In a crisis, strong aviation, maritime, and logistic links give Singapore more options to secure essential supplies and keep trade routes open. So the benefits of Singaporeans go beyond experiencing Jewel or Changi Airport. They are reflected in the goods we receive and the resilience we have when the world becomes more uncertain. The global environment is changing and supply chains are becoming more fragmented. Geopolitical tensions are reshaping trade flows, and businesses are placing greater emphasis on resilience, security, and diversification. Critical infrastructure, ports, airports, energy networks, and digital systems are increasingly becoming instruments of national resilience and strategic influence. So I'd like to make 3 points. First, Singapore should strengthen regional connectivity by developing the Singapore, Johor, Batam, Bintan, Karimun corridor as an integrated economics, logistics, and green energy spine. And second, Singapore should build the world's smartest sea-air logistics hub by applying AI to real operational bottlenecks. And third, Singapore should anchor a regional green fuels ecosystem that creates new opportunities for enterprise, startups, and workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first point is that transport should be seen not only as an infrastructure, but as a platform for regional cooperation. Singapore's success has always depended on an open, rules-based international order. Now, as global trust weakens, we must continue to defend the principles that have served us well: respect for international law, freedom of navigation, and the peaceful resolutions of disputes. Now, this includes upholding UNCLOS, which is fundamental to the maritime order and the free flow of trade. But defending rules alone is insufficient. In a more contested world, Singapore must also build practical regional win-win partnerships with transport as a key enabler. When our neighbors prosper, Singapore benefits. When regional supply chains become more resilient, Singapore benefits. And when businesses, workers, and travelers can move more efficiently across borders, Singapore benefits. We are already making progress through the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone and continued investments in cross-border connectivity. Now, the next step is to consider how the wider Singapore, Johor, Batam, Bintan, Karimun corridor can be better integrated as an economics, logistics, and green energy spine. This wider regional corridor brings together complementary strengths. Singapore brings global connectivity, capital, services, technology, and innovation, and Johor brings land, labor, manufacturing capacity, and a growing industrial base. Batam, Bintan, and Karimun brings industrial space, logistics capacity, renewable energy potential, and deepen economic links with Singapore. Together, this wider regional corridor can become a more integrated growth area if we invest in the right transport, customs, logistics, maritime, aviation, and digital infrastructure. This is how we turn proximity into productivity. But physical infrastructure alone is not enough. Custom processes, digital documentation, data exchanges, payment systems, trusted operator frameworks increasingly determine how efficiently goods and people move across borders. Now, this is where frontier technology can make a practical difference. For cargo, AI can predict congestion before it forms, assess clearance risk earlier, optimize truck, ferry, and vessel flows, and flag documentation gaps before goods arrive at the harbor. For businesses, this means fewer delays, lower compliance costs, and more predictable delivery times. For agencies and operators, it means better manpower deployment, more targeted inspections, and faster response when bottlenecks emerge. The opportunity is to build a more seamless regional operating layer, not by creating new institutions, but by piloting interoperable data sharing arrangements, trusted operational frameworks, and common digital standards with our neighbors. This is also timely as Singapore prepares to assume the ASEAN chairmanship in 2027. Our chairmanship should be an opportunity to champion practical regional cooperation in areas where Singapore can contribute meaningfully: connectivity, digital trade facilitation, sustainable transport, logistics cooperation, green fuels, and skills development. Transport connectivity can reduce friction, strengthen supply chains, support regional production networks, create jobs, and deepen trust among neighbors. I therefore call on the government to build on the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone by exploring a wider Singapore-Johor, Batam, Bintan, Karimun connectivity framework supported by interoperable digital systems, trusted data sharing arrangements, and AI-enabled logistics. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my second point is that Singapore should build on the world's smartest, to build the world's smartest sea and air logistic hub. Major investments such as the Tuas Megaport and Changi Airport Terminal 5 will underpin Singapore's competitiveness for decades to come. But our advantage will not be determined by capacity alone. It will depend on how intelligently these assets work together. We should aim to become the world's most efficient, trusted sea-air digital logistic hub by strengthening connectivity between Changi, Tuas, free trade zones, logistics parks, and regional distribution centers. In maritime, the strategic question is not whether Singapore owns a national shipping line. It is whether Singapore can continue to anchor the full maritime ecosystem. Shipping lines, ship owners, charterers, insurers, financiers, bunker suppliers, ship managers, classification societies, legal services, MRO players, and maritime technology companies. Singapore has continued to strengthen its maritime hub position through PSA, MPA, bunkering, maritime services, finance, arbitration, logistics, ship management, MRO, digitalization, and green shipping initiative. And Singapore is now the world's largest transshipment and bunkering hub. So for a hub, neutrality is a strength. Singapore succeeds because we are a trusted channel through which global trade flows, not because we favor one shipping line over another, but because all major players see Singapore as an open, efficient, and reliable hub. At the same time, we are not without locally anchored maritime players. Companies such as PIL give Singapore an important base of shipping capability, but our broader strategy should remain ecosystem-based to be the platform where global shipping lines, ship owners, bunker suppliers, financiers, insurers, ship managers and MRO players, and maritime technology companies choose to operate. This means deepening our strengths in port efficiency, green fuels, digitalization, finance, insurance, and trusted regulation so that Singapore remains indispensable as a maritime hub. Now, to further anchor Singapore as a maritime hub, AI should be applied to specific operational problems, harmonizing air and sea connectivity. First, Singapore can develop a sea, air, and logistics control tower that gives operators and agencies a clearer real-time picture of cargo flows across Changi, Tuas, and key logistics nodes. A shared operational view supported by AI can forecast cargo demand, optimize routing, recommend lower congestion time windows, improve warehouse allocation, and reduce avoidable delays. Second, we should use digital twins to stress test our logistics system. A digital twin of a key sea-air cargo flows can simulate disruptions before they happen, weather port delays, aviation disruptions, extreme weather, cyber incidents, or supply chain shocks. This allows agencies and operators to test contingency plans, identify weak links, improve resilience before a crisis occurs. And third, AI can strengthen predictive maintenance across critical infrastructure assets. Sensors, operational data can detect early signs of equipment failure in port, cranes, baggage systems, automated warehouses, hovercraft, and aircraft support equipment. These are practical applications. They are about making every piece of infrastructure work harder, smarter, and more reliably. But technology alone will not keep Singapore competitive. We must also address costs and operational bottlenecks. We should take seriously feedback from ship owners and ship suppliers that cost of calling in Singapore has been rising, and that some services may be cheaper in ports such as China. Singapore cannot compete on price alone, but if we are to charge a premium, we must be faster, more reliable, more trusted, and more integrated. We must also take on board feedback on the lack of availability of heavy vehicle parking lots. As we better integrate our port, airport, logistic parks, and warehouses, heavy vehicles remain essential to the transfer of goods across these nodes. If drivers struggle to find suitable parking or staging areas, this adds waiting time, congestion, and operating costs and uncertainty to the logistic chain. Our ports and logistics ecosystem must therefore reduce the total cost of call and movement through shorter turnaround times, better coordination of bunkering and supplies, and digital pre-clearance. AI-enabled scheduling, sufficient heavy vehicle staging and parking capacity, and stronger support for marine service and logistic SMEs. This will allow Singapore to remain the preferred port of call as a trusted and efficient logistic hub. My third point is that Singapore should anchor a regional green fuels ecosystem. For maritime and aviation, sustainable fuels will become increasingly important. Singapore has already taken important steps in this area, and the next step is to bring them together in a broader regional green transport strategy. We need to partner with regional neighbors who have stronger potential renewable resources. Clean fuels, including biofuels, e-fuels, and hydrogen derivatives, should be seen as an ecosystem opportunity. For Singapore, this means becoming a trusted regional hub for clean fuels, aggregating sustainable feedstock, certifying provenance and emissions, and supporting refining, blending, storage, trading and financing, and supplying aviation and maritime users. This will strengthen our aviation and maritime hub status while creating opportunities for regional partners, fuel traders, refiners, certification providers, engineers, service providers, and SMEs. Now, green ammonia is one example. Renewable energy generated in the region can be used to produce green hydrogen, which can then be converted into green ammonia. Singapore can play the role of an trusted regional hub, certifying, storing, trading, and bunkering green ammonia as a future marine fuel. This could also accelerate regional renewable energy development. Instead of relying only on undersea transmission cables, which can be costly and require complex approval, renewable energy can be converted closer to source into hydrogen or ammonia and then transported and traded as a fuel. This gives regional renewable energy projects another route to market, while helping Singapore and our neighbors reduce exposure to distant fuel disruptions and use Southeast Asia's own renewable resources to support our region's transport and maritime needs. There is also opportunities for marine MRO. When Singapore becomes a future green bunkering hub, vessels must be ready to use new fuels safely. Our marine MRO sector can support vessel retrofitting, fuel systems upgrades, ammonia and methanol readiness, safety certification, and life cycle maintenance. In this way, Singapore can become a regional green vessel transformation hub, connecting fuel supply, bunkering, vessel upgrading, safety standards, and skilled jobs for Singaporeans. So I call on the government to bring together our maritime, aviation, and clean energy initiatives into a coherent regional green transport strategy covering sustainable aviation fuel, biofuels, electric hovercraft, methanol, and ammonia bunkering, and working with our neighbors on common standards, trusted supply chains, and regional offtake arrangements. This future transport ecosystem must ultimately be about enterprises and people. For SMEs, the key challenge is implementation. This is especially important in transport, logistics, aviation, and maritime, where SMEs support MRO, fleet operations, safety systems, supplies, inspection, compliance, and training and maintenance. The government should help transport SMEs identify practical AI use cases, adopt sector-relevant tools, and measure real productivity gains. Logistic firms can use AI to reduce empty runs and improve routing. MRO and marine service SMEs can use digital tools for predictive diagnostics, safety compliance, and alternative fuel readiness. As large players invest in green fuels and vessel conversion, SMEs can provide the specialized capabilities that make the ecosystem work: components, sensors, gas detection, emergency response, diagnostics, safety equipment, and modular training. So I therefore call on the government to support transport SMEs in building capabilities in AI-enabled diagnostics, green fuel safety, alternative fuel, MRO, electrification, and maritime compliance. This future transport ecosystem must also include technology startups. Startups are agile innovators that can accelerate transport transformation by developing and testing emerging technologies. They can drive innovation in AI, robotics, autonomous systems, maritime digitalization, aviation software, digital twins, and predictive maintenance, cybersecurity, and supply chains resilience. But startups often struggle to access real operating environments, procurement channels, test beds, and first reference customers. This is where the government can help chart a clearer pathway for startups to scale. This may include pilot procurement, anonymized or operational data access, reference customers, and partnerships with SMEs, local enterprises, and MNCs. Startups provide innovation, SMEs provide operational expertise, and larger enterprise provide scale and market access. This three-way partnership can help Singapore build a stronger innovation ecosystem around transport. So I call on the government to develop a stronger transport tech startup strategy with clear pathways for startups to partner with SMEs, local enterprises, and MNCs. Mr. Speaker, sir, this transformation must create good jobs for Singaporeans. Now I suggest 3 priority training tracks. First, AI-enabled transport operations covering demand forecasting, route optimization, digital dashboards, and predictive maintenance. Second, green fuel and safety capabilities covering ammonia safety, battery systems, sustainable aviation fuel, biofuels, methanol, emergency response, and compliance. Third, advanced MRO and systems integration covering digital maintenance records, sensors, robotics, cybersecurity, and automation. These pathways should be developed across ITE, polytechnics, universities, skills futures, and industry with strong mid-career conversion routes. So I therefore call on the government to develop a transport jobs and skills roadmap aligned with our future transport strategy to identify emerging jobs, the skills required, and the training pathways to help Singaporeans seize these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Singapore's success has always depended on our ability to adapt to a changing world. Transport will be central to Singapore's future competitiveness and relevance. Where we execute this well, transport will remain a key pillar of Singapore's competitiveness because we are trusted, innovative, resilient, and able to create good jobs for Singaporeans. I support the motion. Thank you, sir.
MOSBMK.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion. Members have spoken about what the future of transport could hold and why we must invest today to capture new opportunities tomorrow and remain competitive globally. I fully agree. The seeds of the future must be planted today through sustained investments in technology, systems, and our people. As Acting Minister Jeffrey Seow mentioned, MOT plans to invest $800 million over the next 5 years on transport research and innovation. I will elaborate on how our investments are strengthening our transport system today while preparing Singapore for the future. Transport connects Singapore to the world through our aviation and maritime networks, underpinning our competitiveness as a global hub. We cannot take this for granted. We must continue to plan ahead and invest in the future of transport. I will cover 3 points. First, how our investments are making a difference today. Second, why we must continue to innovate for the future. And thirdly, why we must build the future together with the next generation. Across aviation, maritime, and land transport, our investments are already improving reliability and efficiency today. Given the focus of this motion, I will highlight examples from aviation and maritime. In aviation, CAS invested in next-generation air traffic management concepts and tools to optimize flight operations amidst growing traffic density. One focus area is collaborative decision-making. An example is the Regional Collaboration Platform, which is an experimentation tool that allows air navigation service providers to share information and optimize air traffic flows across the region. In July 2025, CAS and 7 regional partners successfully trialed the automated exchange of simulated flight management information to collaboratively manage flights across the region. Over time, this will lead to more punctual and predictable flights, as well as lower fuel use and emissions. In maritime, similar improvements are taking place. MPA invested in smart port operations and vessel coordination to improve efficiency across port activities. For example, AI-enabled vessel voyage planning helps shipping companies plan more fuel-efficient routes and coordinate vessel arrivals more effectively. Although it is at the prototype stage, simulated trials have shown reduced fuel use, pointing to more efficient scheduling and faster turnaround times. In a major hub like Singapore, this translates to lower costs and smoother, more reliable movement of goods. These examples show how our investments are strengthening reliability, and efficiency of our transport system today. While we continue to improve the transport system today, we must also prepare for what lies ahead. We face tightening manpower, limited space, and growing climate challenges. This makes innovation even more critical. Therefore, we will invest $800 million to support research in transport and connectivity, with approximately 2/3 directed towards cross-cutting capabilities in autonomy and digital twins. A key challenge is tightening manpower, even as our transport system becomes more complex. As such, we are investing in autonomy to fundamentally improve how operations are carried out. We will focus on new operating models involving autonomous vehicles, vessels, and robotics across our port, airport, and logistics network. This also builds on the point raised by Mr. Ang Wei Neng on advancing the use of autonomous vehicles in aviation and maritime. This will allow us to handle higher volumes more efficiently and enable workers to focus on tasks that require human judgment and expertise. Once developed, we will pilot these solutions with the industry. With our high volumes of cargo and supportive regulatory environment, Singapore can serve as a real-world living lab to test and deploy these solutions at scale. Once proven here, they can be adopted internationally. This reinforces the point raised by Mr. Jackson Lam that Singapore should not only be a transport hub, but a transport innovation hub. Autonomy alone is not enough. We must also improve how the transport system works as a whole. Therefore, we will invest in digital twins to manage the transport network more intelligently. For example, by integrating data across port, airport, and logistic network, we can track cargo flows in real time, anticipate disruptions, and adjust operations more effectively. This also aligns with Ms. Ting Pei Ling's suggestions to deepen digital twin capabilities alongside proposals by Mr. Shahriar Taha and Mr. Edward Chia to move towards a more integrated sea-air logistics control tower. To build our digital twins, we are strengthening our common digital infrastructure to facilitate sharing. We are leveraging platforms such as the Singapore Trade Data Exchange, or SG TradeX, which Ms. He Ting Lu had raised, to strengthen such sharing and seeking more partners for existing use cases and to drive new ones. At the same time, we will continue to deepen sector-specific capabilities across aviation, maritime, and land transport. I will elaborate on aviation and maritime, which are closely related to this motion. In aviation, we will focus on next-generation air navigation services. As air traffic grows, we need to manage more flights safely and efficiently. We will invest in AI-enabled air traffic flow management to better balance traffic demand with airport capacity, enabling smoother and more efficient flights. In maritime, we will continue to strengthen our smart maritime operations and services and support the safe use of alternative maritime energy. As vessel traffic increases, we need to manage more activities within limited land and sea space, as well as manpower constraints. We will invest in AI-enabled port analytics and predictive traffic management to improve efficiency and reduce vessel turnaround times. As the sector transits to alternative fuels to reduce international shipping's carbon footprint, we will also invest in research to ensure that they can be delivered and bunkered safely. Together, these efforts will help us to do more with less. We will make better use of our manpower in a tighter labor environment while using less space and emitting less carbon, so that Singapore remains strong as a global transport and connectivity hub. Mr. Dennis Tan mentioned that Singapore cannot rely solely on adopting technologies developed elsewhere. This is why we are building our own capabilities in areas where we have unique strengths and operational advantages. As part of the $800 million investment, we will support our institutes of higher learning research institutions and transport companies to develop Singapore-based expertise, generate valuable intellectual property, and export to global markets. Ultimately, the value of innovation depends not just on what we develop, but how it is applied in real operations. Our small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, will play an important role in making this happen. As rightly pointed out by Mr. Jackson Lam, Mr. Edward Chia, and Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, SMEs are a critical part of our transport ecosystem and must be supported to digitalize and remain competitive. Government agencies have worked with the industry to support SMEs in adopting digital solutions. For example, the Sea Transport Industry Digital Plan provides a clear roadmap to guide maritime SMEs in adopting digital solutions at each stage of their growth while building the necessary skills. To complement this, we have also introduced hands-on programs. Under the MPA Singapore Polytechnic Maritime SME Digital Adoption Pilot Program, SMEs gain knowledge on digital technologies and acquire practical experience in applying automation and data analytics to their operations directly. This helps them move from awareness to implementation, strengthening capabilities and improving productivity. Beyond sector-specific support, the government also works with industry partners to help SMEs build capabilities and assess overseas opportunities. This includes public-private partnerships such as the Singapore Business Federation's Centre for the Future of Trade and Investment, which provides SMEs with advisory support on trade agreements, regulatory requirements, and overseas opportunities. This brings me to my final point. The next generation is critical to the future of transport. They are not just future users of the system. They are our future planners, engineers, entrepreneurs, and leaders who will shape what comes next. We have already seen how the next generation can make meaningful contributions. A good example is Pyxis. Mr. Tommy Poon and Ms. Lin Poon are carrying forward their family's maritime legacy from Eng Hub Shipping, which was founded in 1957. Even earlier, their grandfather used to drive a wooden tongkang along the Singapore River. Growing up, they spent much of their childhood in shipyards, immersed in the maritime environment. These early experiences shaped their interest in the industry, and they later chose to join it. They did more than just continue the business. As the sector decarbonizes, they founded Pyxis to develop electric vessels and introduce new technologies. Their journeys show how the next generation can build on what came before them and help transform the sector. This is why we want to tap on this potential and build clear and structured pathways for the next generation, as highlighted by Dr. Wan Riza. Through scholarships, work attachments, and mentorship programs, we will continue to help young Singaporeans build skills. Let me say it again. Through scholarships, work attachments, and mentorship programs, we will continue to help young Singaporeans gain skills and build meaningful careers in the transport sector. The future of transport should be built for future generations, and hence it should be shaped with them. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a few words in Mandarin. 交通的未来不仅是科技的进步。
The future of transport is not only about technological advancement, it's also deeply tied to national development and our overall competitiveness. What we witness today is a fruit of generations of effort and dedication. It is precisely because our predecessors laid such a solid foundation that we're able to keep innovating and introduce new technologies into this sector. Encouragingly, a new generation is already injecting fresh energy into the industry. Building on what has been inherited, they continue to innovate, driving the sector towards a vision that's more efficient and more sustainable. This also means that the industry is opening up exciting new frontiers. Our next generation will have greater opportunities to make their mark here. The government will also guide them into the transport sector through scholarships, training, and career development pathways. so that they can contribute their talents and serve society. The torch is passed from one generation to the next and the flame never dies. The transport of the future is being built for the next generation, and so we must build it together with them. As long as we remain committed to technological innovation and the development of our people, Singapore's transport system will continue to improve and go on benefiting all Singaporeans.
Speaker, to conclude, our investments in transport research and innovation are strengthening our transport system today while preparing Singapore and Singaporeans for the future. By investing in both innovation and people, we aim to build a transport system that not only serves the future generations well, but one that they will help to shape. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at today's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2, please.
The question is the motion moved by the Deputy Leader. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. SMS Sun Xueling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the motion. Members have affirmed the strategic importance of transport and connectivity and shared their suggestions on how we can strengthen Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness. I value their suggestions. Technology is key to realizing these ambitions. If we harness technology early and well to create opportunities and improve lives for our residents and our workers, we can thrive in an increasingly uncertain world. Several members have highlighted that transformation must create good jobs for Singaporeans. We agree. The use of technology helps us solve problems, but people will always remain at the heart of transport. Experience, judgment, professionalism, and care are not replaceable. Our transport workforce will always be at the core of our transport services. As Mr. Sanjeev Kumar and Mr. Wan Rizal have highlighted, we will work closely with tripartite partners to ensure that Singaporeans are well positioned to seize these new opportunities. Last July, I launched the $200 million One Aviation Manpower Fund to support employers, unions, and workers. MOS Bay spoke about the sector-wide One Aviation Early Careers Mentorship Program earlier. CAS and NTUC have also announced a partnership to co-design an AI training roadmap for aviation union leaders. Autonomy and AI are at work across our transport sector. In Tuasport, automation has been built in from the ground up. Automated guided vehicles move containers and cranes are operated remotely, making it one of the most advanced container terminals in the world. Trials for autonomous prime movers are also underway in Pasir Panjang Terminal. I spoke to Mr. Faiz, who works in PSA in Pasir Panjang. He used to drive a prime mover, but has now transited to work in the control room as a remote operator for autonomous prime movers. He said that the workplace is now more comfortable and he's happier with the shift arrangements. We are investing in our maritime workforce just as deliberately across different stages of their career. Seafarers remain the backbone of the industry. The Sail Milestone Achievement Program provides up to $50,000 for local seafarers. Together with our unions and partners, we have also enhanced the Tripartite Maritime Training Award for individuals seeking a seafaring career. On shore, the Career Conversion Program for the sea transport sector reskilled close to 200 mid-career entrants and existing employees last year, equipping them for roles in digitalization, decarbonization, and cybersecurity. New pathways into shore-based roles are opening, such as SMU's Industry Graduate Diploma in Maritime for mid-career transitions. Additionally, as Mr. Dennis Tan mentioned, we want to prepare Singaporeans to take on leadership roles in the maritime sector. As maritime is global in nature, maritime leaders will need to have experience and capabilities running international operations and managing cross-cultural teams. And this is why we have launched a new Maritime Cluster Fund Global Rotation Scheme. The scheme provides grants to companies to co-fund the overseas deployments of local middle managers to equip them with the competencies to take on supervisory roles. On our roads, the deployment of autonomous vehicles, or AVs, can help us meet our connectivity needs, ease manpower constraints in public transport, and improve safety. Grab and ComfortDelGro currently operate 16 fixed-route autonomous shuttles in Punggol. Safety operators are on board to ensure safety in this initial deployment phase. As of June this year, close to 10,000 unique riders have taken the shuttles, and 99% of them surveyed said they felt safe and that they will recommend the ride to others. Riders provided feedback that they would like more destinations, direct connections, and flexible bookings. We will work with the operators to improve the service. We agree with Mr. Ang Wei Neng's suggestion that AVs should first be deployed to serve underserved areas. We will progressively extend AVs to new areas with clear transport needs and are considering areas such as Sentosa, Tuas, and Mandai as possibilities. We are also expanding AV trials to other modes of transport, including public buses. We will begin piloting autonomous buses on 2 public bus services, Service 400 in Marina Bay and Service 191 in One North. However, in response to Mr. Ang Wei Neng's and Mr. Fadli Fauzi's points, further deployment must be realistic. The technology for AV buses is not as mature compared to that of AV cars. Current autonomous bus models also have a smaller passenger capacity compared to our public buses. Public buses also have to meet the needs of different commuters, such as the elderly, parents with children in strollers, and persons with disabilities. Hence, the operational aspects of autonomous public buses have to be worked through to meet the needs of different commuters. That said, we agree that there are good use cases for autonomous buses, such as night bus services, and we will consider it when the technology is more mature. As autonomy grows across our airport, seaport, and roads, new job opportunities will emerge in areas such as fleet management and remote operations, autonomous electric vehicle engineering, as well as business development. We recognize that autonomy and AI, if not managed well, can bring disruption to existing jobs, industries, and business models. The ultimate purpose of using technology is to benefit people, our residents, and our workers. We will not adopt technology blindly. Technology's worth lies in the problems it solves and the lives it improves. We will roll out the use of autonomy and AI at a pace acceptable to residents, commuters, and drivers. As the Acting Minister has mentioned, the introduction of AVs will be a gradual process to give our commuters and drivers time to adapt. Widespread adoption is still some time away. We have been engaging taxi and private hire drivers early as we want to ensure that our drivers are well equipped to seize job opportunities from this transition and that they can stay ahead of this change. I recently met leaders from the National Taxi Association and National Private Hire Vehicles Association again together with Ms. Yeo Wan Ling. The union leaders asked what they can do to equip themselves and their members. Together with our tripartite partners, we have put together a manpower transition package to empower our taxi and private hire car drivers to stay ahead of industry developments and to explore new career options with confidence. This package has 3 parts. First, place and train career conversion programs, or CCPs. This is for drivers looking to transition into new roles that come with up to 90% salary support. The career conversion programs will be launched in Q3 of this year. We will introduce a career conversion program for drivers keen to pivot to the autonomous vehicle sector, known as the CCP for Autonomous Vehicle Specialists. Like all CCPs, participants will be offered employment prior to the commencement of the program and training supported by the Skills and Workforce Development Agency, or SWDA. Grab Academy, Grab's training arm, has been onboarded as a registered training provider with SWDA to deliver AV-related training. For drivers who wish to pivot to other transport-related jobs, such as bus captains, we will introduce a new pathway under the CCP for Public Transport Professionals. This follows recent announcements we have made regarding increasing salaries and sign-on bonuses for new bus captains. Drivers who are keen to move into other sectors can tap on existing programs offered by the SWDA. Second, we will pilot a new training incentive scheme from January 2027, focusing on short-form courses. Drivers do not just forgo some income when they go for training. They also incur other costs, such as car rental expenses. Hence, under this scheme, eligible drivers will get a training incentive of $20 per hour for attending any of over 2,000 curated SWDA-supported courses, up to a cap of 80 hours of training. This training incentive amount is significantly higher than any other training allowances currently offered, as we understand that drivers have additional expenditures like car rentals to manage. Drivers can tap on this incentive to acquire new skills before committing to longer-term programs such as the career conversion programs. Third, we will launch a new one-stop webpage with relevant information and resources curated for drivers and to raise awareness of the new support measures available. Some of our drivers are already taking steps to thrive in this future of mobility. Ms. Ang Li Wei used to drive a taxi with ComfortDelGro, but she seized the opportunity to train as a safety operator for AVs. She believes AVs will change the scene of driving worldwide, and she also sees new and more specialized roles emerging for drivers, such as helping wheelchair users, families with young children, and others who need extra care on their journeys. Another driver is Mr. Raymond Tong. Mr. Tong is actually here with us today in the gallery. Hi, Mr. Tong. Mr. Tong has spent over a decade behind the wheel. He qualified as a safety operator, and he has gone on to get certification as a remote operator. In his words, he wants a front row seat as to where the industry is heading. Mr. Tong says he wants to support our efforts towards the future of mobility, about the future of autonomous vehicles, so he is here with us today, despite his very busy schedule. Thank you, Mr. Tong. The government will take a proactive approach to help workers adapt, support job transitions, and to equip Singaporeans with the skills and capabilities needed in the age of autonomy and AI. The Manpower Transition Package is one of more upcoming moves we are putting in place for our point-to-point drivers. We will continue to work closely with the unions and support our workforce as jobs evolve. Mr. Speaker, in Chinese, please.
Times are constantly changing. The advancement of technology and the application of AI gives rise to understandable concerns, not least about whether they might affect people's livelihoods. Our taxi and private hire driver friends are no exception. Some of you have worked with taxi companies for many years. Some found flexible work with Grab after career transition. Some know the streets of Singapore intimately and are highly skilled behind the wheel. Whatever your background, you share one thing in common. You work hard every day to earn a living and support your families, shouldering the responsibilities that come with that. You race against the clock to provide Singaporeans with convenient and reliable transport, and for that we are deeply grateful. In the face of innovations such as AI and autonomous vehicles, I believe we must give full consideration to the interests of transport workers and put people first. I've always held that the ultimate purpose of technology is to benefit people, our residents, and our workers alike. Based on the current situation, the introduction of AVs will be a gradual and progressive process. The Ministry of Transport will roll out new technologies and AI at a pace that residents, passengers, and drivers are comfortable with. At the same time, tripartite partners are actively working together. We will be introducing a manpower transition package to support taxi and private hire drivers through employment transition, skills training, and career guidance. We hope this will help our driver friends better seize the employment opportunities that this technological transition brings. In my view, technology is not an end in itself. The well-being of Singaporeans is the goal behind all our efforts. Even as we enhance Singapore's transport efficiency and technological competitiveness, we will ensure that the stability and development of residents' working lives and livelihoods are genuinely safeguarded. I'm confident that as long as the government, businesses, and workers strive together towards the shared goal, we will not only be able to navigate the wave of new technology, we will be able to seize opportunities and create a better future together. 接下来英文发言。
Air Hub is one of Singapore's crown jewels. Changi Airport's story is one of deliberate ambition, constant reinvention, and an unwavering commitment to connect us to the world. The Changi East development, including Terminal 5, positions Changi Airport for the future of air travel, anchoring good jobs and a significant part of our economy. To address Mr. Edward Chia's, Mr. Cheryl Taha's, and Ms. Valerie Lee's suggestion on strengthening Changi's connectivity to other parts of Singapore and the region, we're studying how to best enable seamless air-sea transfers between Changi Airport and Tanah Merah Ferry Terminal, and synergize future developments in the wider Changi region, including Changi Business Park, Changi Village, and Loyang. We agree with Mr. Fadli Fauzi's suggestion that infrastructure should also improve Singaporeans' lived experience. The Changi East Urban District will be a new lifestyle and business hub for Singaporeans and visitors to connect, work, and play. Expanding Changi Airport gives us an opportunity to rethink existing processes, increase productivity, and transform jobs. Ms. Po Lee San has rightly highlighted that many roles in ground handling and facilities management are physically demanding and will increasingly take its toll on our aging workforce. We agree with Mr. Gerald Giam's point that digital tools should benefit workers. Changi Airport has been deploying automation, robotics, and AI to improve the safety and productivity of our workers. Since January 2026, autonomous baggage tractors are used to move passenger bags between terminals. They spare workers from repetitive driving, reduces fatigue, and frees them up for complex and safety-critical last-mile services. From driving a single tractor, a worker can now oversee and coordinate a fleet of vehicles or be trained to maintain the vehicles. The new job role is more sustainable and offers a higher pay. In time, autonomous tractors can be used to move cargo and airside equipment. Technology tools can also be used to optimize work planning. Ops Assist is an AI tool that sets users to enable better manpower and equipment allocation for each aircraft turnaround. Ops Assist also schedules in breaks for workers to ensure that their well-being is well taken care of. Beyond our air and sea gateways, Mr. Liang Eng-Wah raised the Kuala Lumpur-Singapore High-Speed Rail project. Such bilateral projects can only proceed if there are mutual interests and benefits. We remain open to discussing new proposals with Malaysia in good faith, starting from a clean slate. Mr. Dennis Tan, Mr. Edward Chia, and Ms. Po Lee San have highlighted the importance of greening our aviation and maritime sectors. We agree. For aviation, our Sustainable Air Hub Blueprint sets the direction. Sustainable aviation fuel will remain our primary lever for cutting emissions across the bulk of our air traffic. Our goal is to start with a 1% SAF uplift, rising to 3 to 5% by 2030, subjected to global developments and a wider availability of SAF. For maritime, the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore is working closely with the industry to prepare for a multi-fuel future by investing in infrastructure, developing technical standards, and licensing frameworks to ensure that we can handle these fuels safely. These efforts reflect our commitment to position our port to meet the evolving needs of international shipping as it decarbonizes. Mr. Liang Eng-hwa raised suggestions to support the electrification of heavy vehicles. This is indeed our direction. With the adoption and charger incentives for heavy vehicles, registrations of electric heavy vehicles rose from less than 1% of all heavy vehicle registrations last year to around 20% as of May this year. We will continue to monitor take-up and see how best to achieve our electrification targets. We will also continue to study new EV technologies adopted around the world, including smart charging technologies to better optimize the grid, as well as battery energy storage solutions to manage grid capacity constraints during peak hours. Ms. Po Lee San and Dr. Neo Kok Beng have highlighted the opportunities in electric and hybrid electric aircraft for short-haul routes and drones. I have extensively addressed this topic in my response speech during the adjournment motion on low-altitude economy, building the flying car, air tourism, and drone logistics industry during the 8th of April parliamentary sitting. Electric and hybrid electric aircraft is an emerging technology, but in the short term, they can only complement aircrafts powered by sustainable aviation fuel, as hybrid electric aircraft technology may take time to commercialize and are not yet suitable for deployment. We will be ambitious but pragmatic and keep our options open. There is potential for Singapore to go further as a center of excellence for research into cleaner and greener aircraft, working with partners such as A-STAR and our institutes of higher learning with funding set under RIE 2030. We will study the members' proposal carefully and work with industry partners to take it forward where it plays to our strengths. On drones, they are used across Singapore for a wide variety of functions, from ship-to-shore deliveries at our port to inspections of our rail and road infrastructure and high-rise cleaning. Many of these use cases improve productivity and worker safety, allowing workers to focus on tasks that call for human judgment and expertise. We're carefully studying how drones can be deployed while being mindful of Singapore's dense urban environment, complex airspace, and security needs. We will continue to support responsible innovation through trials, test beds, and regulatory refinement. Sir, I thank the GPC for raising this motion. Our best chance at delivering a good life for our people is to strengthen Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness and anchor good jobs in Singapore. This can be achieved through international cooperation, appropriate use of frontier technologies, and establishing world-class infrastructure to reinforce our position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub. This is how Singapore stays relevant and secures our competitiveness in an uncertain world. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Tim Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been my great privilege to move this debate on how we can reinforce Singapore's position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, so as to strengthen Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness and ultimately create and anchor good jobs in Singapore. My Transport GPC colleagues, Mr. Edward Chia, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, Ms. Po Lee San, Mr. Jackson Lam, Mr. Liang Eng-hwa, Mr. Ang Wei Neng, and Mr. Sharil Taha have taken turns to explain the different tenets of the motion statement, and together with other honourable members of this House, including Ms. Chu Pei-ling, Ms. Goh Zi-Ki, Ms. Lee Hui-ying, Ms. Valerie Lee, Mr. Ip Hon Wing, Dr. Wan Rizal, Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, and Dr. Hamid Razak, put forth many thoughtful recommendations for the government's consideration. Many thanks to my PAP parliamentary colleagues for working on this debate and for making these recommendations. I also sincerely appreciate the interest and support from the Workers' Party. Mr. Dennis Tan, Ms. He Ting-ru, Mr. Fadli Fauzi, Mr. Kenneth Tiong, Mr. Gerald Giam, and Mr. James Lim, as well as nominated MPs, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari and Mr. Neo Kok Beng. I hope I didn't miss out anyone. I'm also especially appreciative of the receptiveness and positive responses from Minister Jeffrey Xiao, Senior Minister of State Sun Xueling, and Minister of State Baey Yam Keng. Thank you for listening to us. We are very excited that some of our suggestions will be accepted by the Ministry, and we are also very heartened by the efforts made past and present. Past sittings have seen colleagues from both sides of the aisle raising questions and putting forth suggestions on issues pertaining to Singapore's logistics, maritime, and aviation sectors. I am heartened, therefore, that we have such a robust debate on this motion today. And most of all, I'm heartened by the support from both sides of this House that the Transport GPC has put forth. The big direction is clear. We all want to do good for Singaporeans, creating good job opportunities for them by advancing Singapore's long-term economic interests. And we all agree that Singapore, being a global logistics, maritime, and aviation hub, is key to that goal. Across this debate, several threads ran consistently through nearly every speech, regardless of who from which party was speaking. Members agreed that we are facing an increasingly turbulent world and geopolitics. That shared recognition makes the rule of law and our ability to work closely with one another all the more important. I'm heartened in this regard by Honourable Member from the Workers' Party, Ms. He Ting-ru's point that Singapore should not be an instrument of other countries' strategic goals. I agree, and this is why this motion matters. When Singapore builds strong capabilities of our own, when we have options to who we connect with, and when we deepen international cooperation so that other countries come to share a genuine stake in our shared success, Singapore will be able to assert our independence with confidence. We don't stay independent by standing alone. We stay independent by standing strong enough so that no one else's strategy needs to become ours. On frontier technology, members spoke of AI, autonomous vehicles, digital twins, and smart hubs. From my GPC colleagues' proposals on AI orchestration and autonomous systems to other members' calls for Singapore to lead in electric aviation and green shipping technology. Technology must be a tool that makes Singapore harder to replace, not just harder to keep up with. On international cooperation and infrastructure, members return again and again to the idea that our infrastructure is only as valuable as the trust the world places in it. Whether framed through ASEAN chairmanship priorities, regional connectivity with Johor and the Riau Islands, or Singapore's role in shaping international rules rather than merely following them. I'm also encouraged that there was support from some members from both sides to export Singapore innovations and systems to other countries. Doing so would help set new standards and drive interoperability. To drive greater flows of goods, people, information, and value seamlessly, yet also strengthen Singapore's standing in the region and in the world. We are, in essence, exporting the Singapore model, our special brand of trust. And on our people, nearly every speaker insisted that none of this matters unless it translates into good, better, and more inclusive jobs for Singaporean workers, with real training pathways and real protection for those whose roles will change. Our tripartite model must therefore continue to prevail. So yes, we need to embrace technology, but we must not vibe-code the humans out of job. Rather, to make sure that every job that we redesign or create beat to the rhythm of real heartbeats. One member, Honourable Mr. Fadli Fauzi, had understandably raised his concerns about day-to-day public transport matters. These issues matter to Singaporeans' daily lives. As mentioned in my opening, day-to-day land transport issues remain important and a priority to the Transport GPC and indeed for the entire government. We had and we will continue to discuss these issues in and out of this House. But I would like to reiterate that today's motion was deliberately framed to look further out at the strategic long-term question of how Singapore secures our place in the world through global connectivity in logistics, maritime, and aviation. The member would agree that we need these connections for our food, medicine, and other essential supplies to enter Singapore so that Singaporeans can access them easily. Attending to the everyday public transport issues and building for Singapore's global connectivity and future are not competing priorities. Sir, in closing, the big direction remains clear, clearer, in fact, than when we began. We agree that the world has grown more uncertain and that Singapore's independence must be built, not assumed. We agree that technology should make us harder to replace, not just harder to keep pace with. We agree that our infrastructure, physical and digital, poured in concrete and written in code, must be built as one so that it can keep pace with a future that will wait for no one. And we agree that our people must remain at the center of everything we build. When a House this diverse agrees completely on the big one, that is not a coincidence. It is Singapore's direction spoken with one voice across party lines. And with that, thank you all.
Are there any clarifications that members would like to seek? The question is that this House affirms the importance of strengthening Singapore's long-term economic competitiveness by leveraging international cooperation, frontier technologies, and world-class infrastructure to reinforce Singapore's position as a globally connected aviation, maritime, and logistics hub, and to anchor good jobs in Singapore. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. In fact, it's a resounding aye. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Speaker, Southeast Asia is about 680 million people and a $4 trillion economy. And it is young where we are old. Median age of Malaysia and Indonesia around 31, Vietnam 34, Philippines 27, against our own citizens' median of nearly 44. But youth is a window, not a promise. A demographic window buys a country growth, more workers, not wealth. Since 1990, fewer than 1 in 3 of the world's middle-income economies has made it to high income. The rest are stuck. The region has perhaps 15 to 20 years to get rich before it grows old. Singapore did climb that ladder by hosting, taking in large amounts of foreign investment to make goods and services for foreign markets. But it is now hitting a limit. The markets everyone leaned on are being weaponized. ASEAN still trades with itself only about a fifth as much as it trades with the world, 21% against the European Union's 60%. And about 3/4 of our exports depend on external demand. just as the great powers begin wielding access to their markets as instruments of coercion. A region that produces mainly for markets it does not control can be squeezed at will. And the ground under our strategy is shifting too. Our hub model carries an assumption that the gradient between Singapore and its neighbors in competence, in institutions, and trust is permanent. It is not. Penang firms today do nano-level vision inspection that the world's chip makers buy. A Penang chip designer, the Sky Chip, listed this year 95 times oversubscribed, the largest Malaysian IPO in 16 years. Vietnam is climbing the ladder. For the region, this is great news. For Singapore, whose business model is to be the main place in the region where things work, it is a deadline. Because a hub, unlike an owner, can be bypassed, Indonesia or Vietnam, at even half their potential, has the demographic weight to become the heart of Southeast Asia. And we have to outrun potential resurgent nationalisms that could close doors around us. A Singapore that is merely well-run waypoint, hosting, brokering, never owning anything together with its neighbors, will find that the region learns in time to route around it. So we should help build a Southeast Asian market of genuine middle-class consumers. We do not have one at scale today, because the market we help build is far less likely to be close to us. And we need Singaporeans and Singaporean firms to own a real piece of the value chains that serve it, to be essential to the region and to share in what the region earns. And we must build a deeper and more structural integration with Southeast Asia. Part of what stops us is a posture. In my maiden speech, I asked why Singapore and Malaysia could not build an Airbus together, one enterprise owned by both sides, the way France and Germany anchored theirs. I know the truer hesitations is not necessarily that our neighbors cannot execute. Penang's equipment firms and Selangor's chip designers put that to rest. The real reasons are older, memories of past issues, from water to railway lands, a reflex to keep control of anything that matters, and a fear of bets stranded across a border if the politics turns. But if one is skeptical that the gradient between Singapore and its neighbors will last, and I am, then joint industrial policy is what a country should build, while the gradient still favors it. I believe the strongest path to owning things together runs through our closest neighbor, Malaysia. Malaysia's industrial strategy now deliberately targets the design end of semiconductors, setting up the region's first IC design park in Selangor. The integration is happening anyway, by drift. 245 million checkpoint crossings last year, 3/4 of them by land. New instruments in front of us, the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone and the RTS link. If we can get them right, we can prove a model of structural bilateral integration that we can extend. I will discuss 3 points. First, on the JSSEZ. This economic zone lets two governments run inside a bounded space and experiment. The zone has been a blank slate many have piled their hopes onto. Some ideas put to me were high-tech food-growing zones, an ASEAN Friendship Hospital in Johor, an integrated medical hub on the Shenzhen-Hong Kong model. But hopes need us to bring the zone into greater focus. First, where exactly is the zone? 9 flagship areas have been announced, described at the level of districts, and I have not seen a consolidated boundary map. If one exists, we should publish it. Second, what does a Singapore company receive inside the JSSEZ over and above the new federal baseline? Malaysia's new incentive framework took effect for manufacturing on March 1st. If the federal incentives are as good as the zones, then there is nothing special about the zone. Third, I believe we should soon sort out with our Malaysian counterparts one SOP to enter the zone and one rule book. Right now, there are multiple agencies and points of contact. On the Malaysian side, there is the Iskandar Regional Development Authority, Invest Johor, MIDA, and the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Centre Johor, IMFCJ. On the Singapore side, we have the EDB One-Stop Centre. We need policy clarity and joint rules of the road over how companies can enter the zone, whether from Malaysia or Singapore, so that the private sector can plan for it. With a joint rule book, we should measure joint success. In my view, that means EDB or MTI should be responsible for total KPIs over the JSSEZ, not just the Singapore-originated investments alone. Of course, a large degree of self-interested thinking is inevitable and even desirable. The instinct in parts of our government may be to keep the high-value activity here and let the rest go. This is not wrong. But if we want the unfolding of a richer, more complex, more diverse value chain within a 60-kilometer radius, that would currently be possible in 10 and 20 years, then we need to take a more collaborative approach. What gets measured gets managed. I believe we should grade ourselves, EDB and the Ministry, on the SEZ's success. Next, we face a strategic question. If the zone is meant to be more than just a new method of foreign direct investment, but to foster a vibrant set of Singaporean and Malaysian businesses in pursuit of broadening the middle class, does it actually build on the current set of bilateral strengths? The foremost candidate for such an industrial deepening is semiconductors. But here, using the instrument of the zone may be an impedance mismatch, as in my view, Penang's semiconductor cluster is unlikely to relocate beyond the Klang Valley. So we will need a broader set of instruments. What can we hope for from semiconductors as joint industrial policy? In Singapore, we host. Our IC design strength is mostly the design centers of foreign firms on our soil. We have not grown a chip design champion of our own, and we sold our indigenous foundry, Chartered Semiconductors. Meanwhile, Malaysia is building some of what we lacked. Its national semiconductor strategy puts indigenous IC design, about half of a chip's value added, at the center, with 25 billion ringgit behind it and a 60,000 engineer training goal. Selangor's IC Design Park, the largest in Southeast Asia, turns out hundreds of designers a year. The Penang Design House, whose listing I described, came out of this push. And Singapore's own state-linked capital is already backing Malaysian design startups. We have more reason to complement each other than to compete. Singapore hosts what the region's designers require: wafer fabs to prototype on, advanced packaging, capital, and customers. They hold some of what require, design talent by the hundreds at a fraction of our cost. Neither side has a complete owned upstream stacked alone. First, I believe MTI should foster a design to fab to packaging chain that runs through Singapore. Access and equity as one instrument, structured prototyping on the fabs hosted here, and packaging lines tied to a stake for investors, public and private. Since we sold Chartered, we have no fabs of our own. So first, we should allow RIE funds to lease or rent Singapore-based fab lines so that we can put real silicon in front of the region's designers. While those fabs are still under construction, we should use supplemental investments to expand directable fab capacity where possible, prioritizing Singapore businesses, but open to Malaysian ones as well. This, I think, is the best way to validate the viability of a chip design ecosystem while giving it the best chance of success, iterative prototyping feedback inside the same regional corridor, especially if one is understandably hesitant of a full-scale $15 to $20 billion US dollar 2-nanometer fab rebuild. Second, the talent pipeline. Our universities, NTU and NUS, should seek to set up an embedded institute in the Selangor cluster carrying a joint credential, with firms operating on both sides of the zone sponsoring net new training places whose employment options are accessible in Johor, Selangor, and Singapore, producing new engineers for the region. Third, I believe we should recognize in law a Malaysia-Singapore business entity defined by a minimum stake on each side, 30-30, 40-40, 50-50, and give it closer to local, pseudo-local treatment in both countries' grants, financing, and procurements. When people from both countries own part of the same success, each has reason to grow its own capability rather than to poach it. We should seek to create rails that work for a recognized category of bilateral joint firms across the two countries and crowd in the private sector. And fourth, in service of crowding in, we should reactivate the Malaysia-Singapore Business Development Fund. It was set up in 2004 for exactly this, enhanced in 2023, relaunched in 2024. As far as I know, it has not been used. So we should give it a fresh purpose, competitive seed awards into the first recognized Malaysia-Singapore ventures, many small bets, fast answers. Next and third, on the RTS. Integration will arrive as a train in 2027, up to 10,000 passengers an hour each way. Walk our heartland shops today, and you can feel the dread coming. The provision shop, the TCM shop, the noodle shop, the barber, the tailor. They read the same reports we do. There is gallows humor in the shops now about the RTS and what it will do to Singapore retail. And a question, when the RTS opens, what will happen to us? DBS puts a leakage at 1.5 to 2.1 billion Sing dollars a year, 3 to 4% of retail sales every day, with food and personal services hit hardest. 11 million Singaporean trips into Johor in the first 7 months of last year alone validate this. The government's answer so far is to make retail more attractive at home. Visual merchandising programs, placemaking grants, neighborhood center upgrades, vouchers to spend at home. I support these initiatives, but we should be honest with ourselves. For a generation of retailers, it will make little difference. I believe we can offer a different deal. Johor is planning the EART as a dispersal network out of Bukit Chaga, and I speculate that transit-oriented development will be done in the vicinity of their 32 stations. If so, I propose we invest in that plan as part of the JS-SEZ bargain. Singapore should take an equity stake in some of these transit-oriented developments the line creates, Bukit Chaga and the 32 EART stations, and negotiate in the same deal reserve positions for small retailers inside these developments, inside the podiums of those malls. This has happened before, when Singapore and Malaysia resolved in 2010 the 20-year impasse over the 1990 points of agreement on the railway lands. It was not settled in cash but in co-ownership. Khazanah and Temasek formed a joint company, 60/40, and built Marina 1 and Duo in the city centre. I am proposing a similar instrument. The footfall these developments capture is largely from Singapore, so the deal has logic on both sides. Johor gains a committed capital partner for a network it is building anyway, and we gain a share of where our own spending lands, and place in it for the retailers that spending leaves behind. Thus, we can give every exposed small retailer who rents rather than owns their premises, on the order of 40,000, provision shops, eateries, personal care operators, etc., a tradable entitlement, a priority claim on a reserved position in these developments to take up or to assign to another small operator, or for those who would rather not move, a cash floor drawn now or set against rent, enough to fund a real relocation or a year of rent. It should go to the tenant and not the owner of the unit, since the renter carries the lost footfall with nothing to fall back on. Retail is a more protected part of Malaysia's economy, so MFA and MTI will need to negotiate this within the same bargain. Since Malaysia has already carved foreign firms into Forest City, it is not unprecedented. We speak about the stakeholder economy. We can seek this compact if it is possible for small retailers. This is a better deal than the fait accompli they currently await. Speaker, in closing, I do not pretend any of this is inevitable or easy. Foreign economic relations are always challenging, with reduced control and increased unpredictability. But we are in a unique moment with the threat and leverage of market closure from the biggest powers foremost on our minds. And we are also reaching the limits of our growth on 750 square kilometers. It would be a shame if the JS-SEZ and the tenor of our future cooperation in Malaysia were predominantly FDI-led, instead of being in service of tackling the true strategic challenges of the decade. The creation of a true middle class in Southeast Asia, and integration of our country to be indispensable to the future economic geometries of our neighbors. An imperative to increase the complexity and diversity of our value chains, and the fostering of a stakeholder economy, and the search of a better bargain for our pioneering generations. This is the model of integration I believe we should seek with the region, one that best maximizes the 15 to 20 years Southeast Asia has before it ages out of its demographic dividend. Thank you, sir.
MOS Alvin Tan.
Sir, to me, the key question of this motion is how do we ensure deeper integration with the region, and in fact, not just ASEAN, but Malaysia, which is additive and not substitutive? And how do we ensure that integration does not simply move activity from Singapore to somewhere else, but also creates value in Singapore and our partners, which would otherwise not be captured? And Singapore has always been open to the world. I think in the transport motion, many of you have already said that. And with investment competition intensifying and supply chains reconfiguring, we must keep building our capabilities, strengthening our businesses, and anchoring high-value activities here in Singapore. Now, the Johor-Singapore SEZ, the BBK, Batam Bintan, Karimun region, and the Vietnam-Singapore industrial parks are all examples that show how we work with our immediate neighbors to enlarge the economic space for our companies and our workers. This is something that Member Edward Chia had said earlier on in his speech. But let me first give an overview about the Johor-Singapore SEZ. It spans about 3,500 square kilometers, includes Iskandar Development Region and Pengerang. And I wanted to point to the member that, in fact, the boundaries of the JSSEZ is available online. But the whole point about the JSSEZ is about creating value together that neither side would have created or captured alone. Singapore has strong connectivity, trusted institutions, deep financing, technology, professional services, HQ functions, and a skilled workforce. Johor, on the other hand, offers land, production capacity, and other complementary strengths. But when we combine these strengths well, the Johor-Singapore region becomes more competitive than either side would be on its own. Member talked about whether there are so many different touch points, but in fact, if you look at it, on the Malaysia side, there is, as he mentioned, the IMFJ, the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center, which facilitates and supports companies investing in the zone, such as coordinating approvals and applications across Malaysian authorities at the federal, state, and local level. In Singapore, we also have a joint Johor-Singapore SEZ project office, which helps Singapore and Singapore-based companies explore twinning opportunities in the JSSEZ. I've gone through many of these workshops, and both offices work hand in hand together to facilitate investments coming through to Johor to the zone and from Singapore to the zone. And both sides have also introduced measures to reduce friction and improve connectivity, including in immigration clearance, customs facilitation, and cargo processes. Now, the refreshed Johor-Singapore Cooperation Ministerial Committee, co-chaired by Minister Chee Hong Tat and Malaysian Minister for Economy Akmal Nasrullah, will also provide strategic oversight for broader cooperation, including in the SEZ. On the reason why we are pursuing this and how this is a core strategy in integrating with the region, the Johor-Singapore SEZ is all about tapping our complementary strengths for a win-win outcome. The Johor-Singapore SEZ is focused on the Johor-Singapore corridor and building on the respective incentives and schemes offered by each country. Both countries are working on introducing practical solutions like smoother cross-border flow of goods and people. And in Singapore, for Singapore companies, the true value is able to twin operations, keeping the HQ functions, financing, innovation, branding, and higher value functions in Singapore while using Johor's complementary strengths to scale more competitively. But I understand the concerns also that deeper integration could move activities out of Singapore. But I think, as the member alluded, we cannot also accommodate every activity within Singapore. Instead, our approach has and always been to keep Singapore as a key node while helping our companies scale and build resilience so that they can compete globally. Now, this means organizing activities, practical, meaningful activities across both sides of the causeway, so we can continue to play to our strengths as a financial, transport, and tech hub. And also to anchor HQ functions, R&D, intellectual property, talent development, and other high-value activities here. I'll give you two practical examples. Old Chang Kee, which is a food manufacturer in Singapore, has operated a production facility in Geylang Patah since 2016, complementing its Singapore operations and supporting its retail outlets in both markets. South Korea's SPC Group, the parent company of Paris Baguette and Shake Shack, houses its Southeast Asia HQ, Innovation Center, and training centers in Singapore while operating its production base in Johor. And then we move into semiconductors, which the member had talked about quite significantly. Singapore is a key node in the global semiconductor value chain. We account for 1 out of 5 in every semiconductor equipment manufacturing and 1 out of 10 of semiconductor chips. And we will keep strengthening Singapore's position as a key node in this global semiconductor value chain by attracting quality investments and anchoring higher value activities here. So our strategy is not to replicate what is being done in Johor or Penang, but to work with Malaysia on complementary activities that strengthen the regional ecosystem for semiconductors, which is a very fast and evolving sector. Another example here to illustrate this point is ST Microelectronics, which anchored its APEC HQ and wafer fab operations in Singapore, complemented by assembly and test operations, including high reliability automotive packaging in Johor. Their wafers fabricated in Singapore directly feed into packaging and qualification in Malaysia, enabling ST Microelectronics to bring products to markets faster. Member also talked about how we measure these investments, or what are the key KPIs for the Johor Singapore SEZ. Well, the Johor Singapore SEZ must deliver real investments, business activity and jobs. Singapore and Malaysia have jointly agreed to attract 50 projects in 5 years and 100 projects in 10 years. It's so far garnered significant and strong business interest. Last year, Johor recorded its highest ever approved investments, with over 70% of those investments attributed to the zone. And since signing the MOU in January 2024, Singapore and Singapore-based companies have committed over $5.5 billion in investments into Johor. So we're not just focused on the headline investment numbers, but whether the SEZ expands the overall pie for the region and for Singapore and Johor together competing for investments. On the RTS link, I chair the RTS link task force to help Singaporeans and businesses benefit from the RTS link. And we've been widely engaging residents, merchants, trade associations, landlords, and other stakeholders. Now, based on the feedback we received, we are working on measures to further rejuvenate our heartlands, help our businesses become more competitive, transform, pivot, and work with the private sector to promote businesses and commerce on both sides. Some of the work has already begun on the ground. We've spoken to the private sector players on both sides, and I think this is something which we can promote further to ensure that commerce flows on both sides. We will be sharing our findings and recommendations later this year. But I think we should be clear about the broader point. The way to respond to greater connectivity is not to retreat from competition, as the member had alluded to, but to help our businesses to compete more effectively. Competition doesn't just come across from the causeway. It already comes from digital platforms, international brands, AI-enabled services, e-commerce, and changing consumer preferences. On his suggestions about these different deals with the Malaysians, I think it's within their jurisdiction. I think we do what we can under the auspices of the JSSEZ to ensure that our companies can invest there confidently and also anchor strong and high-value activities here, complementing both Singapore and Malaysia, Singapore and Johor. So the issue that we talked about this entire day, in fact, is not whether we should integrate with the region, but how we integrate with the region. And the test is not whether every activity must be located here. Of course, that would be unrealistic with our constraints, but whether Singapore remains where the highest value functions are anchored, and where important decisions are made, where we can build capabilities, and where we ultimately can create good jobs for Singaporeans. And if a company does choose the Johor-Singapore region instead of another location elsewhere in Asia, and anchors its HQ functions, financing, innovation, and R&D activities in Singapore, then I think that's additive integration. And if our companies can use Johor as a complementary base to scale, serve larger markets, and strengthen their regional competitiveness while retaining their core capabilities here, that's also additive integration. And if our region as a whole becomes more attractive to global investors and Singapore captures the higher value parts of that value chain, that's also additive integration. And this is the approach, Mr. Speaker, that we are taking to ensure that regional integration benefits Singapore and Singaporeans. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.